Cultivation. My augmented statuses have unlimited duration. Chapter 301, Dragon Transformation Island. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Zhongli raised his hand and sent a stream of pure wood attribute spiritual qi over, first protecting the other party's heart meridians. Another healing pill was stuffed into the female cultivator's mouth. Only then did he untie the rope on her wrist and put her down. This female cultivator's body was very light, so light that it was terrifying. This was because almost all the flesh and skin on her body had been cut off, and most of the organs in her abdomen had been lost. What was left was simply a skeleton. The female cultivator's current situation was extremely terrible. She had originally used the special secret technique of the 1,000 Crane Tower. Under the situation where her body was ruined to this extent, she barely retained a trace of vitality. However, for the sake of asking Zhongli for help, she could only exit the secret technique state. This body that could no longer be described as riddled with holes could take her life at any moment. When Zhongli was transmitting spiritual qi to her, he discovered a true core that was on the verge of collapse. Even Zhongli himself would need a long time to recover from such an exaggerated damage to his Dao foundation. Ordinary people would have died several times over when they encountered such serious injuries. Zhongli also thought that the other party would definitely only leave behind a few last words before he died. However, he still underestimated the heroes of the world. The cultivation method of the 1,000 Crane Tower was peaceful and effective in nourishing and stabilizing injuries. With the help of Zhongli's spiritual qi and medicinal pills, this female cultivator actually really stabilized her breath and firmly survived. However, due to his heavy physical condition, being able to use that subtle sound to ask Zhongli for help was already the limit. After being saved, her mind relaxed and she directly fainted. 2 days later, Zhongli was sitting cross-legged on the head of the wood dragon Rayquaza, and he was floating along the banks of a black river. It was really easy to enter but difficult to leave the Ghost King desolate ground. When they entered, because most of the Ghost Kings were attracted by the 9 Yang boy and 9 Yin girl, there were not many powerful ghosts in this region. He had flown in openly at that time and was not obstructed much. However, when he was about to leave, the entire Ghost King desolate ground was already covered in layers of whistles. Countless ghosts were patrolling like an inescapable net. If he was really discovered by them, Zhongli might be fortunate enough to experience the feeling of being surrounded by enemies. Under such circumstances, a slight change would affect the entire situation. Not to mention flying, even if he ran faster, it might cause the ghosts to be alerted. Therefore, he could only travel carefully from the ground with Rayquaza. Fortunately, he cultivated the 9 Nether Dao scripture himself. The wood dragon Rayquaza also had 60% of its wood body replaced by the 9 nether wood. As the spiritual root of heaven and earth that was born and grown in the netherworld, as long as they emitted some yin qi and put on a disguise, they looked like ghosts. Some low-level ghost soldiers even bowed and made way when they saw the two from afar. "You're awake." Behind Zhongli was a wooden coffin. It was naturally not the yin burial coffin, but the cultivation version of the nourishing cabin that he had created with his spell technique to heal the injuries of the female cultivator from the 1,000 Crane Tower. In a coffin, Zhongli covered it with soft moss that could automatically heat up. Then, he controlled the plants to secrete some painkillers with numbing nerve effects. Lying in this coffin would be more comfortable than having a fetus in the amniotic fluid. Due to the secretion of the nerve that was numbing the end of the body, even if one had just rolled over a mountain of blades and entered a frying pan, they would not feel any pain without a piece of good skin and flesh. Of course, these were all Zhongli's creations. He knew everything about any slight changes that occurred inside. Pushing open the coffin lid, the female cultivator inside had indeed woken up. Although her face was still so pale that she did not look like a living person, the situation was clearly much better than before. Many parts of her body had already begun to gain weight. "Thank you for saving me." The female cultivator woke up from her coma. After being tortured for a long time, she still could not believe that she was saved. Only when she saw Zhang Li did he recover from his despair and confusion, leaving behind a tear with difficulty. All the energy in her body was used to grow muscles. It was indeed very difficult for her to shed a tear. After thanking Zhang Li, the female cultivator seemed to have recalled something and began to try her best to raise her body. Just like most people who had been saved from calamity, she was anxious to confirm her physical condition. The loss of certain organs was worse for men than death. Some organs were equally important to women. The female cultivator used the few newly grown tendons on her body to barely raise her head. Then, she saw a clean set of bones. The scene almost made her faint again. It seemed that when her flesh was cut, she had already fallen into a state of false death and did not see what those ghosts had done to her body. Or perhaps she actually knew but was just unwilling to accept the truth. "Miss, don't be agitated. We're all cultivators. We can regrow our severed limbs. It's just some flesh. There will be a way. Also, what's your name? Are you a disciple of some sect? After you leave the Ghost King desolate ground, I'll send you to a nearby cultivation city. You can contact your teachers and friends and get them to come and fetch you." Zhang Li did not reveal that he knew she was a disciple of the Thousand Crane Tower, let alone foolishly returning the storage bag to her. If he was really so honest, he would be blamed for taking advantage of her instead. "My name is... I'm Yang Ruoji. I'm just a rogue cultivator. I don't have a master, nor any friends." Hearing this, the female cultivator's expression immediately became even uglier. This surprised Zhang Li greatly. She actually did not admit that she was a disciple of the Thousand Crane Tower, and the name she reported to Zhang Li was most likely fake. Yang Ruoji. When Zhang Li heard this name, he seemed to have thought of something. He nodded without batting an eyelid and did not expose the other party. Previously, this female cultivator was hung on the city wall for 10 days like dried meat without any fellow disciples coming to rescue her. Zhang Li had two guesses. The people from the Thousand Crane Tower did not know that she had been captured, or the people from the Thousand Crane Tower had directly given up on her in order to not affect their plan. From the other party's current performance, the latter was clearly more likely. After putting a bottle of healing pills into the coffin, he closed the lid and continued on his way. Zhang Li only ate medicinal pills once. There were not many medicinal pills left on him, but there were really many types. He chose a few suitable bottles and gave them to this Yang Ruoji. A few days later, Rayquaza flowed down along the black river that was polluted by the Ghost King desolate ground and finally escaped the place covered in death. Yang Ruoji, who was already covered in skin again, also came out of the coffin and sat on the back of the wooden dragon with Zhang Li. Although it was not difficult to see that the other party was still skin and bones under the loose clothes, it seemed that her life was saved. If she drank more papaya milk in the future, she might be able to grow that pair too. "Benefactor, I am unable to repay your kindness. I can only ask for your name. I will definitely repay you in the future." Ever since Zhang Li reached the Foundation establishment realm, his appearance had become more and more charming. Coupled with the many high-level powers in his body, it always enveloped him in a mysterious aura. To female cultivators, his allure was enough to be ranked on the male version of the goddess rankings. In his despair, he gave Yang Ruoji hope for a new life. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had given her a new life. However, she was currently in a clean state and did not have anything to repay Zhang Li. Logically speaking, Zhang Li was worthy of getting her allegiance. However, Yang Ruoji, who originally wanted to sit beside Zhang Li, recalled her terrifying body as soon as she approached him. Wasn't using such a body to repay kindness the same as ingratitude? Immediately, she took 2 steps back with a bitter expression and sat behind him. "Miss Yang, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Just call me Zhang Li. Cultivators like us are out and about. If we see injustice, we should lend a hand, right?" Zhang Li waved his hand. He had no reason to keep the other party here. It was just that they were both humans and could not stand seeing their compatriots being treated like this. Sitting on the wooden dragon, they chatted with each other. However, every time they talked about the other party's past, Yang Ruoji would fall silent. After walking down for a while, perhaps because it was late at night, the fog on the river had become dense at some point in time. Soon, he could no longer see what was 20 feet in front of him. At this moment, the wood dragon Rayquaza beneath him suddenly twisted uneasily. Then, the dragon blood in Zhang Li's body started to move inexplicably. This feeling was rare. It had only happened when he was still a new Qi refinement cultivator. His master, Elder He, had only gave him such agitation when he revealed the dragon blood to him. This was a reaction formed spontaneously when a fellow dragon blood carrier approached a certain range. As expected, the water ahead was stirred violently, and a dense fishy smell spread through the fog. Rayquaza raised its upper body in the water, bared its teeth, and roared at a certain existence in the fog. A moment later, in the thick fog, a huge creature that was not smaller than the wooden dragon stirred the water and swam over. As they got closer, the shadows in the fog became clearer. A head that was at least 80% similar to the wood dragon Rayquaza poked out of the fog. It was a flood dragon beast. Roar! Roar! After the two sides approached, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. The surrounding fog was instantly torn apart by these two long roars. The moonlight scattered down, causing the fog on the river to become clear. Only then did Zhang Li see that the flood dragon beast was covered in a thick chain that stretched back to connect to an enormous dragon tattoo warship. Zhang Li could not help but frown when he saw this. What sort of force could use such a precious flood dragon beast to pull a ship? Then, the flag fluttering on the warship revealed the other party's identity. It was a black flag. In the center of the flag was a dragon head that had turned into a skeleton. Behind it were two crossed swords. It's the cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Island. Benefactor, be careful. Yang Ruoji reminded from behind, her tone mixed with some serious emotions. After Zhang Li's wood dragon Rayquaza absorbed the flesh and blood of the black Wyrm, it looked like a dragon. At first, Yang Ruoji thought that he was from the Dragon Transformation Island. After Zhang Li denied it, the other party revealed a relieved expression. It could be seen that as factions of the Divine Judgment Hall's alliance, the relationship between the Thousand Crane Tower and the Dragon Transformation Island was not very good. The reputation of the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Island had always been bad. Hey look, what did I find? A dragon descendant. Little guy, don't move. Otherwise, it won't be good if I accidentally shoot your head. After the cultivators who poked their heads out from above saw the roaring Rayquaza, their eyes lit up. They directly ignored Zhang Li who was standing at the head of the dragon and controlled a whale-hunting crossbow to shoot at the wooden dragon below. It was not as if Zhang Li had not seen the whale beast that had floated to the Mechanism City earlier. Its huge body was no different from a mountain. One could imagine how huge the huge crossbow used to hunt whales was. Swoosh! The sound of at least 1,000 ballistae firing together sounded above their heads. The surrounding water surface was stimulated by the tremor, and the water droplets jumped 2 meters high. In the next moment, a black steel pillar with a terrifying inverted hook shot towards the wood dragon below. With such speed and size, if the wood dragon Rayquaza was hit, it would only be cut in half. Did the other party really want to capture it and not kill it directly? Yang Ruoji pulled Zhang Li along and was about to abandon the dragon with him to escape, but with her strength, how could she possibly shake Zhang Li? However, he did not attack. The current Rayquaza was no longer the same as before. The entire wooden dragon quickly lit up with a green and red light, condensing into its mouth at the front. Then, a green and red energy pillar spat out from the wooden dragon's mouth. Due to the problem of compatibility, after absorbing the flesh and blood of the Raksha black Wyrm, the wood dragon's cultivation had increased even more than the sword cultivator clone. It had directly condensed a demon core and reached a level comparable to a golden core cultivator. With the help of the sword cultivator clone, it successfully grasped the power of the blood of madness. The power of chaos and the 9 nether spiritual chi followed the formation patterns on the void splitter's body and continuously collided and accelerated to gather in its mouth. In the end, it erupted with power that far exceeded its original level. The power of the Rayquaza's breath attack was equivalent to the bow cannon of a flying ship. Even if it was modified, it could not be ignored. Now that the wood dragon had advanced and obtained the acceleration of the collision between the power of madness and the 9 nether spiritual chi, the power of this breath had increased exponentially. Even if Zhongli attacked with his full strength, he would not dare to say that he could surpass Rayquaza anymore. The dragon breath that spiraled with green and red colors collided with the huge fishing spear and actually destroyed it from the bottom up. Then, it did not lose momentum and shot through the bow of the dragon warship. Chapter 302, Bloodline Suppression. The moment Rayquaza's breath collided with the bow of the ship, the green and red energies reacted to each other, forming an energy ball that constantly swelled and destroyed everything that touched it. Under the wind pressure, Rayquaza carried Zhongli and the other 2 away quickly. By the time the energy dissipated, the dragon statue at the bow of the ship had already been completely destroyed. However, what was surprising was that only the dragon statue was destroyed. The head structure of the ship was still quite intact. This level of attack was actually nothing to this warship. The strength of this warship far exceeded Zhongli's expectations. The background of the Dragon Transformation Island was a little special. It was said that before the spiritual chi recovery, they were once a group of extremely rampant pirates. Their actions were ruthless and bloodthirsty, and everywhere they passed, it could be said that not even chickens and dogs were spared. Their luck was really good. Their nest was in a former dragon cave mystic realm. After the spiritual chi recovery and the appearance of the dragon cave mystic realm, they naturally obtained opportunities. They were the first batch of lucky people to step on the path of cultivation. With the help of the treasures excavated from the dragon cave mystic realm and the powerful mobility of the fleet on the sea, they became even more fearless. Their warships sailed on the sea at first, but later on, they sailed in the sky. Their shipbuilding standards had always been steadily at the top of the eastern region. Even the navy of the Cultivation Empire could not do anything to them. The last method was actually to issue an edict, allowing this group of vicious pirates to have an official identity and gradually begin to clear their names. In the end, after the immortal Cultivation Empire collapsed, they relied on their influence in the outer sea to effectively resist the armored trolls. With this, they joined the Divine Judgment Hall and obtained quite a bit of authority. But their pirate-like chaotic attitude did not change. To them, strength prevailed over hard farming. From time to time, they would even plunder the coastal areas a few times. Due to their importance, the Divine Judgment Hall had always turned a blind eye. Previously, they had joined forces with a few other large factions to attack Fengda Ghost City, which could be considered provoking a group of ghost kings. Now, the Ghost King desolate ground had begun to corrode outwards, and countless ghost soldiers were trying to attack the human cities as revenge. Whoever caused the trouble would clean up the mess. The Divine Judgment Hall requested these few factions to send people to control the situation. This was also the reason why they were stationed here and did not leave after the battle. Zhongli did not expect that they would escape the ghost soldiers' pursuit but be blocked by the people of the Dragon Transformation Island. Leave quickly. The Dragon Transformation Island often hunts dragon blood cultivators. They won't let you off. Yang Ruoji reminded him from behind. Zhongli did not stop and turned around before quickly flying into the distance. The Dragon Transformation Island had a long history and deep roots, and it was an existence that the current Zhongli could not afford to offend. It was one thing if it was only a few juniors, but if they startled the old fellows they were guarding here, it would be difficult for him to survive even if he used all his trump cards. Now, all 3 of his clones were with him. If he was wiped out, he would really have to say goodbye to this life in the 9 provinces. After reincarnating, if the Yaksha clone played with it, Alliance leader Zhang would be promoted to the Azura world. Haha, what a pure dragon blood aura! This is a huge fish. I like those who dare to attack the flying ship of the Dragon Transformation Island. Not only were the disciples of the Dragon Transformation Island not angry, but they also roared excitedly. Hunting human cultivators was their favorite activity. Then, the warship tilted its bow, and more than 10 large whale hunting crossbows fired at Zhang Li. Although these fish spears shot out from the side strings were not as huge as the main crossbow at the bow of the ship, they were more dangerous with all kinds of special fish spears. Some could split a fish spear into more than 100 fish spears in the air, some would explode with electric shock and frost after landing, and some would automatically be injected with the spiritual chi poison after landing. The front end of these fish spears had hooks, and behind them were tough ropes. Once they were pierced, there was really no way out. Zhang Li told the wood dragon Rayquaza to fly at full speed without dodging. He turned around to face the back. One hand was covered in black scaled armor, and the other was wrapped in the imprisoning lock. Every time a spear shot over, he would punch it. Those fish spears were thicker than his waist and were easily more than 10 meters long. Under the enhancement of the whale hunting crossbows, their power was definitely not ordinary. However, Zhang Li had ascended the Star Tower and obtained 4,000 traces of the human emperor's blood chi. Among them, 3,685 human emperor's blood chi opened up most of the meridians and apertures that even the current cultivation world had not explored. The remaining 315 human emperor's blood chi entered Zhang Li's heart and mixed with his dragon blood. Under the automatic refinement of the 3,685 human emperor's blood chi, Zhang Li's body was transforming towards the physique of the human race of the ancient Shang dynasty. He only felt that his energy was endless, and his strength had increased countless times. In any case, he could easily slap this fish spear away with his physical strength. Seeing that the fish spears were too densely packed, he raised his hand to catch a fish spear. It collided with him with such heavy force, but it only shook his wrist slightly before completely dissipating. Then, he held the fish spear and waved it, blocking all the attacks that shot towards Rayquaza's body. The acceleration of the large flying ship required time, while Rayquaza was much more agile. After advancing, the speed of the wooden dragon was not slow at all. Not long after Rayquaza flew at full speed, it was about to leave the range of the other party's spear. However, it was obvious that the Dragon Transformation Island would not let them off so easily. Little ones, whoever can capture him today and throw him on my bed, I'll reward him with 10 Dragon Transformation pills. At the top of the flagpole of the Black Dragon Beast's skeleton flag, a female cultivator with wheat-colored skin had appeared out of nowhere. She looked at Zhang Li's strong physique, her eyes filled with excitement. She held a curved blade in her hand as she slashed out a piercingly cold blade light in Zhang Li's direction. Zhang Li sensed a dense danger from the blade light. The 2 drops of Azura Lord's blood in his hand had already begun to burn, and he was prepared to erupt at any moment. However, that blade light actually looked quite aimless. It turned 1,000 feet away from them and shot straight into the sky. Then, it exploded in the sky above Zhang Li's head, descending like a storm. With just a thought, it landed on them. It was impossible for a cultivator of that level to have such poor accuracy. He dabbed some of the water droplets on his body and placed them at the tip of his nose. The smell of these water droplets was a smelly, salty smell. This is seawater? Oh no! Zhang Li had just realized something when the wooden dragon beneath him started to fall. A status appeared on his status panel at the same time. Affected by spirit dispersing water. Added status, air freezing spirit dispersion. Air freezing spirit dispersion, body becomes heavy, air manipulation spell techniques will fail. Duration, 6 hours. Plus. The immaculate body has taken effect. The spirit dispersing water has been removed, and the air freezing spirit dispersion has been expelled. This was the standard ability of large forces to restrict mobility in the air. Compared to the fixed restrictions of the cultivation cities in the Great Mountain region, the large forces of the eastern region would choose to forcefully restrict the air with array formations, spell techniques, or artifacts. Be it defense or pursuit, they were very effective. This spirit-dispersing water looked like ordinary seawater, but the liquid was actually extremely sticky and heavy. Moreover, when attached to the surface of a human body or artifact, there would be a troublesome spirit dispersion effect. That was undoubtedly a fatal blow to the flying spell technique that required stability. The wood dragon Rayquaza was soaked in heavy water. It struggled in the air and fell. Zhongli was not much better. He possessed the immaculate body, so the spirit-dispersing water that covered his body could not affect him. However, his cloud-treading boots were not resistant. His ability to step on air had already lost 90% of its effectiveness. It was clearly unrealistic to use it to run in the air. On the large ship, a group of cultivators with some fish scales and strange shapes on their bodies cried out as they jumped down from the warship and walked on the water, rushing towards Zhongli. At this moment, Zhongli could actually put away the wooden dragon and release the immortal slaying flying sword to fly on his sword. However, he looked at the female cultivator standing on the flagpole and finally gave up on this idea. Now, the Dragon Transformation Island felt that Zhongli was a turtle in a jar, so they did not send experts to pursue him. Once they discovered that he still had a way to fly and was extremely fast, that meant that he might provoke stronger existences. Therefore, before he had absolute confidence, Zhongli still planned to temporarily show weakness to the enemy. He grabbed the dragon horn of the Rayquaza and smashed into a rainforest beside the Black River with Yang Ruoji. This kind of high-altitude descent was naturally nothing to Zhongli and Rayquaza. However, he did not expect that Yang Ruoji would actually be able to maintain her body light under the circumstances of being affected by the spirit-dispersing water. She was also calm when descending. Zhongli opened the coffin and allowed the wooden dragon to enter first, and then he took out a pile of artifacts and placed them before the other party. "Miss Yang, what artifacts are you used to using? I have a few here. Take them first." Yang Ruoji's injuries recovered much faster than expected. In just a few days, the spiritual qi she released earlier was no longer delayed. If she had 2 more artifacts, she would already have a certain level of ability to protect herself. In the end, Yang Ruoji chose 2 short swords and hid them in her sleeves. The cultivation method of the 1000 Crane Tower was more towards agility and speed, so they were considered nimble cultivators. The 2 of them threw down the trap and ran far away. Zhongli had to leave the perception range of the top cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Island before he could escape through the air. The cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Island behind them could control their artifacts to pursue them, so their speed was inevitably much faster than Zhongli and the other 2. In next to no time, they arrived at the place where Zhongli had fallen earlier, and they directly formed an encirclement in the air before descending to the ground and surrounding him. The interaction between the dragon blood was like a magnet that attracted both sides. Even if Zhongli was in the dense forest, it was very difficult for him to hide his tracks. Sure enough, not long after, 3 burly cultivators with fish gills on their faces blocked his path. In their hands, they each held a serrated saber more than 2 meters long lined with sharp shark teeth. This was the common trait of the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Island. It was naturally impossible for those cultivators to possess dragon blood. As for cultivating the cultivation method of the Dragon Transformation Island, dragon blood was a necessary condition. The higher the purity of the dragon blood, the more there was. The faster one's cultivation speed would be, and the stronger one would be. Therefore, they definitely needed to extract the bloodline from the dragon blood creatures and infuse it into their bodies. Zhongli's beast blood diagram could do this, but the efficiency of conversion was a little low. If Zhongli did not have a status bar that could be modified, even if he used the blood essence later on, he would only be able to produce a drop of dragon blood. One had to know that the bloodline source he used was a dragon tortoise with a relatively deep bloodline. Although the Dragon Transformation Island had a sea dragon, it was clearly impossible to provide the blood of flood dragons to most ordinary disciples. The only ones they could choose were the dragon shark, dragon eel, dragon whale, and other dragon blood descendants near Dragon Transformation Island. In order to inherit as much dragon blood as possible from these sea beasts, they could not bear to refine it too ruthlessly. That was because while refining the impurities, it would definitely damage the dragon blood. This was a loss that they could not accept. Therefore, most of the Dragon Transformation Island cultivators would more or less have the characteristics of sea beasts. For example, these three were clearly cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Island who used the dragon shark bloodline. Big brother, do you think eating this kid's limbs will be worth 10 Dragon Transformation pills? If we eat all of them, Captain Sasha will be angry. I think we should eat one of his hands and one of his feet. The three shark-faced cultivators spoke terrifying things to each other. Each of them held a saber and had already formed a formation. The corners of his mouth split open to reveal sharp shark teeth, and then his figure instantly vanished on the spot. He dragged the three serrated sabers and charged towards Zhongli, who was in the middle. The formation was like a dragon shark besieging its prey. The three huge blades crossed each other, and no matter which side Zhongli dodged, he had to face one of them. However, right when their shark teeth blades approached Zhongli, the three of them were like insects that had been frozen by amber. They suddenly froze on the spot and were unable to move at all. They were trembling. Their faces were filled with shock and regret. After that, a jet black light flew out from between Zhongli's brows, and it instantly spun around and shattered their brains. This dragon blood could strengthen the body, accelerate cultivation, break through the pressure, and increase combat strength. Dragon blood was good in many ways, but when lesser dragon blood came into contact with pure dragon blood, the intense bloodline suppression could instantly make people blind and become fish on the chopping board. In the beginning, the dragon blood in Zhongli's body was refined over and over again, using the beast blood diagram to nourish it. It was a very pure dragon blood to begin with. Later on, Zhongli obtained the flesh and blood of the Raksha Black Wyrm that was comparable to the soul formation realm. After filtering it with his clone and Rayquaza, he absorbed it through the 9 nether earth fruit and transformed it into the dragon blood earth fruit to consume. This greatly accelerated the process of his dragon blood essence nourishment. In a short period of time, not only did the purity of the dragon blood in his body increase further, it had already reached the exaggerated 96 drops. When he looked at the three cultivators before him, their dragon blood was even inferior to the blood of the dragon shark, and their quantity was far inferior to Zhongli. After Alliance leader Zhong emitted the dragon blood aura, they were suppressed by the high-grade bloodline and could not even move a finger. Chapter 303, Nourishment. After dealing with these three dragon shark cultivators, the surrounding chaotic footsteps sounded. They continued to run. As long as they ran for more than 5 kilometers, they would escape the perception range of most top-notch cultivators. Benefactor, leave first. I'll cover the retreat. After Yang Ruoji was cut into pieces, her skin and bones looked more like an immortal crane. Her figure rose and fell in the forest, from time to time pouncing down from the treetops to assassinate enemies. Then, she left silently without leaving any traces. After suffering this calamity, this person's cultivation method seemed to be much more proficient and powerful than before. Logically speaking, if she had such standards before, she would not have been so easily captured by those ghost soldiers. Don't force yourself. If you run forward, we can escape. Zhongli twisted the neck of a Dragon Transformation Island disciple, then threw out the dragon imprisoning lock and pulled Yang Ruoji. Yang Ruoji could only give up on her plan to sacrifice herself and continue fleeing with Zhongli. Captain Sasha, those two cultivators are extraordinarily powerful. Many of our people have died. Should we get the ship's deputy to take action and capture them first? The female cultivator among the two seems to be using the cultivation method of the 1000 Crane Tower. If we kill her, will it arouse the displeasure of the 1000 Crane Tower? A few of the crew members beside him were discussing their opinions. Some felt that they should act quickly and nip everything in the bud, while others felt that they should give the 1000 Crane Tower face and only capture Zhongli. What Captain Sasha was thinking was different from them. They came down from the upper reaches of the Black River. It's been 8 days since our sex left the Ghost King desolate ground. It's impossible for two guys who haven't even reached the nascent soul realm to survive there. They must have some secrets. Captain Sasha sensed that Zhongli and Yanhong were about to leave her perception range, but he was still not in a hurry to pursue them. Captain is saying that they were hiding in a mystic realm in Fengdu City and did not come out until these few days. Wait, could it be that the 1000 Crane Tower discovered something in the Ghost King desolate ground? They're secretly exploring behind our backs. Then we can't let them escape. The forces that attacked Fengdu City suffered a double loss. Although they could not say that they had gained nothing from this battle, the goods placed in the ghost market were actually not that rare to them. To fight a dozen Ghost Kings head-on because of this, the loss of manpower made their hearts ache even more. If there was a chance to make up for their losses, they would definitely not give up. However, Sasha raised a hand to stop him. Don't catch them. Let them run. After staying at sea for so long, don't you understand that you can only catch big fish by stretching the line? Ming Duoei, go keep an eye on them. Don't alert them. The second in charge on this ship came out. Then, his body gradually became transparent and silently disappeared on the ship. Zhongli, who was still running while killing in the forest, maintained full vigilance. He had to maintain a certain speed, but he could not be too fast or kill too ruthlessly. He had to give the other party the illusion that he could rely on these subordinates to capture him. Otherwise, if he displayed too much combat strength, the difficulty might increase in minutes. He acted very hard. When he crossed the theoretical range of the other party's perception, he indeed did not alarm more powerful cultivators. Things went so smoothly that even he was a little surprised. He cautiously ran for more than 5 kilometers before stepping on the immortal slaying flying sword and bringing Yang Ruoji's speed up instantly, rushing out of the encirclement. After casually slaughtering a few disciples of the Dragon Transformation Island, they did not even have the chance to send a warning before joining the Ghost King camp. With the speed of the immortal slaying flying sword, when he flew out, ordinary core formation cultivators basically did not even have the ability to sense him. After leaving a certain range, the connection between the dragon blood disappeared. They were even more puzzled about Zhongli's location. Zhongli did not rise into the sky. Instead, he flew close to the treetop, afraid that his tracks would be too obvious. The talisman traps that he had scattered behind also began to activate. Explosions sounded from the rainforest behind. The momentum of those talismans was not bad, but their might was actually not good. Zhongli did not expect to use these traps to cause harm to the enemy. These delayed explosive talismans could firstly attract the attention of some enemies and secondly create enough sound sources. Zhongli's large-scale exploration method relied on the pair of ears of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. As his mind attribute increased, the range of his hearing increased. Moreover, the more sound sources there were, the more complete and detailed the sound world he constructed would be. Therefore, he had left behind those talismans in advance and used the sound source caused by the explosion to detect possible pursuers. The sound waves spread out in waves. Most of the Dragon Transformation Island cultivators were still searching for Zhongli in the previous area. After being hit by their captain's spirit dispersing water, it was impossible for the two stupid prey to fly. Most of them thought so. The flying ship did not move much and only quietly stopped on the Black River. Zhongli was especially concerned about the female cultivator standing on the flagpole. Fortunately, she did not move. After all, their mission was to prevent the Ghost King desolate ground from invading outside and could not leave their post. In their minds, it was not difficult to deal with two weak juniors. However, when the sound wave spread to a distance of 1,500 feet behind Zhongli, he suddenly noticed an empty black shadow that had been absorbed because of the sound vibrations. Zhongli instinctively wanted to turn his head, but he held back in time and continued to fly forward without batting an eyelid. Once they flew from night to day. After running for such a long distance, even the Dragon Transformation Island could not easily catch up to them. After resting for a moment, they continued on their journey. Soon, on a plain, they discovered a human town with approximately a few thousand households. He looked at the warning array formations set up around the town. This place should be a small-scale cultivation gathering place. After arriving near the town, Yang Ruoji's expression became complicated and conflicted. Because Zhongli had said earlier that he would bring her to a cultivation city to be saved. Now that they had arrived, it was time for them to part ways. She did not seem to want to leave with Zhongli, but it seemed that for some reason, she had to separate from him. Only then did she reveal a conflicted expression. In the end, she still spoke. I, Yang Ruoji, will definitely repay benefactor for saving my life 100 times in the future. I won't continue to disturb you anymore. In the future, if benefactor needs anything, Yang Ruoji will listen to you. She was very polite and even handed the two short swords in her hand back to Zhongli. Zhongli did not accept it. He had already forgotten where these two broken swords were picked up from. To him, they were really dispensable. He might as well give them a favor. In the future, Zhongli might really be able to obtain 100 times the favor from her. Although the town below was not big, it looked complete. It was not a problem to recuperate. The two of them met by chance and did not say much. After exchanging communication talismans, Zhongli turned around and left through the air. Yang Ruoji watched Zhongli's back until he completely disappeared from the horizon. What? You like him? Humph, it's only been a few days and you've already fallen for him. Mu Yulan, oh Mu Yulan. Listen to me. No man is good. Do as I say and I'll let you live a carefree life. Then, I'll take revenge on those guys who harmed you. Isn't that good? After Zhongli left, the left side of this female cultivator from the 1000 Crane Tower who called herself Yang Ruoji suddenly changed her expression and spoke with disdain. Don't you say that about benefactor. If you say anything else about him, I won't let you out for a moment even if I die. On the right side of her face, there was another expression. It was as if the left and right sides were two different people who were quarreling. Tisk, he's your benefactor, but I'm also your benefactor. If not for me, you would have died long ago. Even if you want to throw yourself at a man, you have to recover first. Otherwise, your current skeleton body will only scare your good benefactor. Only I can help you with this. After arguing for a moment, Yang Ruoji, or rather Mu Yulan, reached a consensus. The expression on her face returned to normal, and then she looked at the cultivation town below. Flesh with sinful aura. It's the most nourishing thing. Chapter 304, Open Trap. After Zhongli and Yang Ruoji separated, they flew in a certain direction. However, his flight trajectory was not a straight line with a goal. Instead, it was a little crooked as if he was looking for something. Looking at his flight path, it seemed to overlap with the mountains and earth veins below. It was not until he flew into a col that he stopped inside. Then, he began to do strange things. Cut down trees, dig pits, build towers, dig canals. It looked like he wanted to build a cave abode here, but these miscellaneous actions were really different from building a cave abode. Moreover, this seemingly ordinary small col did not seem to be a suitable place to build a cave abode. After waiting for a few hours, the Dragon Transformation Island cultivator, Ming Duoyi, who had been following 15,000 feet away, was a little impatient. He wanted to go up and capture that kid and torture him until he said everything. In his judgment, the female cultivator from the Thousand Crane Tower was clearly more valuable than this unknown cultivator. However, the captain's order was to keep an eye on this guy. As the second in command, he could only do as he was told. It was not until Zhang Li finally seemed to have set up everything that he took out a formation flag from his bosom. Ming Duoyi's eyes suddenly lit up. The spiritual chi fluctuation of the flag was obscure, but as soon as it was taken out, it absorbed the surrounding mountains and rivers until they shook. The river water flowed in the opposite direction, and it was definitely a rare treasure. Haha, Captain, you're indeed the captain. You have good taste. Kid, you're very lucky today. Hand over that flag and I can let you die comfortably. After Ming Duoyi approached, he noticed that Zhang Li's cultivation was extremely low, and he even revealed his figure without any hesitation. He quickly approached and stretched out his hand to grab the token, and he did not take Zhang Li seriously at all. Zhang Li was not surprised to see the other party appear. The other party was a nascent soul cultivator who had experienced hundreds of battles. He did not show any anxiety or fear. Instead, he looked very excited. He reached out and directly stabbed the token into the ground, hitting the earth vein node below. In the next moment, the wind and clouds changed. This ordinary mountain col actually stretched upwards, forming a mountain range formation that trapped the two of them inside. Good, good, good. Good treasure. I'm going to make a huge contribution this time. Not only was Ming Duoyi not afraid, he even shouted excitedly. In his heart, this thing had already been in his pocket from the moment he saw it. Naturally, the stronger the better. Zhang Li similarly admired the other party's courage. Dark scales instantly covered his entire body, and there was a cage around his waist as he walked towards the other party step by step. Kid, there are many good things. It seems that you really took many things that you shouldn't have in Fengdu City. But now, I can return it to its original owner. The two figures instantly approached. Ming Duoyi used one hand to grab Zhang Li's black scale armor. He did not want to injure the artifact and planned to forcefully remove it from Zhang Yi's body. This method was too disdainful. Zhang Li did not stand on ceremony. His right fist that was wrapped in the dragon imprisoning lock carried a force that even he could not determine as he smashed it onto the other party's face. Boom! The ground that had been augmented by the Earth Command flag could not withstand the huge reaction force. It collapsed and shattered like tofu. Under the other party's grab, the black scale armor was not injured at all, but Ming Duoyi was ruthlessly sent flying. The dark-skinned, scarred cheek swelled. Ming Duoyi picked himself up from the ground, snapped his crooked jaw back into place, and spat out a few fallen teeth. His expression was filled with disbelief. This punch had actually injured him? Looking at the teeth on the ground, he felt anger as if he had been cheated. This guy must have hidden his cultivation level. He had been in the cultivation world for so many years but actually fell for such a trick. You're done for. He took out his curved saber and no longer dared to lower his guard. His explosive speed approached in the blink of an eye, and he slashed at Zhang Li. The blade light carried a force that was sufficient to crush mountains and shatter mountains, and it sent Zhang Li flying. Zhang Li, who was facing such a terrifying attack, did not feel any pain at all. Even if the earth-rank black scale armor was left motionless for him to slash, a nascent soul cultivator would not be able to break it. Although Zhang Li was sent flying by the slash, he was in a good mood. With a thought, the token stuck in the ground immediately changed the direction it floated in. On the other hand, Zhang Li, who was flying back, also strangely turned around in the air before flying towards Ming Duoyi again. This time, he used the momentum to punch, and his fist even flickered with a dangerous red light. When the nascent soul Ming Duoyi saw Zhang Li's strange right fist emitting a red light, his vigilance increased. He wanted to dodge, but his feet tightened. Two balls of wriggling sand wrapped around him, sucking him firmly to the spot. At some point, his feet had turned into a muddy swamp. After a few tugs, he discovered that this swamp was actually connected to the earth vein. He could not forcefully escape for a short period of time no matter what. Taking a step back, he could only brandish his saber and attack. As long as he found a good angle to slash the fist to the side, it should not be a problem. His thoughts were very good. The reaction speed of a nascent soul cultivator was enough to suppress Zhang Li. However, when the two sides collided, Zhang Li's fist circled around in a strange manner. He forcefully used the price of his body forcefully enduring the blade to punch him. That was the suicidal battle technique that Zhang Li had learned from the human soldiers of the ancient times at the Star Tower. Crack! 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 The sound of bones breaking sounded in his body. The power of this punch was even more terrifying than before. However, this was not the end. A red ball squeezed out from Zhang Li's fist and landed on Ming Duoyi's chest at close range. The two sides separated again, flying back at an even faster speed. Zhang Li had a saber chi in front and behind him. Under the premise that the saber chi could not break through the black scale armor's defense, these two saber chi quickly formed a counterbalance. He did not retreat for long before he stopped on his own. However, Ming Duoyi was not so lucky. Zhang Li's punch could not be said to be not heavy. Coupled with the Azura Lord's blood ball that was corroding his chest, Ming Duoyi was struck by this and smashed into a mountain behind him. After crashing into half the mountain, he barely stopped. At this moment, a large number of tissues were missing from his chest. Through the gap between his ribs, one could already see the beating heart inside. It was not until this moment that Ming Duoyi realized what kind of enemy he had encountered. He hurriedly took out his communication spirit stone and requested help from the Dragon Transformation Island. Unfortunately, his communication spirit stone actually failed at this moment. You saw me set up a trap for so long and actually dared to step in. What? Do you still want to leave? Chapter 305, True Several Thousand Hands. This was the first time Zhang Li had used the Earth Command flag, but the effect was quite good. Zhang Li's talent in array formations was originally excellent. Coupled with his Earth Spirit body, he found the largest Earth vein node in this region in a short period of time. Then, relying on the characteristics of the Earth Command flag, he used it as the core and set up a trapping array that borrowed the power of heaven and earth in a short period of time. This kind of array formation that used heaven and earth as the foundation should have required time, place, and people to complement each other. He had to find a terrain that had an initial array formation. Then, he had to spend years or even decades to investigate all the earth veins in this area. In the end, the earth attribute cultivators and array masters would work together to repair the terrain bit by bit and bury the array formation foundation with the power of heaven and earth. The time spent on the entire set was an astronomical figure. Only some powerful forces could operate it. For example, in the Great Mountain region, only the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak and the Great Mountain Alliance headquarters, the Misty Mountain Range, had such an array formation. A natural miracle that innately possessed the initial form of an array formation was too difficult to come by. The difficulty of molding the earth vein was enough to persuade most sects to retreat. However, when it came to Zhang Li, the situation was not absolute. He could use the naked eye to directly observe the earth vein and directly change the earth spirit body of the earth vein. Coupled with the earth command flag personally given by the human emperor, the combination of the two was equivalent to a land spirit that had been conferred a title by the human emperor. The effect was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Zhang Li controlled the mountains and rivers in a short period of time, establishing a heaven and earth array formation. In his hands, this was an action that went against the common knowledge of array masters. It was as simple as using spirit stones to set up a spirit gathering array. Ming Duoyi of the Dragon Transformation Island would never have thought that someone could do such a thing. Naturally, he stepped into Zhang Li's trap without any preparations. He was completely trapped inside and could not even send a message out. Zhang Li had found it at the last minute. The earth veins in the surrounding mountains were actually not very good. The flow of the earth vein power was relatively limited. It was already not bad that the trapping array formation formed could trap a nascent soul cultivator for 2 weeks. If it continued for a long time, the other party would probably be able to damage the earth vein by destroying the terrain. When the earth vein was damaged to a certain extent, the trap formation would naturally collapse by itself. However, Zhongli, who was also in the trap formation, would not easily let the other party leave. Zhongli, who had monopolized the human emperor's ruins, had really obtained too much inside. By wearing the black scale armor, he would not be injured even if he stood and was attacked by the other party. As long as he did not act foolishly, he would be completely invincible. Ever since he used his artifact to bully others in a battle, Zhongli was as happy as he was when his opponent was depressed. In the array formation, after swallowing a few healing pills, Ming Duoyai stood up again. The cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Island who had fought on the sea all year round were not comparable to the 2 useless nascent soul cultivators Zhongli had faced before. Although the strike just now was ruthless, it did not cause irreparable damage. In extreme situations, a nascent soul cultivator could even abandon their body and escape with their nascent soul. Therefore, as long as his nascent soul was not damaged, such top-notch cultivators would not lose their combat strength. I admit that I was careless. I'll forever remember today's humiliation. However, you'll still die here today. Ming Duoyai dabbed a bit of the blood on his chest, put it in his mouth, and tasted it. Subsequently, Zhongli could sense that the dragon blood in the other party's body was stimulated violently in a way that he did not understand. The Dragon Transformation Island's study of the power of dragon blood clearly surpassed Zhongli's by countless times. Ming Duoyai's body began to swell in front of Zhongli. A smelly seafood smell quickly filled the air. The huge oval head blocked the sunlight as a terrifying shadow enveloped it. A circle of striking blue rings on the head would occasionally light up with a cold light that was like the deep sea. 8 slippery tentacles the size of a basin danced nimbly in the air. On 4 of the tentacles, there was a flood dragon head that looked like a sea dragon. This guy could actually transform. Ming Duoyai was clearly a dragon blood cultivator who had his bloodline transplanted, and his target was a rare and fatal monster in the sea, the blue-ring dragon-headed octopus. This kind of huge octopus that was rarely seen in 100 years grew from 1 to 8 dragon-shaped tentacles according to the concentration of their bloodline. For example, the one in front of him had 4 dragon-shaped tentacles. In the blue-ring dragon-headed octopus, it was already in existence with a very good bloodline. Roar! The 4 dragon-shaped tentacles opened their mouths and let out a terrifying long roar. After that, the blue rings on the octopus flashed, and 4 ink-black water pillars sprayed towards Zhongli. Some ink splattered onto the ground and immediately emitted a hissing sound, corroding the hard rocks several meters deep. This ink was poisonous. Zhongli waved his hand and created a forest. The great sea-floating wood quickly absorbed the water on the ground, forming a saline desert on the spot. Then, he used the Earth Command flag to control the desert to rise up and block and absorb the poisonous liquid. Zhongli himself flashed in another direction and approached the huge octopus that was transformed from Ming Duoyai. A punch landed on the other party's head. With a swoosh, Zhongli's right fist practically sank into the other party's skin. However, from the feel of it, it seemed like he had not pierced through the other party's skin at all. The huge octopus's slippery and huge body made it difficult for Zhongli to unleash his strength. In the next moment, 2 tentacles without a dragon head wrapped around his body. The 2 dragon heads turned around and spat out 2 mouthfuls of poison on his body. This black scale armor was after all a full body armor covered in armor plates. It was actually not waterproof. Under the high pressure, the poisonous liquid flowed into the armor piece. The surface of Zhongli's body began to burn and seep in, intending to melt his entire body within the black scale armor. The poisoning status that popped up from time to time proved that the toxicity was intense. However, before Zhongli could use it to remove the status, these toxins were quickly expelled by the immaculate body. The effect of the immaculate body resisting the invasion of external objects was quite good, saving Zhongli the time to remove the poisoning status. The immortal slaying flying sword transformed into a black light and cut off the two tentacles that were wrapped around Zhongli. Only then did he escape the other party's poison. Because of this, the immortal slaying flying sword was also corroded by the poison and suffered a certain degree of damage, causing Zhongli's heart to ache for a long time. After putting away the flying sword and drying the poison inside and outside the black scale armor, he realized that a large area had already turned into an inky poisonous swamp. As expected, none of the nascent soul cultivators were simple. There were indeed two nascent souls that had fallen to Zhongli. However, the situation of those two was rather special. The first was the second elder of the 100 Tempering Mountain, Situ Tingzin. At that time, he had been heavily injured by his master, Elder He, and had fled. His strength was only at a fraction. He was ambushed by the Yin burial coffin and Rayquaza. In the end, his nascent soul was shattered by the newly forged immortal slaying flying sword. The second was the one from Ink sect. The other party was not injured, but he had suspected that he had underestimated the enemy and did not use his puppets to deal with Zhongli. Moreover, he was blinded by the illusion technique of the thousand mechanisms sphere, causing him to be blasted into the coffin by Zhongli, and in the end, he perished within the internal space of the earth rank artifact. Ming Duoyi was the third nascent soul cultivator that Zhongli faced head-on. Zhongli had used the few trump cards he had recently obtained, but they were still not enough to defeat his opponent easily. Body cultivators had a huge advantage in close combat. However, before their strength reached a certain level, the limitations of close combat were still slightly greater. After another few collisions, Zhongli was still unable to deal any effective damage to the huge octopus. In that case, why not give it a try? Zhongli was not discouraged. He summoned a large number of the 9 nether tree realm and temporarily entangled the other party. Then, he took out the coffin and floated behind him. A blood-colored light shot out from the coffin and landed on his body. Zhongli pressed his palms together. In his eyes, there was a trail of blood tears. Then, the surrounding ground began to tremble crazily. The array formation set up by the Earth Command flag began to quickly draw spiritual chi towards the location where Li was. Under his feet, the ground swelled up. With him as the center, countless ravines that were as huge as ravines cracked open. Something was breaking through the ground below him. The area where the ground rose was very large. The things that broke out of the ground were definitely not small. Boom! The raised ground completely broke open, and a huge head with wooden patterns crawled out. Just the size of this portrait had already surpassed the dragon-headed octopus opposite. However, Zhongli was clearly not prepared to summon just a head this time. The statue began to rise continuously, quickly reaching a height of more than 100 meters. However, it had only revealed a shoulder. The body of the rolling statue gradually revealed itself. Half of the statue was Buddha and the other half was demon. On its back were 1,000 hands. It clearly looked identical to Zhongli's statue clone. 9 Nether, Azura, Tree of 1,000 Hands. When the entire statue completely surfaced from the ground, its height had already reached a terrifying 700 meters. In terms of height, 700 meters and 100 meters sounded like only 7 times. However, the difference in size had to be calculated using a cubic function. 7 to the power of 3 was 343 times. Even if Zhongli had the merit blessing to reduce the expenditure of spiritual qi, it was impossible for him to use such a heavy expenditure alone. He used the earth vein spirit to mobilize the power of the heavenly spirit and earth vein, but it was still not enough. Most importantly, the statue clone continuously received the energy of the blood pool from the Azura world. After converting it, it was sent to Zhongli. It was precisely because of the support of the Azura world's underground blood pool that Zhongli could execute the 9 nether wood art on such a scale. The blue-ring dragon-headed octopus that was using poison to destroy Zhongli's 9 nether wood realm looked at the huge monster that suddenly rose from the ground and was frightened until mucus covered its entire body. The 4 dragon heads spat out poisonous liquid at the 1,000 hands divine statue, and then it only dripped on the knee of the statue, leaving some insignificant marks on it. It was impolite not to reciprocate. A wooden hand behind the 1,000 hands divine statue struck out, sending it flying with a slap. The dust dispersed, and a wound formed on the head of the blue-ring dragon-headed octopus. The 4 dragon heads roared at Zhongli at the same time. "Brat, you forced me!" The skin on the surface of the octopus quickly turned red. Its originally soft body also swelled up piece by piece, and its size directly doubled. This was the second time the dragon blood had erupted. It was a move that would cause great losses to the user and the enemy. However, compared to the huge 1,000 hands divine statue, it was still insignificant. The huge octopus waved its tentacles and pounced at the statue. None of the 1,000 hands behind the 1,000 hands divine statue were for decoration. They all moved and smashed towards the huge octopus. There were 500 Buddhist hands on the left side and 500 demonic hands on the right side. If the 2 wooden palms struck the enemy at the same time, it would cause an energy explosion within the enemy and cause even more fatal damage. The shocking explosion caused by the collision of energy destroyed the area until it continuously collapsed. The flying dust and gravel flew more than 1,000 meters into the sky and did not dissipate for a long time, forming a super haze. After the 1,000 Buddhist hands finished fighting, the modified terrain of the COL had completely disappeared. What appeared next was a dense impact pit that was like the surface of the moon. In the middle of these meteorite pits, there was a lump of tattered flesh that emitted the smell of fish. Its original shape could no longer be seen. "He shouldn't be dead, right?" Zhongli knelt on the head of the Buddha statue and breathed heavily. This move was powerful, but it was the strongest attack he could unleash with the combination of the 9 nether clone and the divine statue clone. However, the expenditure was truly too great. Even if most of the energy was provided by external objects, the pressure it caused was still extraordinary. His body was in extreme pain now. Even his Quintet Deo foundation had suffered some damage. It was clearly impossible to forcefully control such a level of power without paying a price. His foundation establishment Cultivation had already reached the late stage. It was time to think about preparing to advance to the core formation realm. If he had a golden core in his body to adjust it and unleash an attack of this level, the pressure on him would be much lighter. He carefully stared at the enemy in the pit. After taking 2 breaths, he discovered that the rotten meat on the ground was still alive. It wriggled and began to contract inward. Soon, a miserable figure appeared. The other party was indeed not dead. Dragon imprisoning lock. It was impossible for Zhongli to let the other party catch his breath. Enduring the weakness and pain in his body, he jumped off the statue's head. The lock around his waist automatically flew out and wrapped tightly around Ming Duoyi's entire body. The suppression effect was activated. Dragon Transformation Island's nascent soul was captured successfully. While Zhongli was fighting, Yang Ruoji, who had separated from him, was not idle. Her arrival made the wind in the cultivation town become noisy. A black cat ran over from somewhere and quietly pushed open a wooden door. The black cat sniffed the smell inside, as if it did not smell food. It turned around in disappointment and left a series of blood-red claw marks on the ground. Chapter 306, Targeted. Quickly go in. Remember, you will forever be our property. You actually dare to escape. When we return, we won't let you off. 2 cultivators escorted a few female cultivators and stuffed them into an iron cage on a carriage, locking them up with the other female cultivators. No, we don't want to go back. There's a human-eating demon there. If we go back, we'll all be eaten by her. The few female cultivators cried and resisted, but the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. This bit of resistance was useless. What nonsense are you spouting? If you dare to spout nonsense again, we brothers will eat you up right now. Zhang Li was still meditating in the ruins. A large amount of spiritual qi had circulated in his body. After recovering, his qi refinement cultivation had broken through again. At this moment, he heard a small convoy approaching from afar. Second brother, do you think something happened? Otherwise, with big brother around, how did they escape? More than 10 cultivators riding spirit colts drove 3 carriages carrying large cages on the road. In those cages were some young female cultivators. Most of the cultivators' faces were filled with despair and confusion. A few female cultivators' faces were filled with fear. From their voices, these female cultivators seemed to have escaped from their base. However, they happened to encounter them on the way back after capturing slaves and were captured again. This group of people was the notorious human traffickers in the cultivation world. In the cultivation world, the transactions of various humanoid creatures had actually been developing quite well. For example, when Zhang Li first entered the cultivation world, he led his convoy to capture many scaled demons. Apart from that, there were also fox demons, cat demons, and others who had been forced to transform after consuming the body transformation pill. Those with ugly appearances could be used to mine and cut wood, while those beautiful ones could be sold to high-end service venues. Apart from these humanoid creatures captured from the wilderness, true human cultivators were the high-end goods in this market. For example, Phoenix Sun City's Red Lantern Street. In those places, as long as you paid a little more, they would bring you to choose some women who had already become goods. If nothing unexpected happened, these captured low-level female cultivators would be sold to those places in the future for people to consume. There were many rogue cultivators who killed and robbed people. However, such people usually bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they encountered a tough opponent, it was very easy for them to fail. However, rogue cultivators who were much weaker than them did not have much to profit. Therefore, many rogue cultivators started to snatch people when they realized that they could not gain anything. The market for female cultivators was clearly much better than male cultivators. This kind of scum usually spread some unreal information. For example, a respected old granny in the cultivation world who was about to reach the end of her lifespan and did not have a successor planned to seek a fated cultivator to take in a disciple and entrust everything she had learned in her life, artifacts, and spirit stones. However, her cultivation method was only suitable for women. Zhang Li would hear such rumors every time he went to the cultivation market. They did not want to deceive all the women. It was best if the ones who came were those not smart and weak female cultivators. As long as she entered their trap, there was no chance of coming out. Don't worry, Big Brother is a golden core cultivator. Moreover, we have our own backing. The surrounding forces all enjoy the benefits we provide. No one will deliberately target us. As long as this group of female furnaces can satisfy the old lord of the West River in exchange for a bottle of nascent formation pills from him, boss will have a chance to step into the nascent soul realm. At that time, we will be a nascent soul faction. How can your benefits be less? Hearing the future that this second brother imagined, the other cultivators were very excited. However, as they walked, they discovered something amiss. Second brother, if I remember correctly, shouldn't there be a few mountains here? Why has it become a swamp now? Did we go to the wrong place? A human trafficker curiously went forward and grabbed a handful of the mud in the swamp. Then, his eyes became terrified. This was because the hand that he had grabbed the mud with had melted in front of his eyes. In just 2 blinks of the eye, not a single bone was left. This was a poisonous swamp created by the poison of the blue-ring dragon-headed octopus. Just touching it was enough to kill these guys in half a day. However, this was not the end. Zhang Li, who had his cultivation disturbed, had already appeared behind this group of human traffickers at some point in time. There was a coffin floating beside Zhongli. The lid of the coffin slid open, and countless roots surged out from the depths of the pitch-black coffin. This group of human traffickers did not have the slightest ability to resist before they were bound by the roots and dragged into the yin burial space. Being locked in a cage, a group of young female cultivators watched this scene in shock. In their eyes, these dozen or so core formation and foundation establishment cultivators were already important figures that they could not resist. But now, these important figures were all gone. What appeared in front of them was a young and handsome male cultivator. He was wearing a great mountain-embroidered robe, and his eyes revealed a mysterious color. Zhongli casually threw out a few leaves, and the heavy lock with the talisman paper on the cage was easily cut into two. The few female cultivators should have asked for help or thanked him. However, at this moment, they were only staring blankly at Zhongli with reddish faces. They had even forgotten to come out of the cage. Was this what it meant to have a hero saving damsels in distress? No. This was the descent of a god. This male cultivator must be the Deo companion given to them by the heavens. Images of ambiguity flashed through their minds, and their eyes almost popped out. You mentioned a human-eating demon before. Where did that demon appear? What does he look like? Zhongli ignored their performance. He had seen this situation many times in the Great Mountain Alliance. After he obtained the human emperor's blood qi, his aura seemed even more noble, and the situation in the future should be even more severe. Zhongli did not have any woman in his heart. At this moment, he was more interested in what these female cultivators had said earlier. The human-eating demon appeared right after he left. After a series of detailed inquiries, the final result was not much different from what he had expected. The location was the town where he and Yang Ruoji separated more than 50 kilometers away. The demon they were talking about was a woman who looked very thin like a skeleton. That woman attacked that town and ate all the human trafficking cultivators who stayed behind. That was why the few of them could escape. Zhongli understood that the person who did all this was obviously Yang Ruoji, who he had saved, or rather, Mu Yulan. Name, Mu Yulan. Gender, female. Class, cultivator. Level, core formation realm, true core stage. Spiritual root, high-grade water attribute spiritual root. Status, severely injured, dying, possessed. Danger level, none/extremely dangerous. This was the information Zhongli had obtained after he released an appraisal skill when he discovered the other party. As the level of appraisal increased, the more information he could obtain. However, the two segments of status, severely injured, dying, possessed, and danger level, none/extremely dangerous, appeared a little strange. Under the circumstances of being heavily injured and on the verge of death, in the evaluation of appraisal, this person actually had the ability to deal a fatal blow to Zhongli. To a core formation cultivator, this was practically impossible. Unless she was hiding some ancient artifact. However, in the situation at that time, she did not even have 2 kilograms of flesh left, so how could she hide anything? Then, the only possibility was the possession on her status bar. It was not strange at all to be possessed by memories in the Ghost King desolate ground. However, ghosts that could be appraised as extremely dangerous to Zhongli were not ordinary people. After she woke up, the name she lied about made Zhongli understand most of it. The tablet of the eldest son, Du Xianzu, the tablet of the eldest daughter-in-law, Yang Ruoji. These were the 2 tablets that Zhongli had seen in front of the coffin when he was tricked into the ghost bride's mansion earlier. The tablet of Du Xianzu was still in his hands. Yang Ruoji was the name of the Ghost King. Such a coincidence was almost impossible. The only explanation was that Ghost King Yang Ruoji had suffered some serious injuries in the continuous battle. Only by possessing Mu Yulan, who had a special physique and did not have any yin lifespan, could they survive together. It was precisely because of the existence of the Ghost King in her body that Mu Yulan was able to endure such a long time under that extreme state. Moreover, after she was saved by Zhongli, she recovered so quickly. As for why the other party did not forcefully attack Zhongli, it was probably because when he came out of the netherworld illusion, he had used an extremely powerful ghost lantern cold flame that was very effective against ghosts. It was probably because of this that the Ghost King did not dare to have any other thoughts towards Zhongli when its body was weak. In addition, it seemed that Mu Yulan was still the one controlling that body. After a calamity, there would definitely be good fortune in the future. With such a grandma suddenly living in her body, Mu Yulan's rise was already unstoppable. Zhongli looked in the direction of the town and did not have the intention to go over and investigate. Perhaps they would have a chance to meet again in the future. At this moment, the Great Mountain Alliance leader token hanging on his waist suddenly shook. Someone was contacting him. He had only gone out alone for more than 10 days. He did not expect that something would happen again. The person who picked up the call was a hidden cultivator from the Great Mountain Alliance, one of Zhongli's direct subordinates. The first sentence that came from the token made Zhongli solemn. Alliance leader, our hometown has been targeted. After understanding the situation, Zhongli's brows could not help but frown tighter and tighter. The news came from the prosperous Zhonghong Inn that Zhongli and Yanhong had built single-handedly. The ones who reported the news were a nest of rat spirits who had awakened their intelligence and a few demons who lived in mortal graves to steal tributes all year round. After Zhongli became the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, he used his position to open all the corners of the Great Mountain region. Every inn only required foundation establishment and even chi refinement realm cultivators to guard it. It only consumed required mortal food and residue of spirit mines. To Zhongli, it was practically negligible. During this period of time, the prosperous Zhonghong Inn developed quite well. In those mountains, among the tens of millions of small demons, they already had great prestige. They were enthusiastic about selling information and small items to the inn. After the stall was expanded, Zhongli finally obtained a few treasures that were covered in dust. Just the value of those few treasures was sufficient to offset all the previous purchase costs. The inconspicuous small demons in every corner of the Great Mountain region also formed a complete and difficult-to-detect information network. After all, who would be suspicious of a rat running past the street? Even if he became suspicious and killed that rat, Zhongli still had thousands of snakes, insects, rats, and ants as his eyes. It was impossible for a cultivator to capture and kill every living thing he saw by the roadside. A few days ago, this nest of rats witnessed the massacre of a mortal village. In the following days, similar events were transmitted. At first, they were not valued. It was not until the intelligence personnel trained by Yanhong discovered the abnormality when they sorted out the information that they reported it to Zhongli. According to the description of the small demons, the characteristics of the culprits were very uniform. They were a group of human cultivators in red. The disappearance of a mortal village was actually not worth mentioning in this era. This was the result of an ordinary bandit massacre. However, for several days in a row, the same thing happened continuously. The distance between the locations of the events was not something that mortals could cross. Most importantly, the red-robed blood sabers outfit was basically the symbol of the eastern region's myriad slaughter sect. At the very least, according to the current situation of the Great Mountain Alliance, there was no such group of rogue cultivators who liked to kill people and wore red. Therefore, it was very likely that they were the scouts of the myriad slaughter sect. The myriad slaughter sect is indeed preparing to attack. The myriad slaughter sect, which had obtained the Blood King crown previously, finally defeated the innocent cultivation world that was similar to the Great Mountain region with an overwhelming advantage and stirred up a miserable massacre there. It was said that during that period of time, it did not rain much in the entire eastern region, because all the dark clouds were gathered at the scene of the slaughter. However, the lightning tribulation under such circumstances still did not kill supremacy myriad slaughter. Later on, some people even said that the cultivation level of the person wearing the Blood King crown had improved greatly. Now, due to the medicine garden mystic realm, or because the Blood King Crown's master recognition ceremony required more innocent lives and sacrifices, the demon sect that enjoyed killing was targeting the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. Zhang Li had brought the Great Mountain Alliance into the eastern region to resist that colossus. They could not let the Great Mountain region repeat its mistakes. He put away the coffin and stepped on the flying sword to rise into the air. He transformed into a stream of light and disappeared in the direction of the Great Mountain region. Chapter 307, Trap. After the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region formed an alliance, the efficiency of all aspects of resource allocation clearly increased greatly. Many small forces that could barely survive under the large forces also ushered in a golden period of development. However, a portion of the external forces did not live well. For example, after the Immortal Ascension Pavilion, which was quite good at doing business in the cultivation world, had their main business of the Immortal Ascension Assembly forcefully taken back by the Great Mountain Alliance, they gradually lost their originally arrogant status in the market and had already become a second-rate faction. However, the newly appointed Immortal Ascension Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Wen Huizhu, would not sit idly. At this moment, a group of cultivators that should not have been related gathered in the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. The group of people all wore some disguises. They sat in an underground secret room and quietly tasted the tea in their hands, as if they were waiting for someone to come. Bang! A cup of tea landed heavily on the table. Pavilion Master Wen, who exactly is this guest that you mentioned? He actually made us wait here for so long. The elders of the three major sects don't have such an attitude. That's right. If those emotionless masked people from the Great Mountain Alliance discover that we are gathered here, humph, it will be troublesome. A group of people sat in the dim secret room of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion with gloomy expressions. I heard that the Nightless City Lord's steward was found to have a connection with the 100 Tempering Mountain. Those masked people directly rushed into the City Lord's mansion to capture him. They're very fearless. The hidden rock cultivator army that Zhang Li had established enjoyed extremely great authority in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. Their actions were swift and decisive, and they were ruthless. Coupled with the expressionless masks, these cultivators who were more or less guilty were naturally afraid of them. If Zhang Li was here, he would more or less have some impression of this group of people. They were all cultivators from the various forces of the Great Mountain region. Ordinarily, they could not see any abnormalities, but for some reason, they were very dissatisfied with the Great Mountain Alliance, or rather the alliance leader, Zhang Li. The development of the Great Mountain Alliance blocked the interests of many people. For example, Zhang Li had strictly ordered the destruction of the drug, Green-Robed Immortal. Just this alone made him offend a huge network of benefits. Among them were even a few elders and disciples of the Scripture Storage Valley. The dissatisfied clamor continued. Pavilion Master Wen sat at the top and held a cup of tea without saying a word. He only smiled and used the cup lid to gently scrape the tea leaves in the cup. Compared to Pavilion Master's son, not only was this person's cultivation very high, he was also extremely shrewd and did not reveal his emotions. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the secret room. An invisible pressure passed through the door, causing the teacups on the table in the secret room to tremble. The anti-alliance cultivators who were originally displeased and clamoring suddenly fell silent uniformly and turned to stare at the door. Bang! The wooden door was pushed open by a stream of spiritual qi, and a group of 20 red-robed cultivators walked in. Their arrival caused the surrounding temperature to drop instantly. Allow me to introduce them to everyone. They're the famous Myriad Slaughter Sect's Blood Saber Guards in the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent. The Immortal Ascension Pavilion is honored that the esteemed guest of the Myriad Slaughter Sect is here as a guest. Pavilion Master Wen put down the teacup and casually waved his hand. 20 chairs appeared in the room out of thin air. Those Blood Saber Guards did not sit. They only stood on the spot and looked at them coldly. The cultivators of the Great Mountain region present fell into chaos. Blood Saber Guards. They're actually from the Myriad Slaughter Sect. Pavilion Master Wen, what do you mean? The cultivators could not sit still anymore. They stood up and questioned Wen Hui's who. The myriad slaughter sect was prepared to invade the Great Mountain region. Although this matter was deliberately suppressed, it was not spread around the Great Mountain region. However, many of the cultivators present were cultivators with authority in sects and factions. It was not difficult for them to obtain this information. The faction behind this group of people was very likely to be the greatest enemy of the entire Great Mountain region. However, now, the people from the myriad slaughter sect were standing in front of them. From the looks of it, the guests that Pavilion Master Wen mentioned should be them. The meaning behind this was quite obvious. Everyone, we gathered here for different reasons. However, no matter what, we don't like the Great Mountain Alliance or that Zhongli. Now, the opportunity has come. As long as you join us, not only will your lives not be in danger, but after the myriad slaughter sect takes down the Great Mountain region, the cultivation world of this region will be left to you all to manage in the future. Think about it, no one will criticize us anymore. In the future, everyone will call the shots in the entire Great Mountain region. I have never forgotten to share such an opportunity. Now is the time for everyone to express their stance. Wen Huizu had a smile on his face as he portrayed a beautiful future for the cultivators below. However, at the same time, the group of blood saber guards also pressed their hands on the hilt of their sabers. Clearly, after knowing this secret, if they did not join, there was only death. Whether they were going to die generously for the detestable Great Mountain region or join the side of the strong, this was not a difficult choice for these people present. I can provide you with the map of the Scripture Storage Valley's sect protection formation, but I have a request. I want to personally kill that Zhongli and Chu Yongxuan. At this moment, a Scripture Storage Valley cultivator covered in a black robe spoke first. He took off his hood and revealed a strange face. As expected of the disciple of the Scripture Storage Valley, you are indeed bold. What about the others? A few days later, the travel-worn Zhongli was still flying in the sky. Looking at the rising and falling mountains below, he knew that he had finally returned to the territory of the Great Mountain region. He traveled alone and did not even ride on Rayquaza. Instead, he rode the immortal slaying flying sword at an extremely fast speed. Due to the fact that he did not need to consider the expenditure of spiritual qi to a large extent, his flying speed was several times faster than ordinary flying ships. Of course, for this, he had to pay the price of exhaustion. At this moment, another message came from the clone in the coffin space. Zhongli had no choice but to summon Rayquaza to let it continue on its way while his consciousness sank into the coffin. The coffin had not been peaceful recently. The nascent soul cultivator of the Dragon Transformation Island, who was bound by the dragon imprisoning lock and thrown to the side, wanted to cause trouble at all times. However, with the 9 Netherwood's main body watching, nothing could happen. What made Zhongli feel a little troubled was the statue clone that had already been embedded with a Buddhist relic and was continuously producing Ananda's blood tears. Zhongli had forcefully used True several thousand hands earlier and used too much of the energy of the opposite blood pool, causing the passageway between the two sides to widen greatly. Right now, the Azura world had been urging Zhongli to loosen his authority. The blood fighting arena was prepared to send a few demons here to personally build a higher grade altar. The materials were provided by them, and so were the people. The group of Azuras could not wait to launch a new invasion. Zhongli, who claimed to believe in the other party, really could not find a reason to reject such a condition. However, this was the coffin space. If the monster opposite him really came, he might be exposed. At that time, he would lose his supply of resources. The quantity of Ananda's blood tears would stagnate. All kinds of unique treasures of the Azura world would be missed as well. In that case, the statue clone was equivalent to being crippled. Zhongli had only used the technique, True several thousand hands, once. Without the support of the Azura world, he could no longer use it. This was definitely something that Zhongli did not want to see, so he had been pacifying the other party. However, if too much time passed, the other party would inevitably become suspicious. He had to think of a way to resolve this. However, he happened to encounter the invasion of the cultivators of the Myriad Slaughter sect, so he could not focus on dealing with the situation there. At this moment, he still had to return to the Great Mountain region to make proper arrangements. Although the people of the Myriad Slaughter sect were arrogant and domineering, the more such a sect was, the more cautious they were in their actions. The cultivation world was very large. No one knew which mountain ditch hid a cultivator big shot who could destroy the world. If they accidentally provoked it, it might bring about a calamity to the sect at any time. That was the lesson of many sects. Even a faction like the Myriad Slaughter sect could not ignore it. The cultivation world of the Great Mountain region had always been a remote corner. The outside world did not know much about it. Therefore, before the Myriad Slaughter sect officially began to attack, they sent out elite blood saber guards to probe the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region for harassment and killing. After figuring out the true strength of the Great Mountain Alliance, they believed that they could defeat them and would attack with lightning speed. Therefore, currently, the most important thing was to eliminate the blood saber guards who had invaded the Great Mountain region. Only by preventing the Myriad Slaughter sect from determining the truth of the Great Mountain Alliance could they delay the war to a certain extent. Zhang Li used the excuse of having a righteous sect visit to appease the great evil eye in the blood fighting arena again. He told the other party that he would find another safe place as soon as possible and carry out the first live transmission. Only then did he barely believe it. However, right at this moment, a communication spirit stone that Zhang Li had yet to use suddenly flickered. Senior brother Zhang Li, when senior brother Chu Yongxuan and I were traveling outside, we discovered a group of strange red-clothed cultivators. It's very similar to the foreign cultivators you informed the sect to take note of. Senior brother Chu Yongxuan is secretly following them. Come and see. The person who contacted Zhang Li was a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Hall of the sect. He acted extremely anxious and reported a location before directly hanging up the communication. Previously, after he obtained the news, he had shared the information with the sect masters of the three major sects to make them pay more attention. He did not expect to gain something so quickly. After touching the Alliance Leader token, Zhang Li sent a message and rushed towards the location provided by that person. It was quite a coincidence that the location was basically the same as the direction Zhang Li was traveling in, and the distance was not too far. In just a few hours, he landed outside an already abandoned town. Outside the city, a Foundation establishment cultivator wearing the uniform of the Scripture Storage Valley was anxiously walking around the entrance of the town. He was overjoyed when he saw Zhang Li and hurriedly welcomed him. Senior brother Zhang Li, you're finally here. Senior brother Chu Yongxuan and those suspicious cultivators are over there. Quickly come with me. That disciple looked a little different from ordinary people. His skin was black and his hair was curled. He also smelled like he did not like to bathe. From these characteristics, he was undoubtedly a variant human. Zhang Li knew this person. His name was Carla, and he was indeed a disciple of the Scripture Storage Valley's Heaven and Earth Hall. In the sect competition that Zhang Li participated in all those years ago, this person had even obtained the outstanding result of being first in the Foundation establishment stage. However, this fellow had always been a little dishonest. In the sect, he had always tried to imitate eldest senior brother Chu Yongxuan, but his imitation was quite clumsy. Coupled with the problem of his character, as a genius of the Heaven and Earth Hall, he was instead disliked. He did not expect that his eldest senior brother Chu Yongxuan would actually go out with him to train. Zhang Li nodded and followed the other party into the town. This place was not big, and there were no traces of mortal life inside. Then, he did not walk far before he saw a figure lying in a pool of blood on the ground not far away. Chu Yongxuan's clothes were different from ordinary disciples. From the clothes on the ground, it was indeed the clothes of the Scripture Storage Valley's Valley Master. However, Zhang Li was not in a hurry to step forward. "Junior brother Carla, didn't you disguise yourself when you were following the enemy?" Zhang Li turned and asked Carla. When Carla brought him in, he walked in from the main path without any intention of disguising himself. It did not look like he was following the enemy. When Carla saw that Zhang Li had already fallen into the trap, he no longer pretended to smile proudly. "Zhang Li, oh Zhang Li, you've been smart all your life, but you still ended up in my hands. Ha ha ha. What peerless genius! What great mountain alliance leader is only so-so." Carla of the variant race had already quickly pulled away from Zhang Li, and a small mountain appeared in his hand. A few red-robed blood saber cultivators appeared at the right time and surrounded Zhang Li. "It's indeed the blood saber guards of the myriad slaughter sect. I can smell this bloody aura from afar. Carla, you colluded with external enemies and have bad intentions. If you surrender now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, I'll take action on behalf of the Scripture Storage Valley today." Zhang Li stood on the spot and was still calm. "Humph, I have evil intentions. Be it you or Chu Yongxuan, the sect has always only given you the best things. As for me, just because I'm a variant human, I'll never be valued. I want the sect to know that they were wrong. When you and Chu Yongxuan die at my hands, everyone will know who the true genius is." Carla was stimulated by Zhang Li's words. He still did not feel that there was anything wrong with him. He still felt that it was because of his identity as a variant human that others looked down on him. He threw out the small mountain in his hand in anger. The mountain peak quickly enlarged, transforming into a mountain that was around 20 meters tall and smashing towards Zhang Li. "Haha, try the earth dust peak that I created. Every speck of dust is pressed down, and the power that erupts from it will be even stronger than the square heaven seal. It's your honor to die under this move." This was the modified version of the earth dust scripture that Carla had used back then. This guy had really been imitating Chu Yongxuan all his life. Without the square heaven seal, he had forcefully used the earth dust scripture to imitate a similar earth dust peak. It had to be said that the imitation was quite good. However, it was far inferior to the square heaven seal. Zhang Li raised his hand and slapped it to scatter the mountain. To him, the lethality of this thing was no greater than a piece of tofu. As for the suction effect of this dust, it had long been ineffective against Zhang Li. This is impossible. You actually broke my spell. Damn it, no matter what, you'll die here today." Carla, who had been refining the earth dust peak for more than 10 years, spat out a mouthful of blood upon its destruction. He still did not dare to believe that his trump card would be so easily broken. "What's impossible about that? You already said that I've been smart all my life. How can I be so easily tricked by a fool like you? In addition, are you sure this is your trap? Perhaps this is also my trap." As soon as Zhang Li finished speaking, 30 rays of light instantly arrived. They formed 6 sets of the 5 elements sword formation together and surrounded Carla and all the blood saber guards present. Chapter 308, A Small Help. "Take him down." Seeing that their side was surrounded by the sword formation, the sword cultivator controlling the flying sword could not be seen. The captain of the blood saber guards immediately took action personally, his blade aimed at Zhang Li's head. After all, Zhang Li was also the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance. If they captured him, there might be a chance to escape unscathed. However, 5 streaks of light instantly arrived. The 5 swords combined and repelled his blood saber. The captain was forced back more than 100 steps, and the blood saber almost left his hand. Looking at the edge of the saber, there was a bean-sized hole. The sword formation of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak was definitely not ordinary. As long as the sword formation was large enough, it was not unheard of for core formation cultivators to slay nascent soul cultivators. Even in a one-on-one battle, they were all elites. As long as they did not encounter a freak like Zhang Li, they would never lose to others of the same level. Now, faced with the invasion of the demon sect, they displayed their strength again. The quality of the blood saber guards of the myriad slaughter sect was extremely high. There were 3 nascent soul cultivators in this group alone, and the rest were all core formation experts. If Zhongli was really tricked here alone, it would really be a little dangerous under their siege. However, as he had said before, such suspicious actions were actually a trap set by him. Zhongli had only predicted their reaction. Apart from Zhongli's wisdom and foresight, there was another reason. Zhongli had already planted a mole in the Immortal Ascension Pavilion back then. After Huangfu Tai heard about the deal between Wen Huizhu and the Myriad Slaughter sect in the Immortal Ascension Pavilion headquarters, he volunteered to return to the Great Mountain region to participate in the plan. Huangfu Tai had a deep background in the headquarters. Coupled with the fact that everyone thought that he had a feud with Zhongli, he was not suspected and successfully returned to the Great Mountain region. At that time, in the secret basement of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion, he, as Zhongli's spy, watched innocently. Those meticulous invasion plans had already fallen into Zhongli's ears. If he could still be ambushed, then it could only mean that Zhongli did not want to live. The existence of the few traitors in the scripture storage valley also made him think of a way to quickly find those blood saber guards. On the way here, he had already contacted the sect masters of the 3 major sects through the Great Mountain Alliance leader token and obtained their support. His return time and route were also deliberately revealed. It was to lure the blood saber guards to attack him. As long as he captured these blood saber guards alive, he would be able to know the personnel structure of the Great Mountain region and their investigation route as soon as possible. Then, this happened. The Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak Sword cultivators with the fastest mobility rushed over and successfully gathered at this moment, catching them unprepared. Zhongli stood in the center of the battlefield, and the surrounding spiritual qi and flames of war flew everywhere. However, under the protection of the Shu Mountain Sword formation, his clothes were blown away by the air currents, but no one could injure him at all. What he needed to do was to plant the flag on the ground and quickly form an array formation to seal this area, preventing them from informing their companions. After using the ground control flag in the previous battle, he discovered a shocking thing. This treasure of the human race could actually forcefully seal the earth vein in the flag. When faced with trouble, they could release the earth vein at any time to set up a high-level array formation without being affected by the geographical location. Or he could move other earth veins and use them as nutrients to strengthen the mountain gate's earth vein. Either way, it had a very powerful effect. Moving the earth vein or spiritual vein was a divine technique that was only heard of in legends. He did not expect that it would be grasped in his hand now. It was no wonder that the ancient human dynasties all had dragon veins as their foundation to continue the country's fate. In a normal environment, the probability of finding a dragon vein was too low. They could not relocate the entire country for a dragon vein. Now, it seemed that those dynasties should have used this method to move and intercept the earth vein branches in other places to forcefully create the dragon vein. A few hours later, the fluctuations on the battlefield stabilized. Carla from the scripture storage valley's heaven and earth hall had long died in the chaotic spiritual chi tide. Of these 20 blood saber guards, only 3 survived. These cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect were sufficiently ruthless. When the 3 nascent souls realized that the situation was hopeless, they brazenly self-destructed. Terrifying might swept through the entire battlefield, and the flying swords of Shu Mountain were greatly damaged because of this. If not for Zhongli's fast reaction and using the 9 netherwood wall to block the shock wave in time, the remaining 3 core formation cultivators would not have been able to stay. It was not until the battlefield calmed that the Shu Mountain sword cultivators appeared from the clouds and landed beside Zhongli. "Thank you for your help. Please follow me back to the Misty Mountain range to recuperate. When we obtain information from them, we will still need your help in the future. We'll listen to Alliance leader Jiang's orders." The wooden dragon swayed its body and the group flew back to the Misty Mountain range, the headquarters of the Great Mountain Alliance. The 3 captives were pulled to the dungeon of the Great Mountain Alliance and interrogated by the hidden rock cultivators. It was originally very difficult to interrogate this kind of stubborn person to obtain true information. Zhang Li could only personally take action. After consuming 3 spiritual root seeds, they told him everything they knew. He had obtained the information, but this was only the first step. Zhang Li brought the information into the Great Mountain Conference Hall. Swordhead Shen Shan, Daoist Washi, and Abbot Le Ku left the mountain gate secretly and were waiting here. Gasp! As soon as Zhang Li entered, besides him, the true peak of authority in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region were all surprised, and they gasped in unison. It had only been a short while since Zhang Li led the team out of the Great Mountain region. In their long lives, this bit of time was not worth mentioning. However, upon seeing the Great Mountain Alliance leader that the 3 of them had chosen together, they realized that they could not see through him anymore. This was especially true for the blood qi that faintly seeped out of Zhang Li's body. Others could not see it, but they could see bits and pieces. For some reason, the pure blood qi gave them an extremely noble feeling. Moreover, the aura that seeped out from his bones indicated that the current Zhang Li was much stronger than before. However, business was more important now, so they did not probe too deeply into Zhang Li's personal strength. Zhang Li, how's the situation? Are you all right? You're using yourself as bait. It's too reckless to take the risk personally. As the alliance leader, you can't do this in the future. The 3 elders were most concerned about Zhang Li's safety. Zhang Li was from Daoist Washi's sect and was also the savior of Shen Shan Jianyi's granddaughter. Abbot Le Ku had even taken an earth-rank medicinal pill from him earlier. They all thought very highly of this junior. This is my duty. I will take note in the future. However, the current situation is still not optimistic. The Myriad Slaughter sect has sent out 300 Blood Saber guards this time. 2 of them are in the Soul Formation realm. 2 Soul Formation cultivators, 298 Nascent Soul and Core Formation cultivators. Every single one of the 3 major sects of the Great Mountain region could grit their teeth and mobilize this number of people. However, to the Myriad Slaughter sect, this was only their scouts. They were not even the vanguard. If the main force of the Myriad Slaughter sect attacked, it was unknown to what extent the Great Mountain region would face a storm. Just exterminating these 300 people was enough to give them a headache. In order to achieve the effect of confusing the Myriad Slaughter sect, while they killed these guys, they could not let them send out news. They had to have artifacts like the ground control flag to restrict communication. However, such artifacts usually had a range limit and required a certain amount of preparation time. He could deal with nascent soul cultivators, but how should he deal with those 2 soul formation cultivators? At that level, even if they had the advantage in numbers, it was not so easy to defeat them. After chasing and fleeing for thousands of miles, it was normal for there to be no result. If he could not kill those soul formation cultivators, he would let them escape in the end. If news was spread, it was very likely to expose the weakness of the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. Now, a large portion of the Great Mountain region's forces were invested in the war with the armored trolls. At that time, it would be bad if the enemy attacked at once. Perhaps I can give it a try and invite them into our trap. However, we still need someone's help to do this. At this moment, Swordhead Shen Shan pondered for a long time before suggesting a plan. A few days later, the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's pavilion master, Wen Huizhu, was sitting in his pavilion and enjoying his tea. Beside him, a handsome little boy with disheveled clothes was pouring tea for him. The blood-colored tea flowed into the cup, emitting a strange fragrance that could only bloom in despair. Wen Huizhu enjoyed the tea. He was very satisfied with the gift brought by the Myriad Slaughter sect. Just as he was about to pick up the teacup and enjoy it properly, the tea in the teacup in front of him suddenly rippled. He frowned and looked at the sky outside. The originally sunny day had already been covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. The elegant Wen Hui's whose right hand holding the fan involuntarily tightened. At this moment, a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. The Immortal Ascension Pavilion's great mountain branch, which was one of the top commercial buildings in the entire cultivation world of the Great Mountain region, was currently floating 60 flying ship warships that had been fully charged. The bow cannon of the warship was in a state where it could be fired at any time. In the blink of an eye, it could crush half of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. It was the Great Mountain Alliance's fleet. From the looks of it, they had come with ill intentions. Impossible. Who leaked the secret? Wen Hui's who knew best what he had done. The cooperation with the Myriad Slaughter sect had definitely offended the Great Mountain region. Since the Great Mountain Alliance had already taken such a stance to come looking for him, he no longer held any hope. Today's matter would probably not be resolved. However, he was the only soul formation cultivator in the Great Mountain branch. He did not need to calculate to know that his side had a very low chance of winning against the Great Mountain Alliance. Activate the defensive array formation. Everyone, prepare to face the enemy. Pavilion Master Wen's elegant aura had already disappeared. He took off the jade pendant on his waist and ordered all the cultivators in the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. However, 1 breath, 2 breaths, and 3 breaths passed. There was no response from the jade pendant. He vaguely felt that something was amiss. The warship of the Great Mountain Alliance had flown so close but did not sound the alarm. He only knew this when he saw it. What about his subordinates? What about the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's array formation? There was no reaction at all. There must be something wrong. All deacons and elders, come to my pavilion immediately to report the situation. He was still trying, hoping that things were not really that bad. However, the sound that came from the jade pendant made him feel as if he was struck by lightning. There's no need to shout. When you were playing with that child, your subordinates were already killed by me. Pavilion Master Wen, oh Pavilion Master Wen. I didn't expect that you actually have such a hobby. The voice that came from the jade pendant was Zhang Li's. He was currently standing in the main control room of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's array formation. Now, more than 80% of the array formation nodes in the entire Immortal Ascension Pavilion were in his hands. He could control the array formation to self-destruct even if he wanted to. The Immortal Ascension Pavilion was different from ordinary sects. They were a force formed by merchants. Even the main branch had to do business. The 3 major sects and the Great Mountain Alliance had long-term stalls here. After spending a few days, a large number of elite cultivators from the Great Mountain Alliance walked in openly. Zhang Li even used Huangfu Tai to trick the key elders of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. 1,000 miles of dam would collapse from an ant's nest, let alone such a huge hole. The strongest of the elders who were tricked out was only at the nascent soul realm. Moreover, they were basically not good at fighting. There were 3 more nascent soul level experts on his side now, Zhang Li himself, his 9 nether clone, and the Dragon Transformation Island's nascent soul Ming Duoyi who had abandoned evil and joined the rock army as a hidden rock cultivator. The ability of the spiritual root seed to control people was too dangerous. It was easy to arouse the suspicion and fear of others. It was not suitable for outsiders to know. Therefore, Zhang Li personally led the hidden rock army and captured them separately. He spent a few days controlling more than half of the key positions in the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. How could the Immortal Ascension Pavilion resist this sudden attack? Therefore, when the Great Mountain Alliance's flying ship arrived at the city, not only did the entire Immortal Ascension Pavilion not sound the alarm, they even secretly affected it and blocked Wen Hui's senses. The current building was not only useless to Pavilion Master Wen, it was also a fatal cage. What do you want? If the Great Mountain region does not welcome our Immortal Ascension Pavilion, we can leave immediately. Aren't you afraid of our pavilion headquarters questioning you for your actions? Wen Hui's who had already sensed that several powerful auras had locked onto him. As long as he made any abnormal movements, he would be attacked by lightning. Currently, they could only use the name of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's headquarters to suppress them. The problem was that although the Great Mountain Alliance could not defeat the Myriad Slaughter sect, they were not intimidated by the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. The latter had yet to join the Divine Judgment Hall. If they really fought, the Great Mountain Alliance would not lose. However, they did not come here to fight today. Pavilion Master Wen, you might have misunderstood. We've been neighbors with the Immortal Ascension Pavilion for more than 100 years. Why would we chase you away? However, I believe Pavilion Master Wen knows that there are some troublesome matters in the Great Mountain region recently. I hope you can help me with a small matter. Chapter 309, Shu Mountain was taken down? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What do you want me to do? Wen Huizhu had already realized that something was amiss. However, he was at the mercy of others and did not have much choice. Zhang Li also told him the alliance's plan very bluntly. After all, if this plan did not have Pavilion Master Wen's cooperation, it would actually be of no value. The more Pavilion Master Wen listened, the uglier his expression became. This plan would not let him die immediately, but if he did this, he would be stabbing the Myriad Slaughter sect in the back. If the Myriad Slaughter sect knew about this, he would be in deep trouble. Not to mention the Myriad Slaughter sect, even the Immortal Ascension Pavilion could not tolerate him. No, I can't agree. If I do this, the entire Immortal Ascension Pavilion will offend the Myriad Slaughter sect. I, Wen Huizhu, will definitely not be a traitor to the section. When he thought about the feeling of being surrounded by enemies, his scalp went numb. Merchants pursue profits. You should know the price of rejection. We still hope that Pavilion Master Wen can consider it carefully. At this moment, a golden seal enlarged in the sky, enveloping the entire Immortal Ascension Pavilion. It smashed down with a huge wind pressure. Wen Huizhu felt that the surrounding space was sealed. He could not even move a step. The simple and unadorned ancient dust sword slowly flew over from outside and floated in front of him. The edge of the sword pointed at the space between Pavilion Master Wen's brows. With the combination of the square heaven seal and the ancient dust sword, it was very difficult to find an opponent in the entire Great Mountain region, causing him to instantly become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Even though he was a soul formation cultivator, he still felt the aura of death at this moment. As the Pavilion Master, he had a life-saving artifact on him. If he sacrificed that artifact, he was confident that he could temporarily escape from the edge of the sword. However, outside, a group of monks knocked on the wooden fish. Heavy Buddhist chanting transformed into golden words that covered the sky. Clearly, they had already made full preparations and did not give him any chance to escape. He was really not good at fighting. Under such circumstances, he did not have the confidence to escape. Actually, Pavilion Master Wen won't suffer any losses. You only provided some information to the Myriad Slaughter sect. You didn't lie to them. The failure of the Blood Saber Guards is only because of bad luck. As long as you do well, no one will know what happened today. Zhang Li continued to persuade him tirelessly. Under the pressure of death, the determination in Wen Huizhu's heart continuously collapsed. To a businessman who had been weighing his gains and losses his entire life, loyalty was actually not important. Compared to his life, there were still some things that he could give up. All right, I agree. Can you take these weapons back now? Pavilion Master Wen, don't be anxious. These few guys have committed a heinous crime by slaughtering the people of our Great Mountain region. Why don't you punish them on the spot? Wen Huizhu looked at the heavily injured Blood Blade Guards of the Myriad Slaughter sect who were thrown into the room and gritted his teeth. This time, he was going to be forced to choose a side. These were the few Blood Saber Guards that they had captured after attacking another group of the Myriad Slaughter sect according to the information. As for Wen Huizhu, he needed to kill them as his proof of allegiance. Otherwise, how could Zhang Li and the others work with him in peace? Unwillingly, Wen Huizhu personally killed these few blood saber guards and was recorded by the high-grade jade slip. If not for the increasing difficulty of parasitizing high-level cultivators with the spiritual root seed, Zhang Li really wanted to turn this person into one of his own. A few days later, the Immortal Ascension Pavilion announced that an auction was about to be held in the pavilion. The auction item would be an unprecedented Earth-rank artifact. Earth-rank artifacts were extremely rare in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. As soon as this news was out, the leaders of the various large factions rushed to participate in the auction. It was said that the leaders of the three major sects who would only appear in major events in the Great Mountain region had all appeared in the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. In the Misty Mountain range, for some reason, there were suddenly several large-scale demon beast attacks. The three great sects were forced to send people to assist them again. Nearly half of their people were sent to the Mechanism City at the edge of the eastern region. A portion followed the sect master to the Immortal Ascension Pavilion to participate in the auction, and a portion even ran to the Misty Mountain range to guard against demon beasts of unknown origins. These consecutive events immediately caused the three great sects to lose 70 to 80% of their manpower. This was especially true for Shu Mountain, which had an extremely high threshold for accepting disciples and had always been short-handed. At this moment, the mountain gate had fallen into an unprecedented emptiness. At this moment, a group of more than 200 bloody-clothed cultivators approached silently under the cover of some kind of stealth spell technique. Humph! A small place is a small place. The news of an Earth-rank artifact being auctioned has tricked all their leaders away. How laughable! Hehe, they don't even know about the demon luring powder. How can they have seen an Earth-rank artifact? When they return, they'll discover that their sect has been destroyed. I think they won't have the courage to resist our sect anymore. It turned out that the false auction of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion and the attack by the demon beasts in the Misty Mountain range were all their doing. Sects like the Myriad Slaughter sect were either in war or on the path to war. They had fought all year round and had all kinds of sinister and cunning methods. These demonic sects were not only strong, but they were also smart. If not for the fact that the Immortal Ascension Pavilion had reached an agreement with them, if they faced such an attack without knowing anything, just this group of people's guerrilla warfare would be able to turn the Great Mountain region upside down. However, such an immortal mountain can actually appear in a small place like the Great Mountain region. It's really a waste to give it to these rural cultivators. According to the information from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's Wen Huizhu, the Shu Mountain Five Elements Peak is the strongest and longest standing faction in the Great Mountain region. If there are any powerful cultivators hidden in the Great Mountain region, the greatest possibility is here. Apart from that, in the middle of these 5 mountains, there's also a place called the Demon Subduing Pagoda where demonic cultivators and demons are imprisoned. As long as we release those guys inside, the entire Great Mountain region will be in chaos. At that time, if they can't even take care of themselves, they won't have the ability to stop the blade of our Myriad Slaughter sect. This will be extremely helpful in attacking the Great Mountain region in the future. They were actually not wrong about this. A large number of powerful demon beasts and demonic cultivators were imprisoned under the Demon Subduing Pagoda, especially on the 9th level that even Zhang Li had not gone to. Once the thing inside escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Saber 13, Saber 14. You guys go. They chatted for a moment on the spot before a soul formation cultivator ordered the 2 of them who looked the most friendly. After the 2 people received the order, they sneered and consumed a medicinal pill each. Then, the aura on their bodies quickly fell, falling from the nascent soul realm to the core formation realm. At the same time, the bloody aura on their bodies was also concealed. After changing their clothes, they really looked harmless. Of course, if that was all, the people of Shu Mountain were not fools. The leader waved his hand and dragged a female cultivator over from behind. There were many wounds on the female cultivator's white clothes, and most of her body was dyed red with blood. On her left chest, there was a small water blue sword embroidered. It was actually a Shu Mountain disciple they had captured alive. This was the way they had tricked the Shu Mountain sect. Saber 13 and Saber 14 flew towards the Shu Mountain 5 elements peak from both sides. After approaching the edge of the array, they landed on the ground and shouted loudly at the mountain peak. This abnormality quickly attracted the attention of the patrolling disciples. When they saw this scene, they hurriedly came over. From afar, they saw that their junior sister was heavily injured. They did not care about anything else and directly opened the mountain gate and landed beside them. What's going on? Why is junior sister King Gluo so heavily injured? We met this junior sister on the way. She was injured by a villain. Fortunately, we arrived in time and saved her. The Shu Mountain disciples of Water and Wood attributes immediately started treating her. The other three looked at the two unfamiliar cultivators and asked, "Why is junior sister King Gluo alone? Where are the other fellow disciples?" The patrolling sword cultivators were very vigilant and did not believe their words directly. He looked at the saber injuries on junior sister Qing Luo's body and then looked at the sabers on their bodies, and he became suspicious. However, just as they finished speaking, a hissing sound suddenly sounded from Qing Luo's body. Their expressions changed and they immediately recognized that someone had hidden a trap talisman in her clothes. The few Shu Mountain disciples no longer cared about the gender difference. They tore off the green conch disciple robe and threw the trap talisman into the distance. With a bang, the air wave exploded 20 steps away from them, blowing them until their figures were unstable and they could only protect the heavily injured King Gluo with all their might. However, the crisis did not end. What followed were two sharp blood sabers. How could they resist a nascent soul realm blood saber? The 5 patrolling disciples were instantly sent flying into the distance. The blood saber guard stretched out his hand and took out a token fragment from each of the 5 patrolling disciples. After combining the 5 fragments, he used his spiritual chi to activate the token. A 5-colored spiritual light landed on the Shu Mountain barrier, immediately opening a door that could allow several people to pass. The explosion just now was not small. The Shu Mountain 5 elements peak was shocked. Hundreds of flying swords rose from the various mountains in succession, trying to force the invaders back. However, it was already too late. More than 200 blood-colored figures were exposed not far away, quickly rushing over. The 2 people in the lead even flickered twice before crossing this distance and stepping into the door. The 2 of them brandished their sabers at the same time. 2 crossed blood-colored slashes swelled in the air as they faced the 100 flying swords. These flying swords struck out in a hurry and were unable to form a sword formation. They were easily destroyed by the 2 soul formation realm attacks. Some of the flying swords were directly destroyed by the blood light. The sword cultivators controlling the swords immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, how can this be considered the strongest sect? It's really too weak. If the 2 of us directly take down this great mountain, how do you think the sect master will reward us? Haha, it might be an earth rank artifact. Blood saber guards. Charge! They could not wait to rush towards the center of the 5 mountains. At this moment, on the Earth Sword Peak and Water Sword Peak, 2 soul formation sword cultivators flew out and blocked in front of them. However, these 2 attributes could not work together, and they were not good at fighting. It was precisely because they were not good at fighting that they were left behind in the sect and did not go out. Now that they were facing these 2 enemies, they could only brace themselves and come out to fight. If there was no sword cultivator of this level to stop them, they might even be suspicious. However, now that they were counterattacked, it made them feel relieved. They had to break through the number 1 sect of the Great Mountain region today no matter what. The 2 sides began to collide. The Myriad Slaughter sect was indeed worthy of being one of the top large-scale demonic sects in the Divine Judgment Hall. As soon as they arrived, they suppressed the 2 sword cultivators with their monstrous blood sabers. The blood saber guards behind even pounced forward, killing the empty and short-handed Shu Mountain soldiers and scattering in all directions. Without sword head Shen Shan around, they were unable to activate the array's defense. The hundreds of them did not have the advantage at all in the mountain gate. It was as if they had lost their past ambitions. When they encountered enemies, they only resisted for a moment before abandoning the mountain and fleeing, causing these blood saber guards to be filled with confidence. This Shu mountain is only so-so. This great mountain region is only a motley crew. Looks like this war will be much easier than before. They laughed and broke through the defense. The two Shu mountain soul formation sword cultivators were also forced back by the blade light. They could only watch as this group of demonic cultivators rushed to the most important place of the Shu mountain 5 elements peak. In the middle of the 5 sword peaks, the blood saber guards of the myriad slaughter sect finally saw the demon subduing pagoda that Wen Huizhu had told him about. The defensive array formation was so tight. It seemed that Wen Huizhu was not lying to him. As long as they broke through the demon subduing pagoda below, their mission would be successfully completed. However, at this moment, a sense of fear inexplicably appeared in their hearts. Some of the sword cultivators fought desperately just now, while others fled in fear. Why did all of this come to a sudden stop? They felt gazes on them. On the 5 sword mountains, there were at least 3,000 sword cultivators who appeared from nowhere and looked at them quietly. They looked at the 2 soul formation sword cultivators who had been sent flying by the blood saber. The water attribute sword cultivator was casting a spell technique to heal the earth attribute sword cultivator. They were a little puzzled now. Weren't they about to attack the fatal weakness here? Why weren't they risking their lives to stop the attackers? Something was amiss. The strange situation now meant that they might have fallen into a trap. Sure enough, the next moment, the weather changed. The 5 sword mountains around them emitted a dense light. Strands of sword chi rose from the 5 sword mountains, quickly forming thousands of light swords in the air. The tens of thousands of 5-colored light swords formed a super-large 5 elements sword formation in the air and surrounded them. Sword head Shen Shan, who they thought was still in the Immortal Ascension Pavilion, was holding the ancient dust sword and standing on the fire element peak. He and the other 4 peak masters were activating the Shu Mountain Sword Light Array with all their might. Due to his decision, a few patrolling disciples had died. This made Swordhead Shen Shan feel guilty and he blamed himself while feeling furious. These guys had to pay the price. Chapter 310, Clear Breeze. The grand array of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak was set up by these 5 Elements Sword Mountain. Within these 5 mountains, there were also the sword burial tombs of past Shu Mountain experts. As soon as the grand array was activated, the sword chi in the sword peak mixed with the sword intent in the sword tombs, forming the light swords. Countless 5-colored light swords spun and danced around the 5 mountains. Soon, a brilliant sword light tornado surrounded all the cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect. Moreover, as Shen Shan Jianyi formed the seal, countless sword lights began to press towards the center. The safety space in the center of the tornado also began to shrink. A few blood saber guards who did not have time to react were swept into the sword light. In an instant, they turned into a blood fog that scattered towards the flowers and grass below. In these millions of sword lights, the quantity had already undergone an exaggerated qualitative change. Even if one's cultivation was high and could block 1 sword, 10 swords, or 100 swords, could they block 1,000 swords? These were all Shu Mountain sword lights augmented by sharp sword intent. They were not superficial. Damn it, we've been tricked. The Immortal Ascension Pavilion is really bold. They actually dare to ally with these small local sects to lie to us. At this point, how could they not know that they had fallen into a trap? This was definitely related to the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. The communication spirit stone can't take effect here. Let's kill our way out. We must teach these rural cultivators a lesson. The soul formation cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect joined forces and slashed again. The cross-shaped blood-colored blade light collided with the sword light tornado. The high-speed spinning 5 elements sword light quickly dissipated the cross-shaped blade light. The saber light only advanced 200 feet in the sword light storm before it was riddled with holes and finally torn apart. Although they had also consumed a lot of the 5 elements light swords, the power of the Grand Array originated from the earth vein and was endless. Compared to this mountain gate Grand Array, they could not win even if they died from exhaustion. They had no other choice after such a desperate struggle. They could only desperately brandish the blood saber in their hands, hoping to break open a hole in the sword light array. A rock might splash into the water for a moment, and in the next second, the ripples would be washed away by the rapid flow of water. Their struggles were destined to be futile. Zhang Li looked at the storm in front of him and could not help but be shocked. If he was inside and did not have the black scale armor and dragon imprisoning lock, he would probably not have much of a chance of survival. This was the strongest array in the entire Great Mountain region. Furthermore, it was controlled by the Shu Mountain's sword head and the 4 peak masters. With such VIP treatment, even if the number of enemies increased by a few times, they would still die on the spot. As long as sword head Shen Shan was around, the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak would be a sect that could not be taken down. This saying was really not empty words. A few hours later, all the blood saber guards were killed under the Shu Mountain array. The only flaw of the Shu Mountain array was that it was too powerful. It was very difficult to leave a few survivors. After the sword light storm dissipated, they did not even leave behind corpses, artifacts, or storage bags. They were all stirred into unrecognizable powder by the 5 elements sword light that filled the sky. It was only because Zhang Li was still a little interested in their flesh and blood that he gathered some and placed them in the coffin as high-grade fertilizer. With the power of this sword array, even if they broke through the demon-subduing pagoda, as long as the earth spirit of the 5 elements peak did not escape, they would not be able to escape death if they were surrounded by this array. After that, the Shu Mountain 5 elements peak reported a funeral for the few patrolling disciples who died in this battle. In order to successfully lure these blood saber guards into Shu Mountain, they had sacrificed their young lives. This kind of sacrifice to fulfill the plan of the majority was never fair and righteous. At first, Zhang Li wanted to use puppets or controlled demonic cultivators to replace them. However, that would undoubtedly greatly increase the probability of failure of the plan. Then, because of the persistence of the 5 disciples, they were sacrificed in the end. However, the only consolation was that junior sister King Gluo, who was protected in the middle by the 5 of them, was saved by the medical cultivators. As the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, Zhang Li personally buried their flying swords into the sword tomb after giving a speech at the funeral. Then, he pulled the 3 sect masters to a secret room and chatted for a long time. He wanted the approval of these 3 to obtain a dangerous item sealed with great caution. This little friend Zhang Li, the demonic nature of that thing is monstrous and bewitching. It's truly too dangerous. Your talent is overflowing. If you want strength, it won't be long before you obtain it. That thing is not suitable for you. When the 3 sect masters heard Zhang Li's request, they did not even listen to the reason and started to shake their heads repeatedly. That was because that thing was indeed too dangerous. What Zhang Li wanted was the specialty of the Azura world, an earth-rank spiritual seed that could produce results based on the karma planted, the karma cleansing lotus. This kind of cleansing lotus did not have a very obvious attribute. It would show the characteristics of whatever energy was infused into it. In the beginning, when it was in the hands of the Black Lotus divine sect, it was the demonic lotus that formed a black lotus seed. Later on, it was obtained by benevolent travel temple. After using the Buddhist power to purify it for more than 200 years, it became a Buddhist lotus and formed a golden lotus seed. After the 2 lotus seeds were taken away by Zhang Li, in order to open the door to the Azura world, the 100 Tempering Mountain did not hesitate to sacrifice a large number of disciples and even the higher UPS of the sect to allow it to recover its monstrous demonic nature. After a great battle, it was seized again, although they knew that this was a rare treasure that was at least earth rank. With the example of benevolent travel temples near destruction, no one dared to think about this anymore. After being sealed, it was placed in the Shu Mountain Demon Subduing Pagoda. At this moment, Zhongli wanted to take it out again. How could the three sect masters agree so easily? They even took Zhongli to be a young man that was about to walk down the wrong path, and they started to take turns to reason with him and move his emotions, hoping that Zhongli would give up on such a dangerous thought. With Zhongli's cultivation speed, he would have everything in a few years, so why bother with such trouble? Zhongli accepted their words modestly. After they finished speaking, he gave his reason. Although he could temporarily delay the myriad slaughter sect for a period of time after dealing with the blood saber guards. However, a demonic sect of the other party's level would not give up on attacking the Great Mountain region because of this. Waiting here to be beaten up was clearly not a good idea. Therefore, Zhongli planned to think of a way to obstruct the myriad slaughter sect and make them temporarily unable to care about anything else. It was a good idea to find a troublesome opponent for them. Hearing this, the three sect masters already understood Zhongli's meaning. They pondered for a moment. This seemed to be a solution. However, no, that's still too dangerous. Zhongli, your cultivation is too low. You can't let your guard down when facing that kind of demonic creature. You're the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, so you can't take the risk. We can leave these things to others. The three of them agreed with this plan. As for the person executing the plan, they had to find another person. In other words, the demons were too powerful to take the risk. If they knew that he had already taken a lot of benefits from the Azura world, who knew how they would feel? The problem they mentioned most likely did not exist on Zhongli's side. However, how to convince them to believe him was the problem. Valley Master, Seniors, I'm the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance. Don't underestimate me. The three of you should know that if we want to control that demonic lotus, we must possess profound attainments in rune array formations to analyze the manuals left behind by the Black Lotus Divine Sect. Uncle Masters Dongfang Guangling and the others are not in the Great Mountain region. It's not that I'm bragging, but in the current Great Mountain region, it should be very difficult to find a runic array master stronger than me. In addition, I've once cultivated a spirit refinement cultivation method. My attainments in spirit refinement are not bad. I can study that demonic lotus under the seal. Valley Master and Seniors, you can test me first. The three sect masters looked at each other. They did not know where Zhongli's confidence came from. He actually wanted to compete with them in terms of spirit refinement cultivation. One had to know that they were soul formation cultivators who had already cultivated a true essence soul. No matter how strong the souls and minds of ordinary cultivators were, how could they compare to them? Furthermore, how long had Zhongli cultivated for? Even a super genius could not reach this level. However, they had the intention to test Zhongli. Daistwashi did not refuse and instead released a portion of his essence soul pressure towards Zhongli. As the Valley Master of the Scripture Storage Valley, he naturally could not let others test his disciples. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The hair on Zhongli's forehead swayed slightly, but his expression did not change at all. Kid, I've really underestimated you. Next, I have to be serious. If you can't withstand it, don't force yourself and get injured. Daistwashi praised Zhongli, and then the essence soul pressure started to rise bit by bit. 10%, 20%, 30%, 50%, 70%, 90%. Daistwashi? Shenshan Jianyi, did you use any strength? Abbot Le Ku, your acting is really good. Then, the two of them joined in. The pressure from three top-notch soul formation cultivators of the Great Mountain region surged towards Zhongli like a torrent. The ground behind Zhongli creaked, and the hard stone slab turned into powder inch by inch. A large number of cracks appeared on the door of the secret room behind him as if it had suffered a huge impact, and then it shattered into pieces on the ground. The essence soul pressure continued to spread backwards. Under an invisible fluctuation, a large number of unlucky sword cultivators fainted on the ground without any warning. Even the nascent soul sword cultivators felt dizzy. They hurriedly activated their sword heart to resist before quickly retreating with the other disciples. 15 minutes later, this invisible pressure quietly disappeared. As for the 3 sect masters of the 3 major sects, their expressions carried shock that could not be concealed. Under the pressure of the 3 of them combined, Zhang Li's hair was actually only blown into a pigtail. He did not react at all. What sort of spirit refinement cultivation was this? They had always known that Zhang Li's body cultivation was very strong, and his qi refinement cultivation was also at the level of a monster. However, they did not expect that Zhang Li's greatest strength was actually the spirit refinement aspect. The 3 of them exchanged glances repeatedly and sized Zhang Li up. Could this guy really be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal or Buddha? It was said that there had been such a precedent in the eastern region. Zhang Li's exaggerated growth was simply not inferior to that rumor at all. In the end, he successfully passed the test of the 3 sect masters. In fact, with his cultivation level, it was quite difficult for him to resist this level of pressure. However, he had dragon blood and the human emperor's blood qi. This was basically cheating. What pressure could intimidate the human emperor? Facing the pressure of the 3 of them, he actually did not feel anything intense. His heart beat a little faster, and he ignored this pressure altogether. After obtaining the sealed demonic lotus and the ancient books that had once been stored in the scripture storage valley, Zhang Li did not stay in the sect for long. He handed 2 top-grade ores to the weapon refinement masters of the Great Mountain region to refine the coffin nails before leaving on his own and starting another long journey. In the Azura world's blood fighting arena, in the underground blood pool, the Yaksha clone was lying lazily on the thigh of a beautiful succubus, enjoying the precious spiritual fruit and blood grape that the other party had delivered to his mouth. After opening the passageway between the 2 worlds, because the divine statue clone was only willing to communicate with the Yaksha clone, his status here was unshakable. Under the influence of the evil eye high priest, the Yaksha clone could be considered to have lived a happy life without shame. Even the main body was not as comfortable as him. After consuming a blood grape, the blood of madness in his body strengthened. This feeling of becoming stronger while lying down was something that even his main body was envious of. At this moment, a mental power pulled him up from the succubus. It turned out that the high priest in charge of the blood pool had arrived. Fallen blood, I hope you can give me good news today. After Zhang Li used true several thousand hands, the evil eye high priest could not wait to further control the human opposite him. If he did not send a few Asuras over, he would feel uneasy. However, because he had to deal with the blood saber guards of the myriad slaughter sect, Zhang Li did not have the time to care about this side and found an opportunity to refuse several times. This made the high priest appear very dissatisfied. How could a group of mortals reject his request? In the past few days, this great evil eye had come to ask him every day, giving Zhang Li quite a bit of pressure. Fortunately, today, the Yaksha clone finally brought him good news. Lord High Priest, some time ago, some qi refinement cultivators from the Lamb world attacked the city where the statue is. In order to protect the statue, the city lord opposite hid it and did not dare to communicate too much. Those qi refinement cultivators slaughtered the citizens in their city and even snatched away their treasure homeland. Now, they are eager to obtain the protection of the great Asura, Lord Vimasitran. They are willing to welcome us at any time. The Yaksha clone said. The high priest came to a realization when he heard this. Although the mortal city opposite was easy to control, it did not have the ability to protect itself. If he was too anxious, it would be very easy for the cultivators of the human world to discover him. At that time, if all his efforts were for naught, the gains would not make up for the losses. Attacked? Good, good. Hatred and despair will make the humans' faith in us unshakable. Tell them that as long as we're here, no one can hurt them anymore. Immediately prepare some gifts for our guide. Chapter 311, Rock Mountain Range. The altar was personally activated by the Evil Eye High Priest. Countless precious materials were thrown into it and sent to the continent of the 9 provinces regardless of the expenditure. Behind it, 200 small evil eyes, the previously seen succubi, and another transparent octopus-like creature were squeezed together. They were gifts prepared for Zhongli by the blood-fighting arena. On the continent of the 9 provinces, Zhongli was currently diving. After bidding farewell to his fellow disciples, he came alone to the mother river that had already transformed into a swamp after experiencing several great battles. In the center of this place was a bottomless hole left behind by the huge 9 nether wood when it fled. At this moment, the deep cave was already filled with river water. The entrance was even covered by the layers of seals of the 3 major sects. What Zhongli wanted to do next was really not something anyone else could learn of. In fact, it was not inferior to the 100 tempering mountain that everyone wanted to kill back then. Therefore, he had to find a hidden and stable place to do it. With the Alliance Leader token, he opened a temporary gap in the seal and swam in. Inside was endless darkness. He shot out a spiritual light to illuminate the area. The strong light that was enough to blind people in the murky water could not spread far. Zhongli could only use the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra as underwater sound as he slowly explored downwards. In this deep hole, there were many yin corpses left behind from back then. After smelling the smell of living people, they swam towards Zhongli. However, the current Zhongli was no longer afraid of monsters of that level. With a wave of his hand, a patch of water grass spread out under the water. The dense water grass intertwined with each other. Even if a water dragon came, it would not be so easy to break free, let alone a group of weak yin corpses. Zhongli continued to go deeper. After reaching a depth of more than 10,000 feet, he created a platform on the stone wall beside him. He placed the coffin on it and directly entered. After passing through that small portion of darkness, what entered his sight was not the spider lily sea carefree grassland that Zhongli was familiar with. In here, peddlers were bustling, travelers were in a hurry, brothels were busy, and the academy was bustling with scholars. In the yin burial space, it was a bustling human city. After obtaining the carefree grass, Zhongli quickly cultivated it to the same level as the spider lily. Under the combined effect of these 2 types of netherworld spiritual plants, Zhongli's coffin space really became like the netherworld illusion. As long as ghosts entered this place, they would be affected, removing the negative emotions of those ghosts and turning back into ordinary humans. After that, Qin Schumann spent a lot of effort to build another city's illusion space here. The mortals inside were all played by ghost soldiers, and the houses were all formed from the 9 nether yin wood. As long as the difference in cultivation was not too great, at a glance, it was as if they had really entered a bustling human city. In the center of this city, the half-Buddha, half-demon thousand hands divine statue clone was sitting on a black lotus, floating in the air and emitting an even brighter light. The thousand hands divine statue opened its mouth, and a pillar of light shone out and landed in front of the clone. In the pillar of light, all kinds of precious materials from the Azura world appeared from time to time. The blood crystals equivalent to spirit stones in the 9 provinces continent quickly piled up into a small mountain. There were also strange things like the red sand jade, white bone bricks, and hot insect shells. Zhongli, who could observe the situation on both sides at the same time, discovered that the number of materials that appeared from the statue clone was only 20 to 30% of the materials invested in the Azura world. The remaining parts were all lost in the spatial crack between the 2 worlds during the teleportation. It could be seen that even now, the cost of such cross-border communication was very high. Then, with the thought from Zhongli, the clone released the authority within and started to actively communicate with the altar of the Azura world. The red pillar of light in front of him suddenly enlarged. Threads of black lightning that were produced by spatial fluctuations flickered continuously around the pillar of light. This meant that the passage on both sides had already expanded to the limit of tolerance in the continent of the 9 provinces, which was enough for living beings to cross. In the underground blood pool, the first evil eye was wrapped by the high priest's psychic power and thrown into the blood-colored pillar on the altar. The huge eyeball, the size of a basketball with tentacles, blurred before completely disappearing from the Azura world. After a few breaths, a ball of blood mud suddenly spat out from the pillar of light in front of the statue clone. A few tentacles landed on the ground and twisted a few times unwillingly. Under the circumstances that it did not directly tear open the spatial barrier, not to mention the high energy expenditure, the success rate was still quite low. This evil eye was not very lucky. It was directly shattered by the power of space and turned into a meaningless pile of mud. This was also why those monsters were afraid. If they died outside the Azura world, they would not be able to transform into blood eggs to be reborn. However, it was obvious that the people in the blood fighting arena were already mentally prepared. It was only a lone person like Zhongli who had to be thrifty. How could a rich person like the great Azura Vima Citron care about this? 10? 100? As long as they could successfully send their people here to build an altar and prepare for the invasion of the Lamb world, everything would be worth it. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Zhongli's eyes lit up when he saw the 9th evil eye. Although a small half of the evil eye's body had been torn off by the spatial fluctuation, there was no doubt that it still retained the aura of life and could be saved. Zhongli stepped forward and grabbed the evil eye that was the size of a basketball, and he directly soaked it in a barrel of human blood. This was only the blood of an ordinary mortal, but human blood was a real supplement to Azura. Soaked in human blood, the evil eye's incomplete body wriggled and quickly grew and healed. The effect was much better than soaking it in the blood of madness. The 9 provinces continent and the Azura world seemed to be irreconcilable enemies, but the creatures of the two worlds seemed to be complementary in another aspect. However, the secret behind this was not something that a small alliance leader like Zhongli could understand. He rummaged around and could not find the mouthpiece of this evil eye. According to the Yaksha clone's understanding, this evil eye race in the Azura world should be a completely abnormal creature. They were probably similar to mayflies. After transforming into grown bodies, they would not need to eat or grow mouthparts. However, this was not a problem for Zhongli. He violently stuffed a spiritual root seed that did not contain any spiritual qi into the wound where the evil eye was still growing. Although it hurt a little, the final effect was the same. Zhongli had done an experiment before. The 9 netherwood was indeed worthy of being a spiritual root of heaven and earth. Its seeds could take root and grow in the bodies of Azura world creatures. However, because the content of the Azura world creatures was not spiritual qi, they could not store any spiritual qi in the seed. Otherwise, the seed would be crippled because of the collision of spiritual qi and the power of chaos. Without enough spiritual qi, the spiritual root seed could also take root. They would be like the 2,000 children of the Southern Seal Kingdom back then, absorbing the mental and physical lives of their hosts as nutrients and slowly growing. The speed was slower than spiritual qi, and because of the power of chaos in his body after taking root, the artificial spiritual root produced could not be used to cultivate. Fortunately, Zhongli did not expect them to cultivate spiritual qi. As long as he could turn these Azura world creatures into trusted allies, he would be satisfied. Zhongli had been waiting beside the statue. As long as any living creature came out, he would quickly plant the seed. This time, the ones teleported over were all relatively smart races in the Azura world. They grasped a completely different subclass energy knowledge system from the 9 provinces continent. Every single one of them was a treasure to Zhongli. They would be responsible for building altar-like buildings like the karma-cleansing lotus that were enough to open the spatial crack. However, other than that, the Azura world also had extremely high-level rune refinement methods. If he could master that portion of knowledge in his hands and combine it with the methods of the 9 provinces continent, perhaps he could collide with some surprising sparks. They guarded in front of the pillar of light, avoiding the flesh and mud from time to time before welcoming the next monster. The success rate of teleportation was less than 1/10. Moreover, it was impossible to teleport. The faction surpassed human core formation creatures. The blood-fighting arena had prepared 1,200 monsters this time. Among them, there were 500 evil eyes, 500 spirit-absorbing monsters, and 200 succubi. They were all talents who had received high-level memories. However, only 103 of them successfully teleported to Zhongli. Most of them were still heavily injured and on the verge of death, needing Zhongli to save them. He had to pay extra attention to the lucky ones who were lightly injured or even unscathed, as only a portion of the unimportant organs had been swept away. Facing that kind of demonic creature, Zhongli could not completely use force. The Evil Eye High Priest was very suspicious and was always wary of Zhongli. It had specially instructed these Suicide Squad members that once they teleported over alive, they would immediately send back the scene in front of them. In order to make that High Priest believe in him more, Zhongli had even spent a lot of effort to construct this illusion city to temporarily deceive them. Otherwise, they would notice the abnormality at a glance and turn their heads to report to the other side. Zhongli's little trick would be immediately exposed. Fortunately, the targets were not strong enough to be fooled by Zhongli. This was also why he dared to really receive the Azura world. In the end, Zhongli, the city lord, even drank a bottle of blood of madness in front of them and became half human and half Azura. Only then did the Evil Eye High Priest nod in satisfaction. Of course, this scene was actually staged by the Sword Cultivator clone. He had already drunk the blood of madness. It was not a big deal to drink more now. After this teleportation ended, Zhongli immediately turned hostile and controlled them. He stuffed spiritual root seeds into their bodies and would only let them work after the spiritual root seed grew. With this group of demons as his backers, Zhongli could openly ask for more things from the blood-fighting arena. He could repair the karma-cleansing lotus and strengthen the divine statue clone. All of them could be reimbursed from the public funds and did not need Zhongli's own expenditure. Of course, Zhongli was not a person who did not keep his word. As long as the time was ripe, he might really open a spatial crack for those Azuras and launch a cross-world invasion. In the eastern region of the Azure Cloud Prefecture, in the Rock Mountain Range, Blackstone City. This was originally the largest cultivation city in the cultivation world of the Rock Mountain Range. The entire city was formed by a hard black stone. Even without relying on defensive array formations, the cannon fire of the warship and flying ship could not destroy any of the residences inside. However, such a city no longer had a master. There were originally millions of residents inside, but now, less than 10% were left. The originally sturdy black stone house had now become a cage that they could not escape from. In a large square in the center of Blackstone City, there was a huge black-scaled snake that was nearly 2,000 feet long. Under the sunlight, the scales on the snake's body emitted a charming luster like jade. Any cultivator from the Rock Mountain Range would recognize it as the guardian spirit beast that they had once worshipped as a deity. At this moment, a cultivator of the Myriad Slaughter sect hurriedly ran to the snake and reported the latest news respectfully. Oh! All 15 blood saber guards died. A moment later, this sentence came from the black snake's stomach. Then, a skinning saber suddenly pierced out of the snake's stomach. After drawing a huge gap horizontally, a noble and calm man walked out. His clothes were gorgeous and had a hint of nobility. There was also a strange blood-red crown on his head. It was the Earth rank artifact that had appeared at the Myriad Sun Buildings auction and was auctioned off, the Blood King crown. The man who walked out of the snake's stomach was the sect master of the Myriad Slaughter sect, Wu Fan. He was a man who had killed countless people and made people tremble in fear. Even after experiencing several heavenly tribulations, he was still alive. Sect Master, the disciples of the Life Token Pavilion reported that only 3 of the 300 life tokens of the Blood Saber Guards sent to the Great Mountain region are intact. As for the tokens of the 13 Blood Saber Guards, they shattered in a short period of time. Should we send the second batch of Blood Saber Guards over? The cultivator passing the information trembled in fear. If the sect master was unhappy, it was not impossible to skin him on the spot. Fortunately, Wu Fan was in a good mood recently. He still looked indifferent as he listened to the report. He casually put the skinning knife aside. The female cultivator serving at the side immediately stepped forward and poured out a jade bottle in her hand. Clear spring water immediately poured out endlessly, causing Sect Master Wu to carefully and elegantly wash away the dirty blood on his hand. Even the Sect Master of the Myriad Slaughter Sect, who was renowned throughout the cultivation world of the eastern region as a butcher, would seriously maintain hand hygiene. Since they're dead, forget it. The group of cultivators from the Rock Mountain Range have not been very obedient recently. Tell them that if they can conquer the Great Mountain region, their families will be safe and sound. Chapter 312, Savage Wasteland. After dealing with the Azura world's Evil Eye High Priest, Zhang Li, the pitiful alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, set off again and flew towards an area he had never stepped foot in. The current location of the Myriad Slaughter Sect's main force was called the Rock Mountain Range. It was a sealed cultivation world that they had just attacked. From the rough map of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, the area covered by the Rock Mountain Range was not much smaller than the Great Mountain region. It was a special terrain with rocks that was difficult to see. The straight line distance from the Great Mountain region was not far, but in the middle were two red areas marked as highly dangerous on the map. That meant that just flying on it might be life-threatening. If one did not have absolute confidence in their own strength, they would try their best not to touch it. Zhang Li had just released a group of Azura world creatures to the 9 provinces continent. Although he controlled it very well and did not pose any threat or influence to the continent of the 9 provinces, the interface did not show any negative status. However, he had already sensed some changes in himself. His originally fresh mouth suddenly showed signs of foul odor. This meant that he might have been plagued by negative karma. His merit blessing could eliminate negative karma, but he did not want to test his luck recently. It was better to be obedient and take a detour like ordinary cultivators. After that, this detour took an entire 20 days and nights. Zhang Li, who was sitting on Rayquaza, had been meditating dully all this time. He was about to break through to the core formation realm before finally flying to the edge of the target area. Immediately, the vegetation became sparse. Only when the exposed ground completely turned into bare rocks did he know that he had already entered the rock ridge. Under the scorching sun, the air was roasted until it distorted slightly. The entire place was desolate. At this moment, an eagle's cry suddenly tore through the sky. They had just arrived at the new place when this barbaric region welcomed Alliance leader Zhang in its own way. The shadow that was covered by the sunlight shot onto Zhang Li, and it actually enveloped him and most of the wooden dragon. Looking up, a pair of huge and sharp hook claws had already pounced forward. The wood dragon Rayquaza opened its mouth and shot out a dragon roar cannon, directly piercing the wings of the huge bird. The sharp eagle cry immediately turned into a wail. Without a wing, it was difficult for the bird to fly, so it immediately fell. After that, the rocky wasteland that Zhang Li originally thought was barren, empty, and desolate suddenly became bustling. A huge rock deformed without any warning and transformed into a stone-skinned toad. It jumped up from the ground and opened its meat-colored mouth to bite the fallen bird. However, before the toad could land, the seemingly bare rock ground suddenly split open like a mouth, biting the falling toad in the middle again. It was not until this guy started moving that Zhang Li discovered that it was a dried stone crocodile with 6 legs. After swallowing the prey in 2 bites, the crocodile shook its head and swayed its tail as it walked into the distance. However, after walking for a while, the terrain beneath its feet suddenly collapsed, and its huge body sank like it had fallen into quicksand. However, it was not sand. It was a marching ant that was 10,000 times more terrifying than sand. A huge dried stone crocodile fell into the endless army of ants. Its hard skin could not withstand the invincible mouth parts. In just a few moments, the tons of meat were completely eaten by the ants. Even the bones were cut off by the mouth part and the delicious spinal cord inside was emptied. In a short period of time, Zhang Li had seen a fierce competition between fish and shrimps. The more barren and desolate a place was, the more extreme the disguise and hunting ability of the local species would be. Especially after evolving into a demon beast, all kinds of magical methods emerged endlessly. After the group of ants below finished eating the crocodile and the other two demon beasts in its stomach, they actually placed their gazes on Zhang Li. Buzzing sounds of wings flapping could be heard. This group of army ants actually had flying soldiers. A group of grayish-brown insects rose into the sky at a rather slow speed and pounced towards Zhang Li. They were thirsting for any food to reproduce and strengthen their species. The countless terrifying mouthparts were enough to make most of the monsters in the wilderness retreat. Even Zhang Li's wood arts would probably only become their food. Other than insect repellent, the most effective thing against insects should be flames. He raised his hand and formed a ball of scorching wine fire in his palm. He suddenly slapped it down, and a ball of shocking alcohol spiritual fire spread out, instantly enveloping the swarm of insects. The power of the liquor fire flame that was enhanced by the 9 nether spiritual chi was quite powerful. When the flames dissipated, a large number of charred and tender insect shells fell down. The smell of burnt meat filled the air. The protein was 8 times that of beef. This fragrance caused the demon beasts in a range of more than 5 kilometers to riot. In order to prevent himself from being swept into it, Zhang Li put away the obviously targeted wood dragon Rayquaza and rode his flying sword to quickly leave this area. In such a place, how strong were humans to be able to survive? However, after flying for a distance, Zhang Li discovered that there was actually a small town in this wasteland. In such a harsh environment, being able to survive safely without being destroyed was definitely a skill. There was a sign hanging on the edge of the town. It seemed to be an organization similar to a relay station. After Zhang Li approached, he politely landed on the ground and walked towards the town. At this moment, he discovered that there was a tall fungus growing in a circle around the town. It was a thick mushroom with many holes on the surface. After using appraisal, he learned that the name of this fungus was quite common. It was called the desolate poison mushroom. This was a poisonous mushroom. When touching the surface, a large number of poisonous spores would spew out from the holes on the surface. As long as a creature breathed in a certain number of poisonous spores, it would be parasitized and poisoned, slowly absorbing nutrients until it was beyond cure and on the verge of death. Their fungus spores would also spread underground and occupy a considerable area. These fungus spores also had the same toxic and parasitic characteristics. Therefore, as long as such a desolate poison mushroom existed, basically no demon beast would take the initiative to approach them. This was also the way ordinary humans lived in this region. Of course, this spore would also work on humans, causing ordinary mortals in the region to have an average lifespan of less than 35 years. However, this was also the only way they could survive in a dangerous wasteland. It was even to the extent that the humans in this region had already formed a symbiosis with this poisonous mushroom. The poison of the poisonous mushroom protected humans, and after humans died, their corpses would be buried in the ground to grow new poisonous mushrooms. Zhang Li followed the usual practice and gathered some spores. After wrapping himself in a poison-shielding mask woven from the roots of the 9 nether wood, he walked into the small town relay station in front of him. To his surprise, there were actually quite a few people in this relay station. In the center of the town, there was a shed that blocked out the sun and wind. Inside, dozens of cultivators were sitting in the shed, waiting for something. "Hey, there's a new scumbag coming. Hey, newbie, come over and give me 2,000 spirit stones. We'll be kind and take you to Blackstone City." Seeing Zhang Li arrive, a group of burly men with fierce faces shouted arrogantly at him. They looked like gangsters collecting protection fees. Zhang Li had never had a good impression of such people. After his eyes emitted a shocking aura and glanced at them, the group of burly men immediately fell silent. The others sat silently on the spot, and they seemed to have sensed what Zhang Li had done. They raised their heads and took a glance before ignoring him. From the looks of it, this group of cultivators was not together. From their sitting posture and position, they all maintained vigilant and safe positions. Zhang Li glanced over and noticed that most of these people were dressed like rogue cultivators. Although their appearance and characteristics were different, they all gave people a feeling of disgust. They were probably the type that looked like bad people from one glance. This small town should be the relay station set up to enter deeper into the Rock Mountain range. The goal of this group of people here should be the same as Zhang Li. They plan to head to the center of this region, Blackstone City. However, this region that had just experienced the flames of war was occupied by a powerful myriad slaughter sect. What exactly was it that could attract these guys here? Not long after, a female cultivator came forward to greet Zhang Li. "Hello, guests. Please don't listen to their nonsense. They are travelers like you. You don't have to pay them any additional fees. This relay station belongs to the Eastern Region's Merchant Alliance. They don't dare to really attack here. Is your destination also Blackstone City? We suggest that after gathering 100 people, we hire about 10 brownstone pythons to travel together. This will be safer." The female cultivator's attitude was very good. She professionally explained the service of their relay station to Zhang Li. If they formed a 100-person team according to what she said, each person would have to pay 200 spirit stones to pass through this dangerous wasteland. The success rate was naturally not 100%, but it was also the first choice for most cultivators to travel. Zhang Li nodded in agreement. There were already many cultivators in this relay station, so it should not take long for 100 people to set off together. In addition, he was new to this bare wasteland and was too conspicuous. He was here to secretly cause trouble, so it was best not to be too open. After handing over 200 spirit stones to the female cultivator, Zhang Li casually made up a name and registered it in her book. After that, he took a wooden number card and quietly waited at the side. He then discovered the reason why this group of rogue cultivators came to this troublesome place. On the wall of this relay station, there was yellow paper everywhere. On it was a recruitment order. The target of recruitment did not have any requirements and was targeted at all rogue cultivators. The recruiter was the famous myriad slaughter sect in the cultivation world of the Eastern region. It was said that the conditions for the myriad slaughter sect to recruit disciples were extremely harsh, and they had to pass through a heavenly punishment to obtain approval. However, that was actually the standard for official members. Even if they were fully prepared, the actual mortality rate of heavenly punishment had always been high. The myriad slaughter sect was in a state of war all year round. They had just fought a long war against the cultivation world of the Rock Mountain range, so they naturally needed a large number of new blood to join. As a demon sect, the conditions for recruiting outer sect members were extremely relaxed. In any case, they did not need to pay anything, so they naturally did not reject anyone. The more the better. There were no requirements regarding character. Scumbags and perverts were child's play in the myriad slaughter sect. Therefore, there was this recruitment notice stuck on the wall everywhere. To those rogue cultivators who committed all kinds of crimes, they could join a large faction in the Divine Judgment Hall. In the future, they would no longer be rogue cultivators without anyone to rely on. Instead, they would have backers and supporters. In the future, when they walked, they could swagger around without fear. When they gave up on threatening others, they would be much more confident. It was a temptation that they could not refuse. At this time, there was a high chance that only such a group of people would come to the Rock Mountain range. No wonder that burly man from before called him a scumbag. He only treated Zhang Li as a rogue cultivator who had gone thousands of miles to join the myriad slaughter sect. Zhang Li pondered for a moment. This seemed to be a good idea. Right now, the interior of the rock ridge must be extremely dangerous. If they used conventional methods to hide, if they were discovered, it would be hard to avoid a pursuit. If he encountered a soul formation expert, he did not have any reliable methods to deal with them. He might as well join this group and enter Blackstone City through the recruitment method. However, his identity as the Great Mountain Alliance leader had already been recorded in the Divine Judgment Hall. The Myriad Slaughter sect had already sent scouts into the Great Mountain region. He did not believe that they did not even know his appearance as the Alliance leader. If he was recognized, he would be courting death. It was better to change his identity. The wood arts that he was good at and his signature artifacts could only be used as little as possible. Fortunately, no one knew that Zhongli still had a fire attribute artificial spiritual root. If he changed his appearance and used the liquor fire spiritual chi to fight the enemy, even his master would not be able to recognize him so easily. The attraction of the Myriad Slaughter sect's recruitment token was indeed not small. In this small relay station, it quickly filled up to 100 cultivators. Before leaving, there were even a few who cut the line. 200 spirit stones per 100 cultivators. The income from this relay station was 20,000 spirit stones. The business of the Eastern Region's Merchant Alliance was really easy to earn. Then, they saw the brownstone python that they had hired with spirit stones. According to the female cultivator who received them, this brownstone python had the bloodline of the sacred beast of the Rock Mountain Range. When they moved, the rustling sound of their scales rubbing against each other could drive away most demon beasts in the desert. Controlling these 10 pythons were 10 native snake cultivators covered in scales and with long, thin tongues. They would lead Zhongli and the others along the path established by the Eastern Region's Merchant Alliance to Blackstone City. Chapter 313, No matter how bad it is, it's only like this. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Only people who walked here all year round could remember this route. Every set distance, a desolate poison mushroom would be planted to prevent the local demon beasts from gathering here. Every poisonous mushroom like this was nurtured by a former human. It was a path that the locals used their lives to pave for their descendants. In this desert, it was best not to fly. Coupled with the two methods of the python and poisonous mushrooms and the experienced snake users, they could advance here relatively safely. In this kind of wasteland, the sky always darkened especially quickly. In the day, all the creatures were disguised on the ground and did not move. At night, it was the prelude to their party. All kinds of wolf howls and beast roars sounded in the wilderness. Fortunately, they followed those snake people and found a desolate poison mushroom before the sun set. Staying under the mushroom but not lighting a bonfire, if something approached, as long as they gently touched the mushroom, it could scare away most of the danger. However, the effects of the poisonous spores were only targeted at external threats. It was helpless against internal dangers. Hey, is that true? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. I was lying on the ground at that time. That kid's fire technique was ridiculously powerful. A large group of flying ants were burned away by him in one move. The color of his spirit fire is also very different from ordinary spirit fire. I suspect that he definitely has a special fire seed on him. I heard that the Myriad Slaughter sect has recently placed great importance on fire attribute spiritual root cultivators. If we can obtain the strange flame, us brothers might be able to make a name for ourselves in the Myriad Slaughter sect. How is it? Do you want to do it? Hee, such a good fat sheep is right in front of us. That's our opportunity. There were not many good people among the rogue cultivators who could gather here. Even on the way, some people could not help but have ill intentions. A few cultivators conversed in a certain dialect for a while before dispersing as if they had returned to their original place to lie on the ground and nap. However, there was immediately a rustling sound that mixed into the cold wind of the desert. A palm-sized spider crawled out from a cultivator's sleeve. As the spider walked, the wind stopped. The hunting instinct engraved in its genes made it quietly approach its target. Soon, the spider crawled up Zhongli's body from the rock ground and covered its face. Humph, he can even sleep like this. He's indeed a rookie. The cultivator lying on the ground suddenly pulled the spider silk in his hand, pulling back the spider that was crawling on Zhongli's mask. Even Zhongli's mask was pulled off. Then, another person flicked a stone out from his hand and struck the desolate poison mushroom that was close by. Stimulated, the poisonous mushroom immediately spat out a large amount of spores from the holes in its body. The cultivators who were sitting or lying down to rest instantly retreated. Even if they had already taken anti-poison measures, no one wanted to stay in such a dense poisonous spore powder. Only the few people who had just had ill intentions did not retreat but pounced towards Zhongli, who was still within the range of the spore powder. The other travelers who were forced back by the spore powder were quite angry. Seeing this scene, they already understood what those people wanted to do. It was nothing more than trying to use the poison of the poison mushroom to directly knock Zhongli down and then kill him for it. This kind of behavior was actually quite old-fashioned in this wilderness. However, robbery was one thing, but injuring others was another. When the few fellows inside came out, the travelers outside would probably settle the score with them. The wind on the stone wasteland quickly blew away the spreading spore dust. However, only Zhongli appeared before them, and his body was completely free of dust. The few villains who had launched the attack had already disappeared without a trace. Zhongli was actually in a good mood now. Among the few people who attacked him earlier, one of them happened to have a fire attribute, spiritual root attribute. He was just worrying about casually fabricating a name and background that would easily be seen through by the myriad slaughter sect when these guys came to send him off. Fire Whip New Year, this was such a casual name. Zhongli put on the mask again and used the appearance-changing technique he obtained by accident all those years ago. After changing his appearance, he sat cross-legged back down. The others had the intention to find Zhongli to vent their anger. However, the scene just now indicated that this person was obviously not to be trifled with. Rogue cultivators like them were the best at judging the situation, so no one dared to come up and court death for the time being. Instead, a man placed a bottle of pills beside him. This medicine can detoxify the mushroom poison. After that person finished speaking, he walked away and did not spare Zhongli another glance. Zhongli put away the bottle of pills. He did not consume it, nor did he refuse. The next day, the group continued on their journey as usual. No one cared about the disappeared scumbags. As the distance approached, the number of demon beast monsters in the surrounding wilderness decreased. From time to time, the patrolling cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect would appear. Several open paths finally appeared ahead. This kind of product under the order of civilization meant that they had already entered the control area of Blackstone City. The nearby demon beasts had already been cleaned up by the local cultivators. However, after the myriad slaughter sect took over Blackstone City, everything here had changed slightly. On the side of the road, there was a wooden pole erected every 100 feet. On each wooden pole, there was the corpse of a young girl. They were in a dancing posture. They closed their eyes and pointed forward elegantly. This was actually a road sign made of a human girl. How beautiful! As expected of the myriad slaughter sect. This was the first time Zhongli had seen such a scene, and he could not help but frown. However, the rogue cultivators beside him were clearly experienced and knowledgeable. They might have seen actions 10 times worse than this. Therefore, they did not feel any discomfort when he saw it. Some people were full of praise for this decoration. This was the true appearance of the cultivation world of the eastern region. The eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent was very large. The situation in each region was different. The attitude of cultivators to mortals was also vastly different. For example, under the hard work of the seniors of the sect, the Righteous Path Alliance completely defeated the demonic cultivators and allowed the humans in that region to live peacefully. However, that kind of peace had actually only lasted for more than 100 years. To the older cultivators, the chaos back then was like a day away. As for the other regions of the eastern region, some had established peaceful order like the Great Mountain region. However, other than that, there were also many places where righteous and demonic existences coexisted. Some simply said that demonic cultivators had already eliminated righteous sects and established sinful places, causing all living beings to be in deep trouble. For example, the current cultivation world of the Rock Mountain Range. Some of the higher UPS of the Divine Judgment Hall might have long wanted to eliminate these poisonous tumors. However, there were actually many organizations like the Myriad Slaughter sect. If they really fought, it would definitely cause serious internal conflict. Now, the armored trolls were staring covetously at them. If the eastern region consumed a large amount of its strength, the entire eastern region might fall to a state that was even more terrifying than being ruled by demonic cultivators. Therefore, the Divine Judgment Hall did not dare to act rashly. It was only because of this group of demonic cultivators that they were arrogant and domineering in the eastern region for so many years. Are you all new here? Go over there and line up to register. Soon, a pair of Myriad Slaughter sect cultivators landed from the sky and stopped them. After knowing their goal, he was no longer surprised. He pointed them in a direction and rose into the sky to leave. There was actually a line outside the huge black stone city. The line was quite long. It could be seen how popular the Myriad Slaughter Demon sect was among this group of rogue cultivators. Those with fire attribute spiritual roots, register here. Prioritize recruitment. If you have any specialties, stand here and register yourself. After Zhang Li approached, he discovered that the Myriad Slaughter sect had even made a certain classification when recruiting new blood. To ordinary cultivators, as long as their cultivation level was above the Foundation establishment realm, they had already reached the lowest recruitment criteria of the Myriad Slaughter sect. In any case, being cannon fodder was more or less enough. Among them, the most ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators had the most number of people and the longest line. Then, there were core formation cultivators. The treatment for each realm was different. Apart from that, the Myriad Slaughter sect also focused on recruiting fire attribute spiritual root cultivators and sub-occupation cultivators. Alchemy, weapon refinement, talisman array formations, artistic sword cultivators, or those who had grasped some kind of heaven and earth fire and special abilities could all enjoy better treatment from the Myriad Slaughter sect. This kind of talent that could create benefits at any time was naturally a rare commodity everywhere. Zhang Li stood behind a few rows and considered for a moment. With the style of the Myriad Slaughter sect, if he became their lackey, he would be tasked to kill people everywhere. Even if it was only a temporary disguise, Zhang Li did not want to help them do this. He did not know how to refine pills or weapons, but he was an expert in runes and array formations. He was a special talent that the other party had specially recruited. In addition, the Myriad Slaughter sect was still recruiting fire attribute cultivators. No matter from which angle, Zhang Li's liquor fire sword song could be considered outstanding. He even possessed the human fire from the Star Tower. Therefore, it should be more suitable to choose these two directions. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Li still chose the more reliable array talisman master team. There were clearly fewer cultivators lining up here. In contrast, checks are stricter. Zhang Li filled in his basic form according to the fire attribute cultivator he had captured earlier and was brought into a temporary rune workshop. There were more than 100 rune tables in this room. Before the tables, many cultivators dressed like rogue cultivators were working hard, doing everything they could. His arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Zhang Li casually found a rune table and placed a complete rune array formation in front of him. In addition, there was an hourglass, a carving knife, and 10 standard-sized blank wooden planks. The method of testing was obvious. He needed to analyze the runes in the array formation within the designated time and then draw one himself. Finally, with the spirit stones embedded, if the array formation could run and the accuracy was more than 80%, it would be considered a pass. Zhang Li only took a glance and already recognized the array formation in front of him. It was a slightly modified rock formation that could compress ordinary soil into rocks. It was a very basic entry-level array formation. As long as one had received a few years of orthodox teaching of array talismans, there was almost no possibility of failure when copying an array pattern of this level. To Alliance leader Zhang Li, this was child's play. However, it was normal for the test to be simple. This was because the target of this test was a rogue cultivator. Those rogue cultivators basically held a secret manual of unknown origins and studied it until they died. Some had studied it for more than 10 years but still did not know much. Some were talented and smart. They really understood everything. It was inevitable that there would be many mistakes in his understanding and habits. This was the result of a closed-door cultivator. Therefore, what Zhang Li thought was a simple test was actually a rather serious test for these rogue cultivators. Looking at their nervous sweat, Zhang Li thanked his sect again in his heart. He picked up the carving knife and moved quickly. In just a moment, smooth lines covered the entire wooden board. A formation diagram had been completed. An examiner of the myriad slaughter sect above revealed a surprised expression when he saw Zhang Li's technique being so skilled. He came down in surprise and prepared to check. However, Zhang Li suddenly realized something. A trace of liquor fire spiritual qi surged into his hand and instantly lit up the wooden board in his hand. Halfway through, the examiner saw the rising flames and thought that Zhang Li had been too anxious and made the most primitive mistake. Shaking his head in disappointment, he continued to observe the other candidates. Zhang Li almost made a mistake while currently pretending to be a rogue cultivator. Look at the standards of these fellows around him. If he performed too well and perfectly, there was no benefit in actuality. Instead, it might arouse suspicion or attention. To him, who wanted to stir up trouble secretly, these were things that he had to avoid as much as possible. Therefore, when he did it again, he deliberately chose a saber-wielding posture that was neither professional nor comfortable. When he was carving, he deliberately slowed down and even showed a slight problem at every similar point. He felt that the standard of an ordinary cultivator's array formation could only be this bad. This should suit his skills as a rogue cultivator. The effect of this array formation would be much worse. It looked like there was an irregular flaw in his common knowledge technique. This kind of problem often happened to rogue cultivators without guidance. However, even so, after he handed over the wooden board, he naturally received the examiner's praise. New Year? Not bad, not bad. You have a lot of potential. Amongst this batch of array talisman masters who were participating in the test, Zhang Li, who tried his best to make himself clumsy, was still at a level that stood out from the crowd. Through this kind of recruitment, there was naturally no problem. He was forced to change into a dirty work robe. He and a few other cultivators who had passed were brought to a refinement ground that was ablaze. The temperature was very high here. A large number of cultivators were moving supplies non-stop, smelting metal, and building a huge thing. This thing seemed to be a huge cauldron that had built 80 to 90% of the progress and was about to be completed. However, from its appearance, it looked sinister and should not be a righteous thing. Chapter 314, Underground Worker of the Rock Mountain Range. Master Bitter, I've brought you a few newbies. You have to work harder on this cauldron. The sect master will be using it in 7 days. Don't waste time. The examiner handed Zhang Li and the others to a balding cultivator who was in charge here. Most runic array masters would easily experience hair loss after a certain number of years. Some could still be saved with secret recipes, while some were especially outstanding and might not be effective no matter how many medicinal pills they ate. The balding steward was patrolling everywhere to urge progress. When he discovered that something was wrong, he began to point and curse. Zhang Li and the others saw that he had grabbed a subordinate and scolded him for an entire 15 minutes before he had the time to pay attention to them. However, when he saw the number of newcomers, his expression showed displeasure again. Only a few? Don't fool me. If we can't complete the mission, the sect master will be angry. We'll all be doomed. The examiner was also helpless. It was true that the myriad slaughter sect recruited thousands of new blood every day. However, qualified runic array masters were too rare. The other rogue cultivators who participated in the test were ridiculously poor. If he did not go through training and used it directly, it would really ruin everything. All right. Come with me. Let me see what you can do. In front of the table, Master Bitter displayed a huge comprehensive analysis map. Zhang Li glanced at it. It was a cauldron-shaped artifact that was larger than a house. From the materials used and the scale of the runes, this artifact was definitely not simple after being refined. Perhaps its might could directly compare to an Earth-rank artifact. They could actually refine artifacts that were comparable to Earth-rank artifacts. At the very least, the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region did not have such a situation. In next to no time, Master Bitter brought over a stack of blueprints and distributed them to Zhang Li and the others. All of you, go over there and carve patterns on the black bricks. Follow this blueprint and don't make any mistakes. You must submit 10 qualified black bricks in a day or else you'll be in charge of the fire. It was extremely difficult to create a furnace and mold of such a size, so the method they used was to melt metal ingots layer by layer. It was as if they were building a house. They smelted pieces of metal ingots that had been refined alone one after another. The difficulty was that the upper part of the cauldron had to be in a half-melting state forever. Moreover, there could not be any mistakes in casting the ingots. Once it condensed and melted again, or if there was a deviation in the location of a certain brick, the overall quality of the artifact would be greatly reduced and it would fail. This required a large number of fire attribute cultivators to take turns providing powerful firepower to maintain. It also required a runic array master with exquisite skills that even Zhang Li could only admire to coordinate the overall situation. Letting a high-grade metal maintain a melting state was extraordinarily difficult even with the help of a specific array formation. It was not the same as taking on missions from the alchemy hall to fan the flames for chi refinement disciples in the sect. This was probably the reason why the myriad slaughter sect specially recruited fire attribute cultivators. The top-notch runic array master they needed was probably Master Bitter. Zhang Li and the others were assigned to their own spirit carving platform. After entering the sect, they did not even have the chance to adapt and were directly dragged to be laborers. Each person had 10 black bricks, each the size of a coffin. They began to undergo tough labor according to the blueprint. Following the dismantled blueprint, carving patterns on the flat surface was actually the most basic job. Even if they were rogue cultivators, they could still do this. As Zhang Li carved patterns on the black brick, he sized up his surroundings. There was no one monitoring them in the surroundings. As long as they finished their work, they could leave at any time. This place should have been temporarily built by the myriad slaughter sect after they attacked the Rock Mountain range. They had made such a huge move to temporarily refine such a huge cauldron. Who knew what it was for? He finished his work quickly, and the others who came in with him were probably going to spend the night catching up. After pretending to be exhausted and handing over 10 rune black bricks, Zhang Li received today's allowance. He was also told to find a residence that was not occupied in Blackstone City as his residence. If there were any locals who were not dead yet, they would be treated as servants who were used for free. No one would stop the cultivators from doing anything to them. Walking on the streets, the city built from hard black stone had a different style. From some of the traces by the roadside, Zhang Li could tell that this used to be a rather bustling cultivation city. However, at this moment, there were only piles of human corpses that had yet to be cleaned everywhere, showing the sorrow of this place. If he did not stop it, perhaps in the near future, the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region would become like this. Bang! At this moment, a dirty child suddenly collided with him. Zhang Li did not move at all. The child's head was swollen from the collision and bounced onto the ground. "I'm sorry, Lord." The child apologized repeatedly before running away with his head lowered. She lowered her head, but Zhang Li could still see that her face was branded with a string of numbers. The myriad slaughter sect was not a good force. The people who survived in Blackstone City were all reduced to slaves. They labeled these people's faces and left them in the city as property. That child was one of them. However, she deliberately collided with him. Zhang Li casually walked into an alley, and then he stretched out his hand to take out a note. It was the slip of paper that the child had secretly stuffed into his arms when they collided earlier. If not for the fact that Zhang Li saw that she did not take out anything, the child would have died. 22 Oak Street. There was only this address written on it. After Zhang Li finished reading it, this note suddenly burned itself and disappeared completely. From the looks of it, he seemed to have been targeted by a group of underground workers. Blackstone City had just fallen. If the myriad slaughter sect wanted to manage this entire region, they could not stabilize it without decades of operation. It was very normal for some of the resistance forces to exist. These resistance forces had the same goal as Zhang Li. They were helpers that he could use to fight. In theory, Zhang Li should visit according to the address on the note and obtain cooperation. But who was Zhang Li? He was the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance. It was too simple to just casually write a note and want to lead him by the nose. He did not go to 22 Oak Street as stated. Instead, he found a random residence nearby and walked in. His luck was not bad. There was a pair of siblings, brother and sister, who huddled in a corner, trembling. After they saw Zhang Li enter, the woman was terrified to the point of cowering, whereas the man forced himself to calm down and knelt down before Zhang Li. Since they were able to live in this city area, they had to be descendants of a cultivation family. Seeing that he was able to let go of his pride, his temperament was indeed not bad. "Lord, is there anything we can help you with?" Zhang Li waved his hand and completely ignored them. He casually found a room and sat inside. At night, in Oak Street. "Young Master Huian, why hasn't the person you mentioned arrived yet? Is he really trustworthy?" A few cultivators dressed in the outer clothes of the myriad slaughter sect were gathered in an inconspicuous residence, discussing something secretly. With the chi-gazing technique, I saw that person's bearing was extraordinary and he was extremely proficient in the Dao of runic array formations. He should not be an ordinary rogue cultivator. He must be a direct disciple of a righteous sect to have this ability. That kind of person would definitely not join the myriad slaughter sect sincerely. I think he will accept our cooperation. Right now, the remaining cultivators of our Rock Mountain range have been forced to attack a cultivation world called the Great Mountain region. However, what the myriad slaughter sect said is all lies. I happen to know some of the secrets of the Blood King crown. Once that huge cauldron is completed, all the citizens in this city will be unable to escape death. We need help. Wait patiently. However, as the hours passed, not only did Zhang Li not arrive, the doors of the houses in 22 Oak Street were even kicked open from the outside. A group of blood blade guards rushed in aggressively and started to smash and burn the place. They smashed this residence to the side and left angrily after discovering nothing. "Young Master Huian, did we give that note to the wrong person?" Young Master Huian and the others, who were hiding in the 23rd house, felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they had been careful. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out this time. Their notes were indeed burned after reading, but with just these few words, Zhang Li could completely write another one himself and send it to the Blood Saber guards in a way that would easily arouse suspicion. Then, there was that scene. Zhang Li's actions were both a lesson and a test. Firstly, he wanted them to put on a proper attitude. The second was to see if this group of people was sufficiently meticulous. If it was a group of brainless righteous people, it was safer for him to do it alone. "Wait, look over there." After the group of blood blade guards left, a rat in a red robe darted out from somewhere. Without running around, he crossed his legs and sat on the only intact chair in the residence. Beside the red-coated rat was a bottle of medicinal pills. Young Master Huian looked at the medicinal pill from the shadows and knew that Zhang Li had long understood that it was the note he had sent. This was because it was the bottle of desolate poison mushroom antidote that he had given Zhongli when he was traveling in the wilderness. Then, he participated in the same test as Zhongli and secretly witnessed Zhongli's amazing spirit carving technique. That was why there was the note incident. What's that? A rat spirit. The cultivator beside him was dumbfounded. What was going on with this rat? No, that person is here. Let's go out. Young Master Huian sighed. He knew that his actions were somewhat inappropriate. Since he had a favor to ask, he should take the initiative to come to him. He should not be putting on airs to test the other party. The scene earlier was a show of Zhongli's displeasure. Now that the two sides were even, it was time to talk business. The few of them appeared from next door, and a group of 5 stood before Zhongli. I've offended you earlier, but we really have to be careful in the territory of the Myriad Slaughter sect. Please forgive me. Seeing the few of them come out, the rat also stood up, cupped its hands, and bowed to them. We were rash. Sir, don't take offense. My name is Huian Longan. I've troubled you this time for the lives of 300,000 citizens in Blackstone City. Please help me. Young Master Huian was quite a talent. He really bowed to a rat. Huian was a grand surname in the cultivation world of the Rock Mountain Range, and it was basically equivalent to the status of the Shenshan surname in the Great Mountain region. It could be seen that this person had definitely held a high position in the Blackstone City. Tell me, what do I need to do? What can I get? Zhongli did not expose his identity as a member of the Great Mountain Alliance. Instead, he asked for compensation from a person who did not care about him. The few people behind Huian Longan were immediately dissatisfied, but they were stopped by their young master's hand gesture. Our Rock Mountain Range secretly inherited a dragon pearl. If Sir can help us succeed, I can help you obtain the dragon pearl. Zhongli became energetic when he heard that. Dragon pearl? There's a dragon pearl here. No, even if there is, it should have been snatched away by the Myriad Slaughter sect. He was first surprised, then asked 2 questions. Where did the dragon come from? If the other party wanted Zhongli to go to the Myriad Slaughter sect to snatch the dragon pearl himself, he might run over now and crush the 5 of them. I don't know the origins of the dragon pearl in detail, but the Stone Mountain Range's Holy Land worships a dragon pearl. The exact location is only known by my Huian clan. Outsiders will definitely not be able to find it. Huian Longan explained again, barely convincing Zhongli of the existence of the Holy Land and the dragon pearl. We need you to do something about the 200 bricks. Hide this rune inside. I believe that with Sir's mastery of array patterns, it should not be difficult to do. Seeing that Zhongli was tempted, he handed over another blueprint. On it was a vertical eye symbol with simple lines but seemed to have a special charm. What he meant was to let Zhongli use a high-end technique of overlapping runes to hide this vertical eye in those large bricks. Most importantly, it could not be seen by others. This was not a technique that anyone could use. In the past, there were only a handful of masters at this level in the Rock Mountain Range. Now, not a single one was left. They probably came to find Zhongli with the intention of giving it a try. Fortunately, their luck was really good and they happened to bump into him. Zhongli controlled the red-coated rat to pick up a wooden board on the ground. He first drew the vertical eye on it, and then he started to draw the formation patterns on the vertical eye symbol. Soon, complicated patterns that were identical to the black brick completely covered the vertical eye. The few of them approached and looked left and right. They could not see any clues. When they heard Zhongli's answer and saw his actions, the expressions of the few people on the other side first became pleasant surprise, and then it became that of shock. The fact that he was able to do this spontaneously was already 1 in a million. Not to mention that Zhongli was currently using a rat that was controlled remotely, so it was even easier for his main body to take action. Sir, you're indeed skilled. We admire you. With Sir's help, there's finally hope of stopping the Blood King Cauldron. Blood King Cauldron? Zhang Li was a little concerned when he heard that name. Could this thing be related to the Blood King crown's recognition? Don't celebrate too early. This kind of technique can only fool ordinary runic array masters. In front of true experts, it can't be hidden. This is especially so for that master bidder. I definitely can't let him see the black bricks I carved. You need to cover for me. Zhang Li's request was reasonable. They still had some people hidden in the city. Even if they risked their lives, they had to help. Of course. We will assist you with all our might. Also, may I know your name? After chatting for a while, Huan Longan bowed respectfully to the red-coated rat again. You can call me Green Mountain Ascetic. Chapter 315, The Taste of Wrath. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The next day, Zhang Li went to work as usual and secretly did something to those rune bricks when no one was paying attention. Although he still needed to add an extra step when drawing runes, his speed still far exceeded others. However, this time, he did not immediately hand over the bricks. Instead, he secretly transferred the finished bricks to the other resistance cultivators hiding nearby. This way, he would not arouse suspicion by handing over too many black bricks in a day. Master Bidder would come over from time to time to take a look. He was the greatest threat in the plan. However, every time this happened, the array formation that was heating the entire cauldron would suddenly fluctuate. It was either too cold or too hot, causing him to be unable to care about anything else. This was because the main force providing spiritual chi to the array formation were the captives from the Rock Mountain range captured in the battle. They were trapped in the underground cell, squeezing out spiritual chi every day to provide enough fierce spirit fire. Huan Longan's reputation in Blackstone City was not low. He used the spirit stones he had accumulated in the past to bribe some prison guards to go in and communicate with the captives inside. As long as he sent a secret signal, the captives below would increase or reduce the output of their firepower. They had the most people, so when they exerted strength together, it would cause obvious fluctuations in the temperature of the spirit fire. If he did not adjust it in time, the entire refinement might be destroyed. This was their way of diverting attention. It was troublesome and effective. Under the condition of maintaining safety, they could probably mix 30 bricks with problems in the huge cauldron every day. The working period was getting closer and closer, so they could barely make up 200 in total. During this period of time, Zhang Li had asked Huan Longan about the exact situation of the Blood King cauldron and obtained some useful clues from him. Just as Zhang Li had thought, the goal of creating this huge cauldron was to gain the Blood King crown's gradual recognition. The Blood King crown was left behind by a rebel prince from the Cultivation dynasty 7,000 to 8,000 years ago. It contained the aura of a blood flood dragon and could control tens of millions of blood soldiers. They had forged this huge cauldron to refine the 10 million blood soldiers. Once the huge cauldron was refined, the survivors in Blackstone City would definitely be thrown into the cauldron and become blood soldiers. Then, as the trump card army of the Myriad Slaughter sect, they could become an unceasing army. If he did not stop them, the Great Mountain region would probably be the first target of this army. Therefore, if the resistance cultivators of the Rock Mountain range wanted to stop all of this, Zhang Li had to stop it. As the black bricks fused together, the Blood King cauldron was finally completed before the deadline. The cauldron was clearly made of metal nails, but there was no trace on the surface. Now, they were only one step away from awakening the spirit. But before that, some people will be sacrificed. After the last brick was added, all the runic array masters were chased out of the venue. Then, the temperature of the entire venue began to rise. Before putting out the fire and awakening the spirit, they had to burn the entire cauldron red and unify the runes. Not far away, Huan Longan, who was hiding in the crowd, had an ugly expression. This was because the energy needed to push the array formation to the limit would suck all the fire attribute cultivators in the dungeon dry. They were destined to not be able to wait for help. Master Bidder, you've done well." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Zhang Li seemed to have turned into a helpless child. A ferocious beast passed by him, causing his body to instinctively tense up and practically be unable to move. A luxurious man wearing a red crown walked over from behind him. He brushed past them, and the surrounding people stepped aside and respectfully called him sect master. Zhang Li hurriedly bowed as well and did not reveal any flaws. This was the sect master of the Myriad Slaughter sect. Just from his refined appearance, it was very difficult to think that he was actually the sect master of a demon sect. He patted Master Bitter's shoulder. Master Bitter habitually wanted to curse. When he saw that it was the sect master, he hurriedly restrained himself and changed into a smile. Fortunately, he had completed the refinement of the large cauldron a few hours ago. If he had been a few hours late, that hand would have probably slapped his head. Wu Fan, the sect master of the Myriad Slaughter sect, was not afraid of the high temperature of the array formation in front of him at all. He walked into the array formation and reached out to grab one of the feet of the Blood King cauldron. It was as if he had picked up a teacup as he carried the entire Blood King cauldron to inspect it. The scene was like an ant easily lifting a car. The exaggerated power gathered in a human's body, looking very strange. While they were shocked by his strength, Zhang Li and the others were worried that the other party would notice something. Fortunately, the parts that Zhang Li had tampered with were all on the side of the brick. After it was forged into the cauldron, it was already completely covered, and it was utterly impossible to notice with the naked eye. Wu Fan nodded in satisfaction. In the end, he did not see any problem. With a bang, the crimson cauldron was placed back on the ground. The sect master of the Myriad Slaughter sect stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a pitch-black shadow was captured from afar. When they were far away, it did not look like much, but when the thing approached, Zhang Li realized that compared to it, even a train seemed so slender and short. Holy Spirit! Not far from Zhang Li, Huan Long'an's voice was almost suppressed as he gritted his teeth. The huge snake that was covered in scales like black jade was the faith of the cultivation world of the Rock Mountain Range. Before they became stronger, it had protected the humans here. Now, it was killed and its corpse was played around like this. Any cultivator from the Rock Mountain Range would be furious when they saw this. He suppressed the anger in his heart and took 2 steps to Zhang Li's side. "You better leave quickly. Tonight, there will be a huge mess here." He stuffed a special snake scale into Zhang Li's hand, and then he left with the others. He was going to the dungeon to rescue the captives. The snake scale was the key to finding the dragon pearl. This fellow kept his promise. Zhang Li originally thought that he was just bluffing him, but he did not expect that he would actually fulfill his promise at this moment. A large saber suddenly appeared in Wu Fan's hand. He casually waved it twice, and the huge snake body that was coiled in the air was cut into more than 100 pieces. A large amount of snake blood splattered down from the sky and landed on the Red Blood King cauldron. The snake blood instantly vaporized on the high-temperature metal surface, rising into a thick fog that blocked his vision. The essence seeped into every part of the cauldron through the blood quenching. The surrounding spiritual chi surged over crazily and entered the huge gap in the huge cauldron to fill it up. The Blood King cauldron's estimated grade was Earth rank. The amount of spiritual chi needed was definitely an astronomical figure. The surrounding earth veins were not gathering, so the spiritual chi in the air was completely emptied in a short period of time. Regarding this, the Myriad Slaughter sect was already prepared. A large number of medium-grade and high-grade spirit stones were poured into the large cauldron. They had occupied the Rock Mountain Range region and had plundered countless spirit stones and treasures. Under the high temperature that had yet to dissipate, these spirit stones were directly refined and exploded. A large amount of dense spiritual chi surged out from within, continuously filling the needs of the Blood King cauldron. Then, the huge snake corpse that had been cut into more than 100 pieces was thrown into the cauldron. A transparent snake shadow appeared from the snake's corpse, but it was captured by the Blood King cauldron and struggled and roared in the cauldron. At the same time, a blood flood dragon emerged from the Blood King crown above Wu Fan's head and roared at the huge snake below. He wanted to forcefully refine the guardian spiritual beast of the rock mountain range into the artifact spirit of the Blood King cauldron. This would allow the Blood King cauldron's power to rise to a higher level. However, no one noticed that in this huge cauldron, as the snake blood seeped in, 200 runes that were identical to the black snake's vertical pupils were ignited one after another. Today was the night of the full moon, but the moon that rose today was especially bright red compared to usual. At this moment, a red bolt of lightning suddenly rose into the sky. Something abnormal happened in the dungeon not far away. At this time, the commotion was clearly caused by Huan Longan and the others. However, their actions surprised Zhang Li. A group of heavily injured and unarmed captives was definitely not a match for the myriad slaughter sect in a head-on battle. With the geographical advantage, they should have quietly fled. How could they be discovered so easily? Sure enough, a cloud-piercing arrow shot out. A large number of cultivators from the myriad slaughter sect gathered in the city rushed to the dungeon and caught all the cultivators who were about to escape. The captives who had escaped entered battle, but it did not take long before they were all suppressed. Then, they were locked in more than 10 large iron cages and pulled together. Sect Master, this group of captives wants to escape. We've already captured them and are waiting for your punishment. Each large iron cage was squeezed with more than 100 captives. Together, there were at least 1,000 of them. After they were captured, they had already been tortured several times. This time, they were captured again, and their bodies carried many heavy injuries. Many captives were missing arms and legs. Thick blood kept flowing out from the iron cage, leaving a trail of red behind. It wouldn't have been your turn so early. But it's nothing. Don't worry, none of you can escape. After you die, you will become my strength and fight for your enemies. Wu Fan's voice sounded from the sky. The blood flood dragon phantom above him also turned around and looked over. The blood flood dragon phantom continued to extend as it bit down on a large iron cage. The shadow pulled the large iron cage and hung above the Blood King cauldron. Then, its teeth tore apart the iron cage, and hundreds of injured captives were poured into the Blood King cauldron that was surging with spiritual qi. Their Dao bodies were utterly unable to endure such refinement, and they quickly transformed into a pool of blood while their souls and the huge snake rolled painfully in the cauldron. Come on, bastard! Kill us! I won't let you off even if I die. Even you cowards want us to lower our heads. Wait another 10,000 years. To Zhang Li's surprise, the group of cultivators from the Rock Mountain range were not afraid at all when facing the myriad slaughter sect. They even cursed at the surrounding cultivators. They felt that even if they died, their blood would be spilled on the enemies. However, the myriad slaughter sect, whose members had killed 3 to 4 people at least, had long gotten sick of hearing such words like begging for mercy before death. They were completely unmoved, only feeling that it was noisy. Iron cages were continuously thrown into the cauldron. The wailing souls and snake bodies entangled together and finally became what the myriad slaughter sect wanted. It seemed that the myriad slaughter sect's plan was going very smoothly. The Rock Mountain Range cultivators' early escape plan had already failed. However, among the 1,000+ captives, Zhang Li did not see Huan Longan and the others. Did they abandon their companions and escape? In addition, the expressions of these cultivators who were unafraid of death made Zhang Li feel very strange. It was as if they could not wait to die in the huge cauldron. Zhang Li's doubt did not last long. The blood moon in the sky was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip down. Just as the blood moon rose to the highest point, the hour arrived. A vertical eye suddenly reflected on the crimson moon. The huge snake phantom in the Blood King cauldron also stopped struggling. The 1,000+ wailing souls beside it no longer pretended. They laughed and stood up, pouncing at their holy spirit. Damn the myriad slaughter sect! You've been tricked! Sacrificing my remnant soul, the Holy Spirit will not die. Long live the Rock Mountain Range! Due to the fact that it was actively fusing, the 1,000 souls did not have any obstruction as they entered the body of the Holy Spirit snake. After absorbing the souls of more than 1,000 cultivators, the snake phantom began to swell rapidly. Furthermore, with the help of the energy in the Blood King cauldron below, the snake was recovering its former power. The 200 vertical eye runes in the Blood King cauldron lit up. The incomplete artifact lost control at this moment. The vertical pupil rune personally carved by Zhongli was the totem symbol of this Holy Spirit snake. Hiding them in the cauldron was equivalent to opening 200 back doors for the Holy Spirit to control the cauldron. In the dungeon just now, these more than 1,000 captives did not really want to escape. They had caused a commotion and were deliberately courting death. Due to the fact that the Holy Spirit's corpse had been exposed for too long and its soul had been severely injured, it might not have the ability to resist the power of the Blood King cauldron. Therefore, after knowing Huan Longan's plan, they very bluntly agreed to sacrifice themselves to allow the Holy Spirit to recover as much as possible. The reason why they created a commotion and angered the Myriad Slaughter sect was to let Wu Fan throw them into the Blood King cauldron in advance. They knew the power of the Myriad Slaughter sect better than anyone else. It was easier said than done to rescue the captives trapped in the city. They had to have a sufficiently powerful existence to temporarily delay Wu Fan and cause the entire Blackstone city to become chaotic before they had the chance to save him. Therefore, the Holy Spirit was their only chance. Myriad Slaughter sect. Wu Fan. Have a taste of the wrath of the Rock Mountain Range. The red cauldron suddenly shook. The huge snake phantom spoke and roared as it pounced at the Myriad Slaughter sect master. The shock wave from the explosion sent everything flying. Under the Blood Moon's vertical eye, it immediately turned into ruins. Even a building made of black stone could not withstand such an impact. Zhongli was blown flying as well, and he landed in a ruin. When he got up again, he discovered that his surroundings were already in chaos. He took out a resplendent blood-colored lotus flower from the coffin. I'll let you have a taste of the wrath of the Great Mountain region too. Chapter 316, Azura Beast Tide, Non-Peaceful Resolution. The bloated black snake phantom coiled in the sky above Blackstone City and collided intensely with the Myriad Slaughter sect master. The strength of both sides exceeded the imagination of ordinary cultivators, the waves produced by the collision spreading out in waves. The black stone building that could withstand the attacks of the warships was not much better than a house made of straw. It was destroyed in pieces by the two sides. Under such a terrible environment, anyone below the nascent soul realm could not even stand their ground. Zhongli was surprised that the Holy Spirit of the Rock Mountain Range had such power. This was the outcome that Huan Longan and the others wanted. Only if the Holy Spirit attacked again would the remaining cultivators of the Rock Mountain Range have a chance of survival. However, it was only a chance of survival. Although the Holy Spirit's soul was powerful, it had already lost to the Myriad Slaughter sect when it was alive. Now that the snake was dead, its body was cut into pieces and thrown into the cauldron. Although it had relied on the formed Blood King cauldron to forcefully transform into a spirit, its strength was still weaker than when it was alive. Moreover, the energy that erupted was provided by the Blood King cauldron. Once the spiritual qi in the cauldron was exhausted, the Holy Spirit would be unable to fight even if its soul was shattered. Zhongli knew that this opportunity was rare and fleeting. Holding the lotus platform that had already been repaired and filled with the blood of madness in the Azura world, he accelerated towards the main hall of Blackstone City. The grade and power of this karma-cleansing lotus was extremely high and powerful. In contrast, the amount of energy materials needed to repair this lotus flower was so huge that it could absolutely easily bankrupt him several times. If not for the fact that the blood fighting arena was rich and generous, Zhongli might have kept this lotus platform as a mere ornament. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the sect master's sleeping chamber? The entire Blackstone City was already in chaos. The top experts who could help were all helping Sect Master Wu Fan and the giant snake phantom fight in the sky. The captured cultivators of the Rock Mountain Range in the 4 dungeons also began to truly escape. Taking advantage of the moment when the battle between the holy spirits shook the world, they broke out of the cage under the lead of Huan Longan and the others. All the living forces of the myriad slaughter sect were attracted to them. Zhang Li's abnormal actions of running all the way naturally drew the attention of some people, but there were utterly few people with any weight to stop him. It was not until there was a group of thick armored guards in front of the Blackstone main hall in the core that they remained unmoved despite the chaos outside. This group of 10 thick armored guards was an absolute confidant that Wu Fan had nurtured from young. Ever since they were still children, they had worn heavy armor and received strict training. It was said that they had no name, no surname, and no desires. They had never taken off their armor their entire lives and only listened to the orders of the myriad slaughter sect's sect master. Seeing that there were others coming, they shouted. It was actually a luxurious configuration formed by a soul formation cultivator and 9 nascent soul cultivators. On the orders of the sect master, head to the main hall and activate the Blackstone City's array to suppress the foreign enemies. Zhang Li did not stop walking. He casually made up an excuse to bluff his way through. However, it was obvious that his bullshitting skills were not perfect. Where is the sect master's token? Without it, no one is allowed to pass. When they saw that Zhang Li's speed was not reduced in the slightest, spiritual light flashed throughout the bodies of the armored soldiers, and they raised the large saber in their hands and were already prepared to fight. The token is here. Hurry up and move aside. Another collision occurred in the air behind him. This collision caused a canyon to crack in the center of Blackstone City. The Holy Spirit, which had just been overflowing with might, was suddenly sent flying thousands of feet back. Its translucent body had clearly shrunk a little in a short moment. It was only a snake spirit without the support of its body. It was already extremely difficult to fight the myriad slaughter sect master. Furthermore, it was surrounded by many experts of the myriad slaughter sect. The speed at which it was consumed was too fast and could not last for long. However, this tremor also shook the 10 armored soldiers until their figures became unstable. A flaw appeared in their formation. As Zhang Li spoke, he raised his hand and threw out the blood-red lotus platform in his hand. How dare you! Those who trespass into the forbidden area will die. The leader of the thick armored guards brandished the saber in his hand. The 10 people behind him formed a formation, and the powerful saber was about to cut the lotus platform into 2. However, at that moment, the lotus platform suddenly opened, projecting a lotus phantom that enveloped the 10 of them. The saber slashed into the inner wall of the lotus shadow. Not only did the power of the saber light not shatter the shadow, but the 10 armored soldiers inside were all injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Didn't Sect Master Wu tell you not to cut things you haven't seen before? Zhang Li put away the lotus platform, circled around the lotus shadow, and continued to run inside. The karma cleansing lotus at its peak was truly too powerful. Back then, it had trapped 6 divine monks and almost destroyed the benevolent travel temple. The ability of karma could return all damage that had not exceeded its limit to the cultivator enveloped in the shadow. If one was trapped inside without special methods, they could only wait for the shadow to dissipate or for their companions outside to save them. Now that it was used again, it succeeded without question. This group of thick armored guards guarded the sect master closely all year round. Although they enjoyed the best resources and cultivated the best cultivation methods, they had too little combat experience and rashly attacked the blood lotus, causing them to be completely trapped. Although Zhang Li could not do anything to them in a short period of time, trapping them was enough. The myriad slaughter sect master was suspicious and cautious. There were very few people who could enter his bedroom. After Zhang Li entered the main hall, he discovered that there were only a few maidservants with low cultivation levels. They had already been shaken unconscious by the aftershock of the battle and no one knew if they were dead or alive. He did not care. In the past few days, other than cooperating with Huan Longan, he had not been idle. He walked around the entire Blackstone City. Relying on his earth spirit body and the array formation veins that had been exposed to the surface during the war, he had already roughly deduced the location of the energy-gathering core of this city. He took 2 steps into the core palace. The ground was embedded with complicated array disk patterns. This was the original array core of Blackstone City. The myriad slaughter sect had yet to completely master it. They only placed a few seals on it, intending to study it in the future. It was not possible to control the Blackstone City's array in a short period of time. However, he did not need to go through so much trouble. He took out the flag and stabbed it into the ground. Relying on the treasure of the human race, he wanted to forcefully hijack the earth vein here. The ground was too hard, so the ground control flag did not pierce through immediately. Zhang Li kicked at the top of the flagpole. The black stone cracked and the ground control flag stabbed into the earth vein core. The entire foundation of Black Rock City shook 3 times because of Alliance leader Jiang's kick. Something happened in the main hall. The 2 of you go take a look. The commotion of hijacking the earth vein was too great, and it was unavoidable for the higher UPS of the myriad slaughter sect to notice. 2 of the soul formation cultivators abandoned the injured holy spirit snake that was still fighting crazily and flew towards the Blackstone City's main hall. From afar, they saw the thick armored guards trapped by the lotus shadow at the entrance of the main hall. They knew that someone was plotting something big and hurriedly rushed to the core. However, when they split open the main hall, a blood-red lotus platform was slowly blooming. As the petals of the lotus platform opened, a chaotic and crazy energy was continuously surging outwards. Their soul formation saber lights were extremely solid and stable. Regardless, they were corroded by the special energy and had a violent reaction. They directly exploded in the air. Just like Benevolent Travel Temple back then, this level of attack was completely harmless to the lotus platform. Under the protection of the karma cleansing lotus, Zhang Li was using the ground control flag to connect the earth veins and lotus platform. The energy consumed to open the spatial crack through the lotus platform was definitely not ordinary. Previously, the 100 Tempering Mountain had even changed their sex grand array because of this matter. It was already quite good that Zhang Li could use the ground control flag to gather enough energy in a short period of time. He then dug a huge hole in the ground. He opened the yin burial coffin and poured out a small mountain of Azura world blood crystals towards the main vein. These blood crystals were stimulated by the earth vein power and exploded continuously like popcorn. The power of chaos that erupted from the Azura blood flowed along the earth vein. Not long after, wisps of chaotic power emerged from the ground. Cultivators who accidentally absorbed this energy immediately had their spiritual chi in chaos. Due to this sudden change in the battle, cultivators would either be injured or die. The Myriad Slaughter Sect and the Rock Mountain Range had both suffered varying degrees of damage, but to the fleeing cultivators of the Rock Mountain Range, the enemies who were tied up were naturally more helpful. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my Myriad Slaughter Sect? You can't escape anymore. If you stop and surrender now, we might let you live. The 2 soul formation elders beside the Blackstone City's main hall attacked the Blood Lotus several times but failed. On the other hand, under the supply of the earth vein energy, the petals of the Blood Lotus were opening up piece by piece, revealing a strange stone building hidden within. At this moment, they finally noticed Zhang Li, who was hiding beneath the Blood Lotus, and couldn't help but probe. They were very curious as to who would come to the Myriad Slaughter Sect to cause trouble. With a thought from Zhang Li, a transparent figure appeared by his side. He took off his mask and revealed a face that had been baptized by the storm on the sea. Ming Duoyi, who was originally an elder of the Dragon Transformation Island, erupted with dragon blood aura at the same time as Zhang Li. When has anyone ever asked about the actions of the Dragon Transformation Island? Leave quickly. My Dragon Transformation Island wants this place. Ming Duoyi even took out his Dragon Transformation Island token and sent out a dragon-shaped shadow to prove his identity. His actions were simply arrogant and domineering to the extreme. That's Elder Ming Duoyi of the Dragon Transformation Island. Dragon Transformation Island. You're simply going too far. Damn it, what are you doing?" Amidst the furious roars of the two soul formation elders, the petals of the blood lotus platform finally opened. On the lotus platform, at this moment, there was a strange altar with a strange shape that did not look like the product of the 9 provinces continent. Zhongli flicked his finger, and a drop of the blood of madness from the great Azura Vima citron landed on the altar. In an instant, red lightning tore through the sky and struck the blood lotus altar. A sound 10,000 times more ear-piercing than a crystal-shattering sounded. The space on the lotus platform altar tore apart at this moment. Cracks in space quickly spread upwards with the altar as the starting point. Through the huge cracks, one could vaguely see a strange red world on the other side. What is this? Even the elder of the myriad slaughter sect had never experienced such a scene. Behind the crack, an aura that made their hearts palpitate came. That feeling was definitely stronger than their sect master. At this moment, an eyeball that was larger than a house floated over. It turned its eyeball behind the crack and peeked at the world. The two soul formation elders even saw a satisfied expression on the eyeball. They planned this long ago. Quickly inform the sect master. The large eyeball retreated in satisfaction. Then, a creature with bat-like wings, blood-red skin, and an ugly appearance like the legendary Yaksha flew to the side of the eyeball. The fallen blood Yaksha waved its steel trident forward. In the next moment, it was as if a dam had broken. A vast number of strange creatures suddenly appeared and surged over from behind the tree branch like spatial crack. From the perspective of the continent of the 9 provinces, all of these monsters were ugly deformities. However, these ugly things had been immersed in fighting their entire lives. They were even crazier than the demon sect's myriad slaughter sect and yearned to destroy it. The butchers of the myriad slaughter sect, who were chasing after the cultivators of the rock mountain range with their blood sabers, suddenly heard a roar from behind. As soon as they turned their heads, they were greeted by bloody mouths with long tongues. From now on, they had also become prey. In the chaotic Blackstone city, such an interesting scene appeared. The cultivators of the outermost area of the rock mountain range were running for their lives. Behind them, a large number of myriad slaughter sect cultivators were also running. In the end, a crimson beast tide was trying to devour everything. It was not that the disciples of the myriad slaughter sect did not want to kill the enemy. However, a large number of the myriad slaughter sect cultivators were newly recruited rogue cultivators. This group of people had not changed their style. They were famous for being spineless and could only fight a smooth battle. Once something happened, they would run faster than anyone. It did not matter if they ran, but they messed up their own camp, causing the other cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect to be unable to counterattack even if they wanted to. At this moment, a blood saber slashed down from the sky, almost splitting the entire Blackstone city into two. Thousands of Azura world monsters died under this blade. The myriad slaughter sect's sect master, Wu Fan, blocked the red beast tide with a single slash. Then, dozens of figures fell from the sky. The saber lights easily tore the blood beasts into pieces. The soul formation experts of the myriad slaughter sect freed up their hands and began to eliminate the monsters on a large scale. Under the situation of a huge difference in the cultivation realm, quantity might not determine the outcome. Dozens of soul formation cultivators were enough to stop the beast tide. However, how could Zhongli be willing to let this happen after spending so much effort? 10 steel forks with magma patterns were thrown from afar. They directly repelled the 10 soul formation cultivators, and then the steel trident flew back and landed in the hands of the 10 six-winged yakshas. Then, 10 clouds formed by black-headed flies surged in from the crack. The buzzing flies gathered into 10 blurry human forms. Apart from that, there were also hundreds of human heads. This was the shadow ghost race that specialized in hiding in the shadows all their lives and controlling puppets. Back then, on the 100 Tempering Mountain, because the Azura world creatures were generally large in size and could not pass through the spatial crack, it gave the alliance army of the 3 sects a chance to resist. With the example from back then, now that Zhongli wanted to personally launch another Azura world war, he naturally would not allow such a major flaw to appear. His Yaksha clone suggested to the high priest that they should urgently mobilize some top-notch demons that were relatively small in size and were able to pass through the spatial crack. With them entangling with the experts of the Myriad Slaughter sect, they could forget about a peaceful resolution this time. Chapter 317, Benefiting from Disaster. Young Master Huian is so powerful. He can actually bring over so many monsters. This time, we will definitely teach those animals from the Myriad Slaughter sect a lesson. These damned murderers. They deserve to die in the mouths of those monsters. Brother Huian, these monsters are so terrifying. Where did you find them? Is it the hidden power of the Huian clan? Huian Longan and the others who had finally escaped Blackstone City, as well as the group of captives they had saved. Looking at the crazy battlefield in the city, they could not help but have a stunned expression and gulp. It was true that the Holy Spirit snake was very powerful, but it was alone. If not for this monster suddenly attacking, they would have been stopped by the cultivators of the Myriad Slaughter sect. In addition, the image of the Holy Spirit snake was very noble in the Rock Mountain range. It practically accompanied their growth, so it would not be too abrupt to see it again. In that group of monsters, limbs and organs were ridiculously long. Just a glance could make people unable to eat for a few days, let alone this vast expanse. The scene was really terrifying, and it naturally left a deeper impression on them. However, when they looked at Huian Longan, they discovered that the young master's expression was as shocked as theirs. Clearly, even he did not know anything about the flesh monsters that suddenly appeared behind him. Brother Huian, didn't you arrange those things? A female cultivator asked in surprise. Huian Longan could only shake his head stiffly. Forget about seeing these monsters, he had never even heard of them. Wait, could it be him? Huian Longan suddenly recalled the Green Mountain ascetic who had helped them draw the snake eye runes by chance and completed their plan. That Green Mountain ascetic was righteous and his identity was a mystery. His cultivation was unfathomable. On the surface, he only had a foundation establishment cultivation, but as a nascent soul cultivator, he felt waves of fear when he stood beside the other party. Such a figure definitely had another goal in coming to the Myriad Slaughter sect. This scene might be his goal. Who was that person who could summon such a large number of monsters? At this moment, Huian Longan suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something in his sleeve. Reaching out, he found a token and a note that he had never seen before. It turned out that when he stuffed something into Zhongli's hand earlier, Zhongli had also hidden something into his sleeve. Join forces against a common enemy, both of us will benefit. These words were written on the note. The other token mentioned the Great Mountain Alliance. He's from the Great Mountain Alliance. Huian Longan instantly recalled the unlucky force that was said to be targeted by the Myriad Slaughter sect. Immediately, he understood Zhongli's motive and plan for coming to the Myriad Slaughter sect. Compared to their Rock Mountain range's passive defense, the Great Mountain region's method was to brazenly attack the enemy from behind. Such boldness was truly admirable. Moreover, it was just as Zhongli had said, the enemy of an enemy was a friend, and both sides would benefit if they cooperated. I know where we should go next. Let's go. The group supported each other. Taking advantage of the fact that the Myriad Slaughter sect did not have the energy to pay attention to them, they quickly disappeared into the vast wilderness. In Blackstone City, blood and flesh covered these black rocks layer by layer as if they were free. Some were from monsters, while others were from humans. When the top demons of the Azura world attacked, the battle became several times more intense. The large number of blood crystals that Zhongli had buried in the earth vein in advance filled the entire city with the power of chaos. In such an environment, the demons of the Azura world naturally had the advantage. The six-winged Yaksha's lava steel trident could cause one's blood to boil and their internal organs to burn with just a touch. The black flies were formless and could be separated or combined at will. It was very difficult for the bloodsabers of the myriad slaughter sect to capture their physical body. This group of disgusting flies would desperately drill into the cultivator's 7 orifices. At first, they did not feel anything when these flies entered their bodies. However, they would lay eggs in the human body to reproduce. In a short period of time, they would devour the human and turn them into more flies that filled the sky. There were also flying pythons, shadow ghosts, and even extremely strange creatures of the other world. This was the first time they had encountered such an enemy, causing the cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect to suffer losses repeatedly. It was not until dark clouds gathered in the sky and lightning fell like rain that they regained their advantage. They would never have dreamed that they would one day receive such treatment. Naturally, they, who had committed too many sins, did not have the ability to earn merits until it reached a positive number. The battle between the flesh beast tide and the myriad slaughter sect made almost no place in Blackstone City safe. The only calm and safe place was the area under Zhang Li's feet. With a move, he diverted the trouble. He opened the spatial crack leading to the blood-fighting arena in the headquarters of the myriad slaughter sect. A large number of casualties could be seen with the naked eye. Moreover, as long as this spatial crack was not closed, the group of people from the myriad slaughter sect could not leave. This was because this matter happened in the territory of the myriad slaughter sect, and it was still possible that it would endanger the other large-scale evil events in the eastern region. Whoever caused trouble would clean up the mess. This was the rule. The Divine Judgment Hall would not allow this situation to continue to worsen. Just like in the Ghost King Desolate Ground, the myriad slaughter sect had to resolve everything by themselves. The effect of this move was very obvious. It could definitely cause the myriad slaughter sect's vitality to be greatly damaged and they would not be able to take care of it for a long time. However, the price of such an action soon appeared. Zhang Li used his spiritual qi to create a fresh flower in his hand, and then he spat out a breath of air at the flower. This breath clearly did not use spiritual qi, but after blowing on the flower, it still quickly withered and rotted. The current Zhang Li looked dark yellow with thick black lips. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked extremely unhealthy. He was no longer as charming as before. Previously, in the coffin, he had used the statue to send over 100 Azura world creatures, causing negative karma to wrap around him for several days before dissipating. However, at this moment, he directly opened a spatial crack leading to the Azura world and took the initiative to cause an invasion. No matter what his goal was, as long as he did this, a large amount of negative karma would be his retribution. With the concentration of negative karma on his body, even his parasitized good friends would find him a little annoying. If he returned to the Great Mountain Alliance, he might be able to remove the alliance leader position the next day. However, sometimes, to Zhang Li, it might be a good thing to face a more serious punishment. This was because he could only deal with it after forming the status. Assisted the invasion of the Azura world. Punished by heaven and earth. Added status, negative karma, medium. Negative karma, medium. The affinity between heaven and earth is greatly reduced. All attributes are suppressed. You will face many disasters. The expenditure of spiritual qi will increase. The effect of absorbing spiritual qi will decrease. Merit cannot be accumulated. Heavenly tribulation will be greatly strengthened. Duration, 30 years? Plus. Zhang Li clicked his tongue in wonder. This world was really petty. Back then, when he worked hard to kill the monsters of the Azura world, the duration of the reward was only 7 days. However, this negative karma would last for 30 years. Moreover, the effect was so abnormal that ordinary people really could not afford to provoke it. The familiar thunderclouds above his heads rolled more and more intensely. There were already quite a few bolts of lightning that landed on the lotus platform. Zhang Li felt that he had already been firmly locked onto by the lightning clouds. In this awareness of this world, he was probably a villain who would bear the brunt of it. If not for Zhang Li's confidence, he would not have been able to withstand this. After carefully looking at the status twice and discovering that this negative karma was really unable to bring him any benefits, Zhongli used his mind to press the minus button. Regardless of whether it was 30 years or 300 years, to Zhongli, who even dared to eat waste pills like candy, there was actually no difference. 5 seconds later, the negative karma status disappeared, and Zhongli's expression quickly returned to normal. The lightning clouds in the sky were no longer targeting him, and his affinity with heaven and earth was back to normal. In the next moment, Zhongli's expression changed, and the aura on his body quickly surged. He hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground and adjusted his breathing. After suffering the suppression of heaven and earth, he was released again. Although the truth was that the duration was very short, from the effect of the status bar, it was as if he was at the foundation establishment realm and had been suppressed by heaven and earth for an entire 30 years. Now, he was released overnight. The suppressed spiritual chi instantly broke through to the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. At the same time, his Dao foundation became extremely solid and stable, as if he had really suppressed his cultivation realm and slowly tempered it for 30 years. Previously, he had resisted the nine-tailed fox's status and gained the iron will. Now that he had removed the negative karma binding him, it was equivalent to him having deepened his Dao foundation for 30 years. He did not expect that negative statuses could also bring him unexpected benefits. He sat cross-legged on the ground, not daring to move at all. As long as he relaxed a little, he would probably directly reach the core formation realm. Zhongli had long planned for the core formation realm. He could not act rashly in this chaotic situation. After a long time, he barely stabilized the aura in his body. He carefully stood up and looked outside. The distant battlefield was in chaos. Even with his vision, he could not see who was winning. However, there were countless monsters in the Azura world. As long as he summoned them, countless free monsters would swarm over. Therefore, no matter what, the cultivators of the myriad slaughter sect would suffer a loss. This was very in line with Zhongli's expectations. However, the battle on the ground was tense, and the two sides above were about to determine the winner. The spiritual chi in the Blood King cauldron gradually exhausted. The Holy Spirit snake was beaten back repeatedly. Its phantom dissipated several times and its size became smaller and smaller. It was only a matter of time before the Holy Spirit was defeated. The blood fighting arena had found dozens of small top-tier monsters, but it was not so easy to find a small monster of a higher level. The current plan was to let the Evil Eye High Priest attack from afar through the spatial crack. However, fighting through the spatial crack was still more disadvantageous. No matter what hand it was, the farther away they were, the more expenditure they would suffer. The Evil Eye High Priest might be able to defend the crack, but it was difficult for him to continue attacking. After roughly determining the situation, Zhongli turned around and started to pack his things. He was about to escape. He pulled out the ground control flag and put away the Blood Lotus platform, leaving only the temporarily built strange altar floating in the air connected to the main earth vein. Compared to the Karma Cleansing Lotus, the effect and strength of the altar were far inferior. Although it could also support the spatial crack for a period of time, as long as it was prolonged or suffered too intense an attack, it would be destroyed. At that time, only the opposite blood pool would support the crack, and the size of the spatial crack would greatly decrease. However, he, Zhongli, had already done what he wanted to do. It did not matter to him whether the blood fighting arena could protect this altar. To Zhongli, neither side was on his side. The victory of either side was not something Zhongli wanted to see. It was best if they exhausted each other and ended up suffering heavy losses. Now, the blood fighting arena could not easily break through the myriad slaughter sect. It was very difficult for the myriad slaughter sect to counterattack the Azura world, and they had no idea how to completely close the spatial crack. The war between the two sides would not end easily. Therefore, Zhongli could now conceal himself and leave without a trace. After putting away everything, Zhongli took out something that looked like a wooden boat or a shuttle and placed it at the center of the earth vein. When this thing encountered the earth vein, it was as if a fish had fallen into water and disappeared without any obstruction. The earth spirit escape technique attached to it could make most earth attribute cultivators ashamed to death. This was the property left behind by the 100 Tempering Mountain, the earth stealth shuttle. This thing could move along the earth vein without a sound, and its speed was abnormally fast. The only drawback was that he could only follow the earth vein and could not control the exact location. However, to escape, if even he did not know where to escape to, it would be even harder to find the enemy. This flying ship was the trump card that the higher UPS of the 100 Tempering Mountain planned to use to escape. However, because of Zhongli, the earth vein around their mountain gate had long been severed. He had no choice but to open the Azura world with old demon Black Lotus and take the final gamble. Later on, the 100 Tempering Mountain perished, and this thing was fortunate enough to be obtained by Zhongli, so it came in handy at this time. Zhongli's figure shrunk and entered the Earth stealth shuttle. Then, the flying shuttle sank into the Earth vein and shuttled through the disorderly Earth vein at high speed, silently disappearing from this dangerous city. When this Earth stealth shuttle encountered the Earth vein forks, it could control its direction. However, under the circumstances of moving at high speed, he could not tell which fork he was entering. Moreover, Zhongli did not look down from above, so he could not very well determine where the next fork led to. He simply followed the flow and allowed the Earth stealth shuttle to bring him far away. After Zhongli entered the Earth vein to escape, the Holy Spirit snake in the sky finally could not endure it anymore. It was completely dispersed by a blood-colored saber light that connected the heavens and the earth. The Blood King Cauldron also broke apart in the middle, splitting into two. The Earth rank artifact that the Myriad Slaughter sect had spent a large amount of manpower and material to forge was destroyed just like that. The phantom of the Holy Spirit snake slowly dissipated in the air. At the same time, in the earth vein hundreds of kilometers away from Blackstone City, a snake scale that Zhongli had kept by his side emitted a strange glow. Chapter 318, Rock Mountain Ranges Holy Land. After splitting the soul of the Holy Spirit snake, the Myriad Slaughter sect master finally freed his hand. Wu Fan fell from the sky and personally went down to kill the enemies with his saber. The further he went on the path of cultivation, the more bumpy it became, and the difference in realms became greater and greater. After he entered the battlefield, with his strength, he should be able to break through the current stalemate. As long as he raised his saber to kill those top demons, with the advantage of high-level combat strength, they could quickly stabilize the situation and counterattack. Wu Fan immediately targeted a six-winged yaksha. They were the only ones that looked normal and were easier to kill. However, when he descended from the sky with the monstrous saber aura, an invisible whip condensed from evil mental power instantly arrived. The whip caught him off guard and instantly shattered the seemingly invincible saber aura. The slap caused his skin and flesh to split open, and his soul was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His body flew stiffly far away before barely recovering. Behind him, under a horrifying whip scar, one could even see the exposed bones. A similar crack appeared on his soul and essence soul. He, the dignified sect master of the Myriad Slaughter sect, had actually suffered considerable injuries under this strike. He was even pulled out of the city in such a sorry state in front of tens of thousands of disciples. He, Wu Fan, had never suffered such humiliation. Who had ambushed him? He looked at the spatial crack from afar. The gazes of both sides collided in the air, but in just a single exchange, Wu Fan fell to the bottom. No matter how he widened his eyes, he could not compare to the person opposite him. Behind the spatial crack, an eyeball larger than a house stared at him. It was this guy who had ambushed him just now. Wu Fan really wanted to rush up and take revenge, but he knew very well that he was not the match of that large eyeball. The closer he was, the more dangerous it felt. The reason why it had only lashed out a moment ago and did not continue chasing was because the huge eyeball was too big and could not pass through the spatial crack to come here. Otherwise, with the power of the evil whip just now, the myriad slaughter sect would have had to flee today. Where was the other side of this spatial crack? What were these monsters? Even he, who had lived for more than 1,000 years, had never seen such a large-scale invasion of strange creatures. Wu Fan saw the altar beneath the spatial crack again. All the energy flowed through the altar. It seemed that it was the core of everything. No matter who was opposing the myriad slaughter sect this time, if he wanted to end this chaos, he had to destroy that altar first. However, with the huge eyeball guarding him, it was probably very difficult for him to do this. After Wu Fan recovered from his injuries, he tested them a few times and, as expected, all of them returned empty-handed. Instead, they lost several of their soul formation cultivators. In the end, they could only establish a defensive line outside the Blackstone City. After pulling open a deep area, they fought these unknown monsters in the vast wilderness. After leaving the range of the chaotic power, the strength of the Azura world monsters would decrease greatly, and it would be easier to eliminate them. However, they still had no idea how to break into Blackstone City and close the spatial crack. Within the Rock Mountain Range's Earth Vein network, Zhang Li rode the Earth Stealth Shuttle and floated along the Earth Vein. Due to the fact that he had stuffed a large number of blood crystals into the Earth Vein, causing the blood energy and the power of chaos to fill the nearby Earth Vein, the Earth Stealth Shuttle's advance was not very smooth. The two energies fought in the Earth Vein, causing the originally stable Earth Vein to have many more bumps. If Zhang Li had not cancelled the negative karma status, just the word disaster would cause his Earth Stealth Shuttle to be completely destroyed. Fortunately, Zhang Li's luck had already recovered, so he could repeatedly turn danger into safety. Although the flying shuttle was also knocked a few times, it was not a big deal. After gradually leaving Blackstone City, this situation slowly disappeared. At this moment, Zhang Li suddenly noticed that the snake scale that Huan Longan had given him had changed abnormally. A light emerged from the black scales and firmly pointed in a certain direction. Huan Longan did not lie to Zhang Li. This snake scale was indeed the guide to the Holy Land of the Rock Mountain Range. However, although Huan Longan was indeed a descendant of the Huan family, he was not a direct descendant. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the outside world to develop after reaching adulthood. Therefore, he had heard the story of the Holy Land, but he had never really gone to it. After obtaining this snake scale from the direct descendants of the family, no matter how he dripped his blood to refine it or tested it, he was unable to make any changes to the snake scale. Only then did he give it to Zhang Li. Unexpectedly, after the Holy Spirit snake's soul dissipated, the snake scale suddenly changed. Of course, the help Zhang Li provided to them was extremely important, and they deserved this reward. In any case, he was also moving aimlessly in the Earth Vein. Zhang Li simply followed the guidance of the spiritual light and began to consciously control the flying ship to enter the different branches. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding Earth Vein first became thinner and thinner. After passing through a narrow section, this vein connected to another Earth Vein network. At this point, Zhang Li no longer needed to control the direction. The tributaries continuously flowed into the mainstream, and the speed of his Earth Stealth Shuttle became faster and faster. Up ahead, a barrier suddenly appeared. The flying shuttle could not turn around and directly collided with it. The Earth Stealth Shuttle, which was not very sturdy to begin with, shattered on the spot. Zhang Li and the flying shuttle were ejected from the Earth Vein. In order to prevent others from using escape techniques to sneak into the Earth Vein, many foundation arrays would be on guard underground. It was already quite polite to not set up a trap here. The pale stone wall suddenly shattered, and a thick root squeezed out from inside. The root swelled up and transformed into a human figure, and the person who came out was Zhang Li. If not for the fact that he also knew an escape technique, he would have dug it out bit by bit from the ground. This is a cave. The immaculate body status quickly cleared away the dust on its body. Looking around, he did not return to the ground. Instead, he entered a pale underground space. There was no sunlight here, and it was not dark. The stalactites hanging down emitted a faint milky white light, illuminating every space here. The air emitted an aura unique to reptiles, making people instinctively feel uncomfortable. On the ground not far away, there was a snake skin scattered. The place that the snake scale wanted to bring Zhongli was nearby. He was not in a hurry to search for treasures. Instead, he cautiously used the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra and mobilized his hearing to probe the depths of the cave. What he was most afraid of was being beaten up by the myriad slaughter sect. The cave was silent except for the slight sound of air rubbing against the rock wall as it slowly flowed. The duration of the alternative flows of air could last for several minutes. It sounded more like the breathing of a large creature. However, the source of the sound was very far away from him, and it was circulating in the maze-like structure. Even he could not determine the correct location. This rock mountain range Holy Land was actually the residence of the Holy Spirit Snake. When Zhongli entered the rock mountain range earlier, he had rented 10 snake demons as guards. Therefore, that Holy Spirit Snake was not alone. Instead, it had a huge species that belonged to it. This slow breathing was probably the descendant of the Holy Spirit. After finding those snakes, he would not be far from the Dragon Pearl. However, Zhongli had just taken 2 steps forward when a fork appeared before him. Where should he go? There was wind on both sides, so it was impossible to use this method to simply judge. There were no markings or notifications on the 2 forks, as if it was all based on preference and luck. Zhongli's luck was not bad, but at this time, there was no reason to make a choice. He, Zhongli, could take both options. Zhongli waved his hand and summoned 2 wood demon soldiers, letting them take the lead to scout the way. After the 2 wood demon soldiers separated and advanced about a kilometer, 2 more forks appeared in front of them. This cave was complicated and had many branches. It was a huge 3-dimensional maze. Now, there were only a few forks. After going through them, there were many branches. That was truly terrifying. Zhongli, who was standing on the fork at the beginning, noticed this situation from the perspective of the 2 wood demons, but he was not angry in the slightest. With a remote thought, the wood demon's head was split into 2 from the middle, and soon, 2 complete heads grew out. In the blink of an eye, the entire body below was completely divided into 2. However, although these 2 wood demons looked ordinary, they were products that Zhongli had upgraded. They were value-added wood demon soldiers. As more and more branches appeared in the underground cave, the wood soldiers were divided into 4, 4, 8, 8, and 16, etc. As long as Zhongli still had spiritual qi, these wood demons could continue to split. Soon, more than 2,000 wood demons had been split out, but this maze still only opened up the tip of the iceberg to Zhongli. What awaited him ahead was only an even more complicated maze. However, Zhongli, who was at the qi refinement realm back then, could easily awaken hundreds of wood demons. Now, he was countless times stronger than before. Zhongli did not take this expenditure seriously. Zhongli wanted to see how complicated this maze could be. In the passageway of the maze, human corpses could be seen from time to time. These were all cultivators from the Rock Mountain range who had once tried to visit the Holy Land. However, after entering this maze, they often could not find the way back and could only be trapped here. However, no matter how complicated a maze was, it would eventually run out. When Zhongli's number of wood demons exceeded 20,000, a wood demon finally arrived at the end of the passageway. More and more pathways proved to be dead ends. There were also some wood demons who met each other as they walked. It was a maze cycle that could easily make people lose their way inside. After finding the dead end, the wood demons took root and marked the wrong place. The remaining wood demons continued forward. After 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 54,427 dead ends, the last wood demon that was still advancing finally saw a different color. Then, it was struck by a sharp wind and was cut into two on the spot. However, although the reproduced wood demon was not strong, it was sufficiently durable. The two broken bodies emitted green light. In the blink of an eye, they turned into two identical wood demons and continued forward. Another irresistible wind attacked, sending the two wood demons flying to the stone wall beside them. This time, they were shattered into hundreds of wooden blocks of various sizes. However, the green light on the wood demon still did not disappear. Amidst the crisp sounds of friction as the wood grew, the fragments on the ground stood up again, turning into hundreds of identical wood demon soldiers. The black shadow appeared again, and a strong wind assaulted. Another dozen or so wood demons were shattered, but at this moment, with the help of the remaining wood demon's eyes, Zhongli finally saw what attacked them. It was a huge snake tail with golden patterns. Zhongli, who had been sitting on the spot, suddenly opened his eyes. He finally found the correct path to pass through this maze. Of the 54,428 passageways that were intertwined and twisted, there was really only one path that could be taken. There were no reliable signs in the cave, and the three-dimensional cave tested one's memory. If it was anyone else who was unlucky and was trapped in this maze, they might not even be able to escape with 3 years of Anidia pills. There should be another way to resolve this. However, Zhongli did not want to use his brain, so he chose the stupidest method. He followed the wood demon's path and quickly crossed this distance. After coming out of a hole, he entered a larger space. This place was even more moist and dark. There were traces of snakes crawling everywhere. In front of him, thousands of wood demon soldiers were being repeatedly crushed by a huge snake and reborn. The golden patterned snake was also anxious. It looked like it would not stop until it killed Zhongli's wood demons. This huge snake was far inferior to the Holy Spirit in size, and its strength was also much weaker. It was only roughly equivalent to the level of a nascent soul cultivator. However, snakes of this level were not stupid. It quickly discovered that physical attacks dealt too little damage to the wood demon. Then, it opened its mouth and a thick black poisonous fog spewed out. When the poisonous fog touched the wood demons, the rough surface immediately emitted strange hissing sounds and was quickly corroded. The shattered pieces of wood that were recovering on the ground also stopped moving under the corrosion of the poisonous fog. The principles of the demon awakening technique were based on living beings. As long as the toxicity was strong enough to eliminate vital activity in a short period of time, the reproduction naturally could not continue. It seemed that he still had to continue finding different seeds to awaken the wood demons with. He had to find a plant with better resistance as the raw material. Seeing that the huge snake had finally eliminated his wood demon, Zhongli no longer hid. After waving his hand to disperse the poisonous fog, he appeared. "My name is Green Mountain Ascetic. I was entrusted by the Huian clan of Blackstone City to visit the Holy Land and take the Dragon Pearl." Zhongli cupped his hands politely and expressed his intention on the spot. After all, there was no reason to beat about the bush with a snake. If the other party did not understand, he would be in deep trouble. The huge snake with the golden web tattoo spat out most of the poison in its stomach. It was feeling exhausted. When he suddenly heard Zhongli speak, it noticed that there was a human standing outside the cave. For some reason, the golden web python felt that the aura on this human was very comfortable and instinctively wanted to get closer. However, Zhongli's words still made it wary. "You're from Blackstone City. Let me ask you. My master, the Holy Spirit, has been away for months and hasn't returned. Where is it now?" Chapter 319, Snake Ring and Backup Plan. While this holy land was isolated from the world to protect itself, it also almost cut off all channels of information from the outside world. Now, the cultivation world of the Rock Mountain Range had completely fallen. Less than 10% of the local cultivators had survived and were roaming outside. Their Holy Spirit had long died and was almost refined into an artifact spirit by others. In the end, its soul even dissipated after the fight. Such a huge matter was actually unknown in the Holy Land. I'm sorry. Senior Holy Spirit was unfortunately defeated and died in the battle with the enemy. Blackstone City is also occupied by the enemy now. Right now, the entire cultivation world of the Rock Mountain Range is in danger, so I specially came to retrieve the Dragon Pearl to save the people. Zhang Li explained the general situation. He also made his trip sound more reasonable. Otherwise, if he opened his mouth and said that he was here to take the Dragon Pearl, the other party might spit out a mouthful of poison. Even if Zhang Li spoke tactfully, the other party's attitude was still vile. This is impossible. How can the Holy Spirit die in battle? How can my invincible master die? However, when it heard the news that the Holy Spirit had died in battle, the snake's emotions instantly exploded. It opened its snake mouth and exposed 2 poisonous fangs that were thicker than Zhang Li's entire body. You're lying. Everyone who lies in the myriad snake cave must die. The huge snake pounced at him without a word. Its bloody mouth was enough to devour 100 pigs at once. Bang! Zhang Li did not dodge or evade as he responded with a punch. Under his fist, the pillar-like poisonous fangs broke with a loud sound. Poisonous snake blood splattered as the huge snake head was smashed back. Times were different now. Because of the status, it was as if Zhang Li had tempered himself in the Foundation establishment realm for 30 years. The stability of his Dao Foundation was several times stronger than before. Coupled with the human emperor's blood chi that was assisting Zhang Li in refining his apertures at all times, it made his physical strength increase every moment. The current Zhang Li could not be underestimated with a casual punch. The dragon imprisoning lock flew out from his waist. The huge snake that was stunned by Zhang Li's punch was about to be entangled. Using the dragon imprisoning lock, sealing a snake demon was not a problem. At this moment, a stalactite above the cave suddenly stretched out. Its sharp tip nailed the dragon imprisoning lock that was flying in the air, saving the golden web python. Since you are a guest of the Huian clan, show me the token. At this moment, a charming red-robed woman slowly walked out from the depths of the cave. The woman looked classical and quiet, like a well-educated young lady from a wealthy family. The back of her red robe was very long, dragging more than 200 feet behind her. Under the cover of the robe, it was obvious that there was a thick snake tail below. This was a half-transformed snake lady. Zhang Li waved his hand and used his spiritual qi to shatter the stalactite. He put away the dragon imprisoning lock and stared at the snake lady warily. This snake lady looked very suitable for human aesthetics from the outside, as if she was harmless. However, Zhang Li felt a dense sense of danger from her. Generally speaking, demons could begin to transform independently after reaching the demon core realm. But this rule was not absolute. For example, the demons in the Red Lantern Street could successfully transform with the help of medicinal pills. As for some large-sized demon beasts or ancient remnant races with stronger connate bloodlines, they would often face situations where it was harder to transform. There were even some races that were unable to completely transform at all. They would more or less leave some racial characteristics on their bodies. For example, many dragons in the ancient times basically started as immortals after they matured. However, the dragon horns on their foreheads could not be refined. After transforming into humans, they could only use illusions to conceal themselves. Although it was not convenient, this was also a symbol of their identity and strength. Therefore, when encountering such half-transformed demons, it often meant that they were harder to deal with than ordinary demons. Zhang Li took out the snake scale. The strange light on it was still flickering like breathing. When the snake lady and the huge snake on the ground saw the light on the snake scale, their expressions could not help but change. Zhang Li could not understand the expression of the golden web python. However, the red-robed snake lady was first surprised, then she clearly revealed a trace of malice that was not well concealed. Back then, the Holy Spirit had brought the snakes of the myriad snake cave to participate in the battle. In their understanding, the Holy Spirit was practically invincible. It was indeed the case in the cultivation world of the Rock Mountain Range. They had never thought of the possibility of losing. Unfortunately, their opponent this time was from the eastern region and was stronger than they had imagined. Since you have the token, the Myriad Snake Cave will naturally treat you with respect. Follow me. It was unknown what this snake lady was thinking. Her expression changed several times before she brought Zhongli into the Myriad Snake Cave. The environment in this snake cave was very suitable for snakes to survive. There were a large number of snake eggs on the ground, but there were not many adult pythons. They only curled up lazily in the surroundings. The main forces of the Holy Land should have been destroyed in the Rock Mountain Range. The Myriad Slaughter sect was indeed powerful enough to kill the entire cultivation world of the Rock Mountain Range alone. It was unknown how many years it would take for the snake eggs left in the snake cave to recover their former glory. In next to no time, Zhongli saw a door made of unknown metal ahead. The door was rusty, and there was a black and white snake ring embedded in it. The precious dragon pearl is behind. Please take it yourself. This is the Ouroboros ring. You can open it with enough spiritual qi. With that said, Snake Lady did not speak further. She slithered her snake tail and stood to the side, clearly not prepared to help. Inject spiritual qi? Zhongli hesitated for a moment before walking forward and pressing his hand on the center of the black-white snake ring. Immediately, a suction force came, and a domineering force was pulling at the 9 nether spiritual qi in Zhongli's body. However, his Dao foundation was firm. As long as he was unwilling, it was not so easy to extract his spiritual qi. Zhongli slowly released the restriction. Pure spiritual qi immediately surged along his meridians towards the snake ring. In just 2 breaths, the standard spiritual qi of a foundation establishment cultivator had already disappeared. However, this bit of spiritual qi was clearly not enough to fill the snake ring. The intense suction force kept wanting to completely empty Zhongli. Zhongli simply released some restrictions again and instilled spiritual qi into it according to his maximum recovery speed. The current Zhongli could already completely endure the gain of 100 points of high-grade spiritual qi per second. Time slowly passed. The spiritual qi was still endless. The energy absorbed by the snake ring could be said to be a vast amount. Even a nascent soul cultivator would not be able to withstand such a level of spiritual qi absorption. To the cultivators below, absorbing spiritual qi of this level was no different from murder. However, the stone door's snake ring still did not move. Something was amiss. Zhongli looked at the red-robed snake lady again. The other party's originally beautiful and calm face was already covered in scale-like cracks. The snake's mouth protruded forward, and her mouth almost split to the ears. Her pair of snake eyes looked at Zhongli gloomily, and she no longer had any beauty. Around her, pythons of varying sizes twisted their bodies and surrounded them. They spat out their snake tongues and looked at the guest in front of them. Their vertical pupils were filled with greed for flesh and blood. "Senior Snake Lady, what do you mean by this?" Zhongli placed his hand on the snake ring and asked politely as usual. However, to cold-blooded animals, manners were worthless. "The Holy Spirit is dead. Now, I'm the owner of the Myriad Snake Cave. Blackstone City is gone, so the previous agreement naturally doesn't matter anymore. A mere human actually dares to come and take our race's treasure. Hemp, hand over the token and obediently become our food." The huge snake that remained in the cave suddenly pounced towards Zhongli, its bloody mouth about to tear him apart. Zhongli wanted to withdraw his palm and retreat, but the black-white snake ring still firmly grabbed his palm and was unable to move at all. The snake's mouths rushed over and completely drowned Zhongli. They formed a huge snake ball around Zhongli, looking only disgusting. At least 100 snakes bit him. The sharp poisonous fangs continuously tried to pierce through Zhongli's skin. Sigh, I really can't believe the words of cold-blooded animals. Swoosh! Zhongli increased the output speed of his spiritual qi, directly surpassing the absorption speed of the snake ring. The suction force instantly disappeared, and he easily withdrew his palm. Then, in the next moment, the 9 nether tree realm descended. The expanding tree world was like a flood breaking the dam, filling up the space in the snake cave. The huge snakes that wanted to wrap around him were all captured by the tree world in an instant. Zhang Li immediately looked at the red-robed snake lady. Buddhist hands stretched out from behind him and smashed towards her. However, Zhang Li, who was originally prepared to fight, discovered that the red-robed snake lady had actually been pushed far away by the tree world tide. Her strength did not seem to be comparable to a soul formation cultivator. So she was just bluffing. Damn! I was actually tricked by a snake. The aura that came from the snake lady's body earlier was very strong. Zhang Li thought that her strength had already reached the level of a greater demon equivalent to the soul formation realm. He was already prepared to use all his trump cards to fight the other party. However, the red-robed snake lady had been pushed away by Zhang Li with a single strike. Although she looked to be in a much better state than the golden web python, she was still far from that level. Zhang Li shook his hand and threw out the blood lotus platform, directly trapping the snake lady and the golden web python. With his current strength and several cheat-level artifacts, the 2 snakes did not have much strength to resist. After retracting the blood lotus platform, 2 huge snakes were quickly swimming around inside, trying to find any breakthrough point. Perhaps after this time, the 2 snake demons would understand the importance of manners. Zhang Li formed seals, and a large amount of red chaotic power immediately surged out from the blood lotus platform. The power of chaos and spiritual qi were natural opposites. The 2 large snakes were trapped in a high concentration of blood, and it was even more uncomfortable than bathing in sulfur wine. They immediately twisted in pain. The golden web python quickly became on the verge of death, and the red-robed snake lady lay on the ground in pain. Her body swelled up constantly, and her appearance became uglier and uglier. Not long after, she was forced back to her original form by the power of chaos. The snake's body wrinkled strangely as something moved along the snake's abdomen. Finally, a golden snake egg spat out from the snake lady's mouth. After spitting out the snake egg, her aura visibly weakened, revealing her true cultivation. It seemed that this snake egg was the main reason why she could disguise her strength that even Zhang Li could not see through. Honorable Snake Lady, you can at least tell me where the dragon pearl is now, right? Zhang Li looked down at the 2 large snakes, one red and one yellow, and remained calm and polite. The snake lady returned to her original appearance. It was a huge red snake. Its red scales were shiny and it was obvious that it was a good material to soak in alcohol. I'm not lying to you. The dragon pearl is behind that stone door. Those who are fated can naturally open the stone door. Those who are not fated will not be able to enter no matter what. Zhang Li did not speak and only continued to increase the concentration of the power of chaos. He could use the 9 nether earth fruit to make the 2 of them speak. However, the stronger the target was, the harder it was to take root. Even if the dragon imprisoning lock suppressed them, he had spent about 7 days controlling that dragon transformation island nascent soul. These 2 large snakes were not weak and would probably need such a long time. However, that would undoubtedly be too long. Snake egg, place the token on the snake egg. It's the key to the Ouroboros ring. The red snake in pain finally squeezed out the answer from the gap between its teeth. Zhang Li nodded in satisfaction and took out the golden snake egg from the lotus platform. He took out the token scale again. After approaching the 2, a powerful suction force immediately appeared. As soon as he let go, these 2 things would cling together. Immediately, the scale completely fused into the snake egg, and a weak heartbeat slowly sounded from the golden snake egg. The golden snake egg emitted a ray of light that shone on the black-white snake ring. The snake lock finally released its grip on its mouth, and the door opened. A dense dragon qi that even Zhang Li felt his heart palpitate surged out from inside. The only thing that could reach this level was probably the legendary dragon pearl. Put that snake egg on the stone platform and the dragon pearl will appear. The snake lady, who was unwilling to speak just now enthusiastically reminded Zhang Li. However, Zhang Li smiled faintly and did not move. Honorable Lady Snake Lady, before you lie next time, please put away your murderous gaze. Your acting is so poor. It's difficult for me to cooperate with you. A wisp of black and white flames suddenly surged out from Zhang Li's right hand that was holding the snake egg, and it ceaselessly burned the snake egg in his hand. The temperature of the ghost lantern cold flame could not even warm one's hand, but to a soul, it was definitely fatal. 1 breath, 2 breaths, and 3 breaths went by. This guy was quite tolerant. 20 breaths later, the snake egg suddenly shook violently, and a strange frequency of wails sounded from inside. Inside this snake egg belt was none other than the Holy Spirit snake that had died under Wu Fan's saber not long ago. In Zhang Li's appraisal technique, the snake egg was called the reincarnation egg. After seeing this name, Zhang Li immediately became extremely vigilant. Coupled with the snake lady's performance, he roughly guessed what had happened. How was that scale in agreement with Blackstone City? It was clearly a life preservation measure left behind by the Holy Spirit snake. Chapter 320, Dragon Pearl. Zhang Li actually felt a little strange from the beginning. For a treasure of the level of the Dragon Pearl, no matter who held it in their hands, it should not be too much to value it immensely. Even if that Holy Spirit snake had a good relationship with the Huiyan clan, it should not have agreed to let any random person bring a snake scale over to obtain its most important treasure. This was really not in line with a biological instinct. After that, Zhang Li noticed that the forces left behind in the myriad snake cave were truly too weak. There were only 2 snake demons equivalent to the nascent soul realm left. With such strength, they could not even stop Zhang Li. If they were targeted by other forces or demon beasts, wouldn't they be wiped out? Either the Holy Spirit snake was not smart enough to make such a decision, or, the Holy Spirit snake had other special reasons. For example, after reincarnation, its strength would greatly decrease for a certain period of time. It was afraid of the backlash of the other powerful snake demons, so it deliberately brought all the experts out of the myriad snake cave. It only left 2 snake demons that it could deal with even when it was weak. If they won the war, that would naturally be for the best. However, if it died, the other powerful snake demons would die with it. This way, when it reincarnated, it could guarantee the greatest success rate. From the beginning, the red-robed snake lady was clearly unwilling to help the Holy Spirit reincarnate. If other powerful snake demons still existed, they might have already used methods to destroy the scale. After all, it was a cold-blooded animal. It was normal for the Holy Spirit to have such considerations. In order to allow its remnant soul to successfully return to the myriad snake cave Holy Land, he should have set up many backup plans with the help of the Dragon Pearl for the reincarnation ceremony. The token scale in Zhang Li's hand was one of them. After all, if the Holy Spirit died, who would reject the temptation of a Dragon Pearl? No matter who held that scale, they would do everything they could to go to the Holy Land and obtain this Holy Spirit's inheritance. However, in reality, everything was meant to benefit this huge snake. The plan was very good, but it unfortunately met Zhang Li. Alliance leader Zhang was here to ask for his reward. He would not allow a snake to trick him. Therefore, after discovering the trickery, he directly played along with the Holy Spirit, letting it think that the plan had succeeded in opening the black-white snake ring itself. Then, just before it relaxed, he directly sent out this killer weapon, the ghost lantern cold flame. In the snake egg, one could vaguely see a small black snake shadow struggling painfully in the black and white flames. This was the first time Zhang Li had seen a soul body last for so long under the ghost lantern cold flame. After the battle with the large 9 netherwood in the Mother River all those years ago, a trace of white had appeared on Zhang Li's ghost lantern cold flame, and it started to transform and evolve into an unknown domain. Later on, relying on the nourishment of the ghost lanternfish that had died in the underwater graveyard and the accumulation of burning souls in some battles, the white portion of the ghost lantern cold flame became larger and larger. Now, it had even exceeded 90%. Now, burning the remnant soul of the Holy Spirit in the reincarnation snake egg, the remaining black portion also began to quickly change. This was the last bit of the Holy Spirit's soul. However, the original level of the Holy Spirit was too high. In the case of human cultivators, it was a mighty figure above the soul formation realm. Moreover, this bit of soul was also its essence. The nutrients obtained from burning this incomplete soul were naturally extraordinary. Under Zhang Li's expectant gaze, his ghost lantern cold flame finally turned completely white. Right after the last trace of black vanished, Zhang Li could sense that some miraculous changes had occurred in his ghost lantern cold flame. Its might had become stronger, and it was practically several times stronger than the black cold flame. This was within Zhang Li's expectations, so he was not too surprised. However, the pale white ghost lantern cold flame seemed to have some additional abilities. For example, it could be used like this. The pale white flame suddenly deformed like dough, and it formed a chain that Zhang Li was familiar with. It entered deep into the snake egg and captured the snake soul that had yet to dissipate, and then he exerted a slight force to pull it out. The infinitely small Holy Spirit snake was bound by the white flame chains. It twisted quickly like a loach, but no matter what, it could not struggle free. Previously, the ghost lantern cold flame could only adhere to objects or form a fireball. Now, it could be easily molded and used more conveniently. In addition, this flame seemed to be able to fuse with an additional spiritual body to give it spirituality, causing the ghost lantern cold flame to have a fire spirit that could make it stronger. If this was any other time, Zhang Li would have to consider who to make into the fire spirit carefully. But now, what could be a better choice than the Holy Spirit of the Rock Mountain Range? After the flames that had turned into chains dissipated, it formed a furnace again, trapping the black snake phantom within and continuing to slowly refine it. Zhang Li had always been a fair person. Since he had made the other party lose the chance to reincarnate, he naturally had to find another way to save the Holy Spirit's life. Following him would definitely not be bad in the future. You! How dare you attack the Holy Spirit? Wait! You're not from Blackstone City. Zhang Li put away the white cold flames. The two large snakes that he locked up in the blood-colored arena still looked in disbelief. They had originally hoped that after the Holy Spirit was resurrected, they could teach this human a lesson. However, who would have thought that things would take a turn for the worse? A strange white flame directly destroyed everything. Zhang Li could not be bothered to pay attention to them. After he forcefully fed them a spiritual root seed each, he threw them into the coffin. In a few days, he would become the Holy Spirit they worshipped. As for Zhang Li, he carried the clean reincarnation egg that no longer had a soul and placed it on a stone platform behind the door. The trigger condition of this reincarnation stone platform was indeed this snake egg that had fused with the snake scale. After the snake egg was placed on it, a ray of light immediately scattered down from above. A fist-sized golden pearl appeared from the light and was about to enter the snake egg. It was this pearl that brought Zhang Li extreme pressure. The treasure of the dragon race that had been passed down from ancient times was still dazzling to this day. Reaching out to catch the pearl, the dragon pearl immediately flashed with a brilliant light. The skin and muscles on Zhang Li's palm disappeared in a short few breaths, leaving only a bone that was connected to the tendons and muscles. It was not until the dragon blood in Zhang Li's body flowed out and stuck to the pearl that the dragon treasure slowly calmed down. Powerful treasures had always been difficult to control. If one touched the dragon pearl without the dragon race bloodline, the entire right arm would probably disappear. The flesh and blood on his hand quickly recovered to its original state, and Zhang Li looked at this dragon pearl with an excited expression. This pearl seemed to be a good material to use as the core of his core formation. After putting away the snake egg and dragon pearl, Zhongli tore down this reincarnation stone platform and ran to the door behind him to dismantle the black-white snake ring. Although these two things had only one function, they were also rare good things. After going back and studying them thoroughly, they might be useful someday. After plundering this, he stared at the snake eggs on the ground. Alliance leader Zhang never left empty-handed. He also picked some high-quality items and placed them in the coffin. After cleaning up the place, he was satisfied and prepared to leave. The strength in Zhang Li's body had already accumulated to the limit. It was time to find a place to break through to core formation. Unfortunately, he had not found the location of the Nine Netherwood's old home, the Bakyan Mountain, and could not go there to break through. However, after seeing the size of the world in the eastern region, he also understood that a dangerous domain of that level was not suitable for him to explore. Zhang Li's accumulation was actually quite sufficient. What he needed now was a place where he could accumulate his strength. After some thought, there was indeed such a place. Zhang Li took out a jade box from the coffin. After opening the box, 2 clean finger bones appeared. Apart from the key items that might guide the Fire Cloud Cave and the Green Mountain, the 2 finger bones of the last human emperor and the human emperor's empress were also a key. It was a key that could be used to return to their favorite place. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual chi of the illusory art life record surged into the 2 fingers. Zhang Li had once consumed Qin Shuman's ghost core and retained the corresponding status. In theory, he was now an illusion expert. A layer of misty illusion halo spread out from the 2 fingers. One could vaguely see a gorgeous building that towered into the sky. It was the Star Tower built by King Zhou. Of course, this was only an illusion. However, if it was matched with the 3 lifetime stone that could summon the netherworld illusion, the situation would be different. Zhang Li took out the spirit tablet of the groom, Du Xianzu. Before this unlucky fellow could even realize what had happened, Zhang Li had dug out the 3 lifetime stone that was embedded in its base. This was also part of the gains from his previous trip to Fengdu City. Zhang Li walked into the illusion and crushed the 3 lifetime stone. Then, in the next moment, a familiar feeling arose. Zhang Li's body seemed to have fallen into a bottomless pool, and he kept sinking towards the bottom. When he recovered from his shock, he was already in the vast world of stars and standing before the Star Tower. When Zhang Li was dismantling the things earlier, he had also considered the structural stability of the building. Although he had taken away many things like bricks, planks, and nails, this place was still firm. He reached the top again. Unfortunately, there was no additional reward this time. It was really too difficult to retain some useful things from the ancient times. It was already extremely lucky to have the gains from before. Zhang Li was not very disappointed, nor was he in a hurry to reach the core formation realm. Before that, he still had to make some preparations. He threw out the coffin. The sword cultivator clone walked out of the coffin with a round and delicious 9 nether earth fruit in his hand. This was a precious earth fruit that contained a fire attribute golden core cultivation. As long as he ate it, theoretically speaking, even a chi refinement cultivator could advance to the golden core realm in a short period of time. After consuming the earth fruit, the clone sat cross-legged on the ground. His aura rose and spiritual chi condensed around him. In his body, the surface of the liquor fire true core quickly turned golden. Previously, relying on the soul dissolution liquor in the Fengdu city's dungeon, the clone had already reached the peak of the true core realm. After eating this spiritual fruit, he immediately broke through the bottleneck. As Zhang Li continuously instilled pure spiritual chi into his clone, a few hours later, a golden light flashed in his eyes as the true core transformed into a golden core. With the help of the fruit from the spiritual root of heaven and earth, it would be absurd if he could still fail. The sword cultivator clone opened his mouth and spat out a shiny liquor fire golden core. This golden core was also wrapped in sharp fire sword chi and a dense wine fragrance. As a golden core cultivator's essence, it was both the greatest strength and weakness. To many golden core cultivators, spitting out a golden core was considered the strongest attack. However, if the golden core shattered, cultivators were very likely to die because of this. Within the golden core was the path to the great Dao for cultivators, so its importance was self-evident. However, the golden core of the sword cultivator clone would probably be gone before he could even warm it up. Zhongli took out 3 beads of the same size but different color from the coffins. They were the 9 nether clones Yin-Yang Indestructible Zombie Golden Core, the Yaksha clones Azura Fallen Blood Core, and the Divine Statue clones Buddha Demon All Life Core. Although the sword cultivator clone was Zhongli's earliest clone, due to his poor innate talent, he was only an ordinary genius sword cultivator. There was a considerable gap between him and Zhongli's other 3 clones. Therefore, although he was born the earliest, his strength had always been the worst. The cores of the other 3 clones had long been prepared. The sword cultivator clone was the slowest and had cultivated the golden core by relying on the 9 nether earth fruit. Zhongli placed the 4 inner cores together. His plan was already very obvious. It was just to fuse with the golden cores. Back then, when he saw Elder Duanzhuang fuse with the yin-yang golden core under the tribulation lightning, it had greatly broadened Zhongli's horizons. Later on, Zhongli had always experienced the power and effects of the yin-yang golden core. It was not until the 9 nether clone had a nascent soul cultivation that this golden core was rendered useless. Now that it was his turn, how could he not pursue greater heights? Not only did Zhongli want to fuse the golden core, but he also wanted to fuse 5 cores into one when he broke through to the core formation realm's golden core stage. Indeed, Alliance leader Zhongli had never considered the void core stage or the true core stage. The essence of these 2 realms was to have 2 more steps to allow the current generation cultivators who had insufficient accumulation to have more time to perfect their cultivation. However, with Zhongli's accumulation, he could punch a nascent soul cultivator directly. Once he reached the core formation realm, he would be at the golden core stage. There was not even a chance to slowly undergo the process. After carefully checking the 4 inner cores and confirming that there was no problem, he placed them aside. Zhongli started to take out the other things he had prepared one by one. A dragon pearl that he had just obtained. A mature lotus pod wrapped in black and gold light. A jar of overlord level blood of madness that had been completely neutralized by Ananda's blood tears. 2 lamps burning with the fire of the human race. A bowl of soul dissolution liquor that would occasionally reflect wailing faces. Chapter 321, Dragon Pearl Core Formation, Demon Blood Tattoo. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Zhongli took out many things from his coffin. Every item here was a treasure that could cause a storm and bloodshed in the outside world. However, these treasures were all in the hands of a foundation establishment cultivator. If word got out, probably not many people would believe it. He summoned the ghost lantern Cold Flame again. The pure white flames turned into a small coiled snake in his hand. The white fire snake's eyes were lively and arrogant. Clearly, it had a certain amount of cognition and intelligence. The Rock Mountain Range's Holy Spirit had been refined, shedding its past life and becoming the ghost lantern Cold Flame's fire spirit. The white flaming snake stretched out its snake mouth and bit the floating dragon pearl. Then, the entire snake coiled around the pearl and burned fiercely. Zhongli had to roast all the spiritual remnants in the dragon pearl before he could use it safely. This dragon pearl originated from ancient times and there was not much inside. It had only been imprinted by the Holy Spirit of the Rock Mountain Range before. Now, with its help and the powerful white ghost lantern Cold Flame, it only took a little effort to completely eliminate the residue from the inside out. At this moment, the coffin floated over automatically, and more than 29 nether earth fruits poured out. These 20 or so earth fruits were divided into yin and wood attributes. They were even more plump and tempting than the one he had given his clone to eat. Each of them represented a human cultivator at the Golden Core realm. They might have been rogue cultivators who had acted as bandits to rob others, or they might have been survivors of the demon sex forces. After they fell into Zhang Li's hands, they finally became such spiritual root fruits one after another. Zhang Li grabbed one of them and sent it into his mouth. The skin of the fruit was dense, fragrant, and crisp. The flesh was dense like silk, and the juice was fresh and sweet. After it entered his mouth, his entire body felt comfortable and filled with spiritual qi, and he felt as if he was floating and about to become an immortal. The higher the grade of the spiritual fruit of heaven and earth, the better the taste. If there was a limitless supply of this delicacy, once he ate one, he might continue eating them until the end of time. Before eating the earth fruit, Zhang Li's cultivation had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm. If he was not careful, he would break through at any time. At this moment, after consuming an earth fruit, the pure cultivation of a golden core cultivator surged into his body. Immediately, the momentum of his breakthrough could no longer be stopped. The boundless spiritual qi in his body swelled to the limit. As long as Zhang Li created a foundation point, all the spiritual qi would gather with this as the core. First, the pill would become illusory, then the illusory point would become corporeal, and finally, the corporeal point would become golden. He grabbed the dragon pearl and scattered his blood essence on it before swallowing it. Immediately, the pure spiritual qi in Zhang Li's body went berserk and crazily surged towards the dragon pearl. This spiritual qi had been suppressed for too long and was waiting to be released when he broke through. The star tower that had been calm for tens of thousands of years was also stirred at this moment. High-grade spiritual qi gathered. Even the starlight floating in this space projected towards Zhang Li, mixed with spiritual qi, and surged towards Zhang Li's qi. The tidal-like energy was endless, but the foundation formed by the dragon pearl did not reject any of it. It did not show any signs of being unable to endure it. In the cultivation world, most foundation establishment cultivators would choose a low-grade yellow rank to high-grade profound rank treasure as the core foundation of their core formation realm. The first consideration was naturally what level of treasure one could even afford. However, the principle of choosing a treasure for the core formation realm was not only about the grade of the chosen item. Apart from that, there was also the issue of the success rate of core formation. The higher the grade of the treasure used to reach the core formation realm, the stronger the cultivator would be after reaching the core formation realm, and their potential would also be greater. It sounded like it was beneficial without any harm. However, the problem was that the better the treasure, the harder it was to break through. Moreover, once the first core formation attempt failed, the difficulty of subsequent breakthroughs would become higher and higher. The origin potential of the cultivator would also suffer an irreparable loss. Therefore, to most foundation establishment cultivators, the first thing they had to consider was whether they could successfully break through, not how strong they would be after breaking through. Therefore, no matter how much one accumulated, it was best to choose the corresponding treasure to reach the core formation realm. Even many descendants of the cultivation families often did not choose a high-grade profound rank treasure to reach the core formation realm. On the other hand, those who could use earth-rank treasures to form their cores were usually only described in the fairytale books circulating in the market. People who could succeed were rare even in 100 years. If Zhang Li was like other cultivators and used an ordinary treasure to form his core, he would have long succeeded in breaking through. However, the dragon pearl was a treasure that even immortals who attained the Dao would fight for in ancient times. With this, the difficulty of core formation was more than 100 or 1,000 times higher than using a high-grade profound rank artifact. Even Zhang Li had to be fully prepared and did not dare to relax at all. The dragon pearl seemed to have turned into a black hole as it absorbed all the spiritual qi. On the other hand, the vast amount of cultivation spiritual qi in Zhang Li's body was vanishing at a visible speed. At this speed, it would not even take 15 minutes for Zhang Li to fail his core formation because of insufficient cultivation. However, he was not in a hurry. He picked up a 9 nether earth fruit and took a bite from time to time. The cultivation of more than 20 golden core cultivators was enough for him to last for an hour. While eating another earth fruit, Zhongli took out a translucent cold jade bowl and a diamond-shaped crystal that seemed like a work of art and was filled with golden threads. It was a top-grade spirit stone equivalent to 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Within a spirit mine, only 2 or 3 of such gorgeous crystals could be produced. It was an abnormally rare and valuable treasure, and very few cultivators used it as a form of currency. This was something he had obtained when he raided the 100 Tempering Mountain back then. If not for the fact that Zhongli was the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance and had contributed a large number of resources to the Great Mountain Alliance, this top-grade spirit stone would not have fallen into his hands. Next was the higher-grade spirit melting liquid. This thing was very rare even in the major cities of the eastern region. 1 drop was enough to melt a profound rank artifact. If not for the fact that the production was too low and could not be controlled by spiritual qi, this would definitely be a great killing weapon in battle. The next step was no different from the process of making high-grade spiritual liquid back then. However, he had to be more careful and not let the liquid touch his skin. Soon, the spirit melting liquid absorbed the spiritual qi filled with golden threads, turning into top-grade spiritual liquid that landed in the jade bowl. Unlike the high-grade spiritual liquid that only had a trace of faint golden threads, this top-grade spiritual liquid was almost filled with golden threads that represented an extremely high grade. Zhongli raised his head, and a few drops of golden liquid elegantly entered his mouth. After holding the top-grade spiritual liquid for a few breaths, the small bowl made of cold jade also could not endure the burden and shattered into powder. Consumed a top-grade spirit melting liquid. Added status, Spiritual Qi Infusion, Top Grade. Spiritual Qi Infusion, Top Grade 50 points of Top Grade Spiritual Qi absorbed per second. Duration, 30 seconds. Plus. In the next second, Top Grade Golden Spiritual Qi erupted in Zhongli's body. The quality of the pure energy was actually several times higher than Zhongli's 9 nether spiritual qi. No wonder this level of spiritual qi could be considered top grade. The value was 100 times higher than high-grade spirit stones. Any cultivator who took 2 breaths every day could increase their strength greatly, the quality of their spiritual qi would increase, and the spell techniques they used would be even more powerful than others. Zhongli slowed down the comfortable stimulation brought about by the high concentration of top-grade spiritual qi and extended this status on the character interface to infinity. 50 points of top-grade spiritual qi per second was completely enough to support the vast spiritual qi gap when Zhongli broke through. He was not afraid that the Dragon Pearl Golden Core would have a huge appetite. The more spiritual qi it absorbed when he reached the core formation realm, the happier he would be. After eating a few more 9 nether earth fruits, with the addition of 50 points of spiritual qi per second, he could already achieve balance in his body. In theory, as long as he slept now, the golden core in his body would automatically form in a few days. However, Zhongli was a man who cultivated the 3 elements of qi, body, and spirit. His core formation was far from over. After tearing off the right sleeve, the 100 beast blood tattoo on the entire right arm had already turned from red to black. This was the permanent blood tattoo that Zhongli had left on his body when he broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm. It brought him incomparable physical strength and the enhancement of powerful body cultivation. This blood tattoo would remain permanently even without Zhongli's status bar modification. However, it also had 2 different states of active and stable. Between the 2, although the buff would not change much, during the active period, the cultivator would be unable to continue adding beast blood tattoos on their body. According to the strength of the beast blood tattoo, it would enter a stable period after 1 to several months. This was also the reason why Zhongli did not draw the second tattoo after reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. He had been waiting for the 100 beast blood tattoo to cool down. However, who would have thought that he would actually wait until he reached the core formation realm? This really made him feel a little helpless. Up until now, the 100 beast blood tattoo had finally entered a stable period. Zhongli also planned to carve a second tattoo on his body to break through the advancement of body cultivation. The blood he planned to use was the Azura Lord's blood of madness. The owner of this jar of blood was an Azura lord who could punch the spatial crack and expand it 100 times. Through the crack, the aura that leaked out could make all the soul formation cultivators tremble. Zhongli could not imagine how powerful it was. In order to master this power, he had been preparing since the Qi refinement realm. Of his current 4 clones, 3 were related to the Azura world, and 1 was a native creature of the Azura world. After many attempts, Zhongli finally had the opportunity and confidence to encroach on the power of chaos within the blood of madness. This jar of blood of madness had already been completely neutralized by the Ananda's blood tears produced day and night. Zhongli had previously taken out a few drops of the blood tattoo and used them in his hand, so he had a deep understanding of its characteristics. He had studied this blood with senior sister Little Four and used the native materials of the Azura world to specifically upgrade the supplementary herbs needed in the beast blood diagram. Coupled with the blood fiend divine art that was compatible with the secret technique beast blood diagram, it could ensure the safety of cultivating the beast blood diagram with this terrifying blood. Apart from these, there was also an item that was Zhongli's greatest reliance in overcoming the energy conflict between the 2 worlds. It was a pure lotus born from 2 black and gold lotus seeds that were buried together. Ever since Zhongli obtained it, the lotus had enjoyed extremely high treatment. The fertilizers used were at least the corpses of nascent soul cultivators. Many soul formation level corpses were buried under the flower pot too. Therefore, the growth of these 2 lotus seeds after they sprouted was abnormally delightful. The 2 forces of Buddha and demon did not conflict with each other. Instead, they grew together. First, the lotus flower bloomed, and then the lotus flower withered, leaving behind this lotus seed pod that only had a lotus seed. Zhongli took off the seemingly ordinary white lotus seed and consumed it. He first felt the taste of bitterness before some lingering sweetness. When he looked at the blood of madness in the jar again, the feeling it gave him was already completely different. He took out a drop of blood and mixed it with his spiritual qi. The 2 that should have violently swelled into the blood-colored spirit bomb did not lose control this time. Instead, they gently fused together, turning into a special purple-red energy. As expected, these 2 energies were like yin and yang. They countered each other and could also complement each other. With the help of the karma cleansing lotus, he finally did this. With a thought from Zhongli, the purple-red energy transformed into a straight light wave that shot forward. Even the air was slashed apart, and it formed a vacuum that was unable to heal for a long time. This purple-red energy was even stronger than the previous combination. This was the power that Zhongli had been preparing for a long time. A bathtub made of a dragon head fossil was taken out. Inside was hot medicinal liquid that had long been prepared. After pouring the blood of madness into it, the liquid inside immediately boiled and turned scarlet. Zhongli removed his clothes, took a deep breath, and lay down. It was as if he was lying in magma and soaking in a bath. Dense pain enveloped his entire body. At this moment, Zhongli was breaking through again. His body was absorbing everything around it at all times, and unimaginable powerful blood seeped into his body through his pores. Even though it had already been cleansed by Ananda's blood tears, a large amount of fiendish energy still appeared in this blood of madness and surged towards Zhongli's consciousness. It wanted to dye his soul red, turning him into neither human nor demon. Zhongli also immediately calmed his mind and returned to his sea of consciousness. The blood fiend monsters formed this time were stronger and more terrifying than usual. It was a huge demonic god 800 feet tall with 800 left hands and 800 right hands. The demonic god's feet stepped on the ground, and his head had already pierced through the tribulation lightning dark clouds in the sky, causing Zhongli to be unable to see his entire appearance. Every step the demonic god took, Zhongli's mental world would tremble violently. The ground formed from the earth spirit of the 5 elements peak could not withstand such power and began to crack and shatter under the other party's feet. After creating the Quintet Deo Foundation, this was the first time Zhongli's consciousness had been injured. This made his head hurt. However, the blood fiend monsters that were cleansed by Ananda's blood tears looked silly. They only walked around aimlessly and did not take the initiative to attack and destroy it. With such a level of damage, a bowl of soul dissolution liquor could heal it in minutes. Consumed the soul dissolution liquor. Added status, drunken soul dissolution. Drunken soul dissolution, the shameful sin soul fragments will invade the corpse by 20 pieces per second. The soul dissolution liquor vapor will spread. Duration, 5 minutes. Plus. Even the sword cultivator clone could drink this soul dissolution liquor as if it was water, so it was naturally not a problem for Zhongli's main body. The rising soul dissolution liquor vapor was completely absorbed by the liquor fire sword song, and the shameful sin soul fragments could not shake Zhongli's consciousness at all. It would only be refined and replenished to strengthen his soul. After the ground that was shattered by the blood-colored demonic god was filled with the shameful sin soul fragments, it quickly mended and became even thicker, and Zhongli's spirit refinement cultivation rose along with it. After dealing with the trouble, 9 balls of white flames appeared behind Zhongli. After they combined together, they transformed into a huge flaming snake that charged towards the blood fiend demonic god. Relying on the fact that the other party would not resist, the huge snake formed by the ghost lantern cold flame continuously separated, burned, and refined it. On the other hand, Zhongli sat cross-legged and cultivated the blood fiend divine art he obtained earlier. The shattered and refined blood fiend monsters turned into the best nutrients and fused into his limbs and bones. The demonic god that was 800 feet tall was shattered bit by bit, and a brand new blood tattoo appeared on Zhongli's back gradually. Chapter 322, Surrendered Cultivators, Refugees. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the Great Mountain region, this originally remote cultivation world had just dealt with a group of blood saber guards from the Myriad Slaughter sect not long ago. Under the efforts of Alliance leader Zhang and the various large factions of the Great Mountain Alliance, they finally bought some precious time for the Great Mountain region before the war. However, recently, a batch of foreign cultivators dressed in strange clothes suddenly appeared in a city on the border of the Great Mountain region. All of them were wearing grey hooded robes that looked like camouflage clothes unique to the wilderness. However, when they arrived at the lush Great Mountain region with beautiful rivers and hills, this outfit seemed a little abrupt. This group of people had the same accent and had the same skin color and hair color. Clearly, they were cultivators from the same place. At first, there were only 3,500, but as time passed, more and more gathered together. In about 10 days, the number of people had already reached an astonishing 9,000. A small local sect was frightened and left overnight. They were afraid that these cultivators would attack them. With such a large number of cultivators appearing, the Great Mountain Alliance naturally could not sit idle. They tried to send people to negotiate with them several times. However, this group of people was abnormally vigilant. Every time the envoys of the Great Mountain Alliance went over, it would often cause a showdown. They were also unwilling to communicate. It was very likely that this group of people had ill intentions. In the Great Mountain Conference, they quickly came to this conclusion. Then, more warships and cultivators were sent there. It was currently a sensitive period and this group of people had invaded the Great Mountain region without permission. If they still did not cooperate, then they could not blame the cultivators of the simple and honest Great Mountain region for using violence. It was only among them that they did not discover any true experts. The strongest were only a few nascent soul cultivators, and all of them were injured. They did not look like a faction that could cause great trouble. As long as one of them was at the soul formation realm, the Great Mountain Alliance would be filled with truth. Brother Stone Scorpion, are we really going to attack the Great Mountain region? If we do this, won't we be like the people of the Myriad Slaughter sect? I don't want to bring the pain of war to the innocent. At this moment, the group of cultivators from the Rock Mountain range had taken the best room in the small city. All the cultivators above the core formation realm were gathered inside discussing something. Most of the people present had a special mark on their faces. It was a method left behind by the Myriad Slaughter sect. These marks could actually be imprinted on the other parts of the body. The myriad slaughter sect deliberately humiliated them by branding them on their faces. Hemp, the same as the people from the myriad slaughter sect? We can't be like them. Those guys left us these artifacts. How can we fight the people of the Great Mountain region? In the crowd, a young man who was ignorant of the world was still considering the moral issue of invading others. He felt bitter about the blood on his hand. However, a nascent soul cultivator beside him casually threw a medium-grade yellow rank artifact with multiple cracks on the table. They were a group of surrendered cultivators. It was already very good that the myriad slaughter sect could spare their lives. Everything on them had long been plundered clean. They were used as cannon fodder and were only given the worst scrap metal artifacts. If not for the fact that there were not many low-grade yellow-rank artifacts in their inventory, they would not have been given these few damaged medium-grade yellow-rank artifacts. Amongst the 9,000-plus people, more than half of the cultivators only had a few talismans. Seeing their poor appearance, even rogue cultivators would secretly wipe their tears. They looked at the flying ships floating in the air outside and the large number of Shu Mountain sword cultivators who flew above them from time to time. They were all injured, and without medicinal pills for treatment, they simply could not threaten the other party. The surrendered cultivators from the Rock Mountain range did not have any artifacts, medicinal pills, logistics, or support. However, the most terrifying thing was that they did not have a commander at all. This group of people arrived like stray dogs. They did not even have a complete formation along the way. They scattered and hurried along before reuniting in this small border city. They did not know how to hide, and no one told them that they needed to disguise themselves. It was clearly impossible for such a defeated group to defeat the Great Mountain region. The myriad slaughter sect did not have such expectations. They only wanted to use this group of surrendered cultivators to test the strength of the Great Mountain region again. Fight, we must fight. If we don't fight, our relatives and friends will be in danger. Therefore, no matter how difficult it is to fight, we must fight. The one in charge was a cultivator called Big Brother Stone Scorpion, was originally a rather famous businessman in Blackstone City. He bought and sold demon beast materials in the wasteland all year round for a fair price and had a wide network of friends. His strength was not weak either. Therefore, when this group of people arrived at the Great Mountain region to regroup, they started to faintly take him as their leader. After he made everyone quiet, he spoke his opinion. This made an inconspicuous cultivator standing in the corner nod in satisfaction. Among them, there had always been people from the myriad slaughter sect watching. The few with the highest cultivation and reputation among them had always known this. With someone monitoring them, as long as they did anything inappropriate, the myriad slaughter sect would not hesitate to slaughter the remaining captives. Therefore, they could only follow the myriad slaughter sect's wishes and lead the cultivators of the Rock Mountain range to the Great Mountain region. However, we won't be their match in a head-on battle. Therefore, once I give the order, everyone will use their movement techniques to escape. Everyone, disguise yourselves and hide inside the Great Mountain region before slowly destroying it. As long as we achieve some results, we will have the chips to negotiate with the myriad slaughter sect and let them release our family and friends. When everyone heard this, although the plan was not foolproof, it was still better than having no plan. Unfortunately, when they finished discussing their countermeasures and went out, they realized that they were already surrounded by an inescapable net. 4 huge rune walls had unknowingly been erected around the city. Moreover, they had gone deep underground, cutting off all their escape routes. Now, they were completely trapped. We're still a step too late. Brothers of the Rock Mountain range. We'll fight it out. Kill our way out. Kill our way out. The 9,000 people were filled with despair. One after another, they picked up the low-grade yellow-rank artifacts in their hands or ragged talismans and roared as they rushed towards the flying ship warship in the sky. However, because the artifacts were really too poor, their flying speed was also so slow that it made people speechless. Flying in the sky at this speed was no different from a live target. They did not die in the battle to protect their home, but were instead going to die here. They could only hope that after they died, the myriad slaughter sect would keep their promise and release the other captives. However, with the style of the myriad slaughter sect, the probability of such a thing happening was too low. When they saw this group of cultivators attack, the Great Mountain Alliance's flying ship in the sky also lit up with spiritual light. With a command, they could defeat this group of cultivators and inflict heavy losses. OOOUU. However, at this moment, a loud horn sounded from afar. When they heard the familiar sound of the horn, the cultivators of the Rock Mountain range immediately stopped and floated in the air to look at the place where the sound came from. Seeing that there was no movement below, the higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance in the sky also raised their hands to stop the cannon fire. This group of cultivators was suspicious, but they were strangely weak. Ordinary people would not seek death like this for no reason. After thinking about it, they still planned to wait and see. Not long after, a few black dots appeared in the distant sky. Then, more and more black dots appeared, and the number easily reached 4,000 to 5,000. The fleet in the air immediately became nervous and turned their cannons around. The group of cultivators from the Rock Mountain range below stared intently over there, their expressions filled with excitement and disbelief. It was not until the 5,000 black shadows approached that they saw that this group of people looked even more miserable than the group of cultivators below. Their clothes were ragged and covered in injuries. Almost half of them were crippled and were missing arms and legs. They were a group of refugees. These two groups of people began to recognize their relatives through the barrier set up by the Great Mountain Alliance. The situation almost went out of control. Then, a few of them flew into the sky. Their clothes were relatively neat. After the leader cupped his hands and bowed to the fleet of the Great Mountain Alliance, he took out a token. "Everyone from the Great Mountain Alliance, please don't attack. My name is Huian Longan. We are all cultivators from the Rock Mountain range. Previously, we were fortunate to have the help of your esteemed alliance's Green Mountain ascetic. Now, we have come here to seek cooperation." It was Huian Longan who had rushed over from the Rock Mountain range. The higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance on the deck of the warship looked at each other and took the token that flew over to take a look. "Isn't this a token that only Alliance Leader Zhang has?" "Right, Alliance Leader Zhang and Elder Green Mountain went out a while ago." "Could it be, they went to the Rock Mountain range?" They looked at the token in their hands and then glanced at the thousands of refugees below. They immediately thought of something and could not help but sigh. "Our alliance leader Zhang has probably done something big again." Back in the space of the Star Tower. At this moment, a brand new tattoo had already appeared on Zhang Li's back. It was a kind-looking Azura Lord sitting cross-legged. This calm posture taken by the Azura looked strange as it represented extreme chaos that had returned to peace. The power that surged out from within caused Zhang Li's body to unavoidably swell slightly. The power of his Dao body was rising rapidly like a rocket. The grade of an Azura Lord was so high that even a drop of blood could provide him with amplification that no previous blood tattoo could compare to. Subsequently, a strand of extraordinarily high-grade blood-colored chaotic energy arose from Zhang Li's body. This was Zhang Li's own power of chaos. This was no longer a crude method of usage like the Sword Cultivator clone, but a true power that belonged to him. As the two energies mixed in Zhang Li's body, the Buddha Demon Lotus seed of the Karma Cleansing Lotus suddenly trembled. The lotus seed blossomed in Zhang Li's body, growing into a pure and flawless holy lotus flower. The lotus flower floated under the dragon pearl. The 99 petals opened up and held up the dragon pearl in the middle. Then, the petals closed again, wrapping the dragon pearl entirely. The petals became more and more fitting, and in the end, they even directly engraved the patterns of the dragon pearl and completely fused with it. The two lotus seeds back then were formed from the accumulated energy of the Black Lotus Divine Sect and Benevolent Travel Temple after countless years. The quality of this lotus flower that was created from the fusion of both seeds was extremely shocking. Now that it was combined with the Dragon Pearl, its demand for energy doubled again. Before Zhongli could warm up, the blood-colored energy that had just emerged was sucked into the foundation. The two energies that were originally irreconcilable fused together docilely in Zhongli's body, as if they were originally two pieces of a puzzle that should have been combined to begin with. However, compared to the endless golden threads of top-grade spiritual qi, the amount of chaotic blood-colored energy was much lower, unable to form a true balance. However, this was easy to resolve. Zhongli took out a top-grade azure blood crystal. The blood-fighting arena was rich and imposing. The evil eye high priest had great aspirations, and the fallen blood Azura in charge and the Azura technicians here were all his co-workers. It was simply easier for Zhongli to take good things from the blood-fighting arena than from the Great Mountain Alliance. He exerted strength in his palm, and a few cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the top-grade blood crystal. Drops of red-black liquid flowed out from the cracks and directly entered Zhongli's mouth. If an ordinary cultivator did this, they would definitely explode and die. However, to the current Zhongli, this liquid was just like top-grade spiritual liquid. It was a great supplement. Consumed top-grade blood crystal liquid. Added status, chaotic blood qi infusion, top grade. Chaotic blood qi infusion, top grade 50 points of top grade chaotic blood qi absorbed per second. Duration, 30 seconds. Plus. After modifying the duration of the status to infinity, an extremely high-grade blood-colored energy surged into the foundation along with vast spiritual qi. Just like that, a large amount of top-grade dual-colored energy appeared out of thin air at all times and filled the cleansing Lotus Dragon Pearl. The current Zhongli was simply a combination of a spirit stone mine and a blood crystal mine. The energy he produced would always be top-grade as well. Moreover, a spirit stone mine could be completely excavated, but Zhongli's resources would never dry up. In ancient times, if he was used as an endless source of spiritual qi, perhaps he could resist the arrival of the cultivationless age to a certain extent. Zhongli sat cross-legged on the top of the star tower and sat under the envelopment of endless starlight for 3 days. The energy in the cleansing Lotus Dragon Pearl, which was the foundation, finally began to fill up. On the surface of the Dragon Pearl, it slowly formed a layer of energy shell. Now was the time. Zhongli's eyes suddenly opened, and a dazzling starry sky was reflected in his eyes. Then, all the starlight gathered and turned into a star that emitted a purple light. It was the spiritual star that he had formed by absorbing the starlight in this space over the past 3 days and condensing his spirit. That star floated out from his consciousness and slowly entered his qi, landing at the foundation point. Immediately, the energy shell completely formed, and the cleansing Lotus Dragon Pearl transformed into the first initial form of Zhongli's golden core, the spiritual void inner core. Chapter 323, I, Zhongli, have a golden core. The originally filled void core shrunk inward, turning from illusory to corporeal, greedily absorbing all the energy of the outside world again. Zhongli was still unmoved, and he sat cross-legged on the spot silently. This time, it took 9 days. 9 days later, the true core was formed by a vast amount of top-grade dual-colored energy. A moment later, another mottled golden light appeared on the true core. If it was anyone else, they would have broken through at the critical juncture of life and death. However, when it came to Zhongli, everything happened naturally. He immediately began to transform his true core into the golden core without any pause. It could be seen that Zhongli's foundation and confidence were not without reason. His true core turned golden bit by bit. Zhongli began to feel that his need for spiritual qi increased again. Both the void core and true core stages were mostly meant for accumulation. As for the final golden core, it was a qualitative change. The difficulty naturally differed greatly. In next to no time, the dual-colored energy demand in Zhongli's body swelled once more, and his entire body directly transformed into an energy black hole. Even the 50 points of top-grade dual-colored energy that surged out of his body every second began to be insufficient. When the energy was not enough, the golden core began to absorb his life force and lifespan to fill the gap. He knew that the expenditure of the golden core's qualitative change was very high. Many ordinary core formation cultivators could usually only elevate their golden core by 30% when breaking through. The higher the golden ratio of the golden core, the denser it was. This meant that the quality of the golden core was higher. This was also an important way to differentiate the strength of golden core cultivators. However, even Zhang Li did not expect the current situation. Was he breaking through to the core formation realm or the soul formation realm? Such absurd expenditure was unheard of. If this continued, he would definitely die from getting sucked dry. Fortunately, Zhang Li was sufficiently prepared in advance and could cheat his way through. He shook the small bottle from before. He still had some spirit-melting liquid left. After refining the spiritual liquid again, he directly doubled the two types of energy infusion status. Top-grade dual-colored energy of 100 points per second was something that Zhang Li could not endure before breaking through. However, now, it was only just enough to maintain the demand for his golden core's qualitative change. Under the provision of such boundless energy, Zhang Li's true core was quickly dyed golden. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, a trace of color suddenly appeared on the golden color. After that, more and more blood color appeared, and Zhang Li's golden core started to undergo a second transformation. Zhang Li had never heard of such a situation. However, his core formation used the energy system of two worlds. It was reasonable for his golden core to be a little different. He patiently looked at the golden core, which was dyed in blood bit by bit. The absorption of energy by the golden core was still not over. As expected, a purple dot appeared on the red golden core again. Indeed, there was actually a third transformation. In short, he could sense that his golden core was continuously becoming stronger. This was not a bad thing. This time, it lasted another 33 days. Zhang Li slept a few times during this period before his golden core completely underwent a qualitative change. During this period, just as he had imagined, after the purple color was completely dyed, the transformation still did not end. On the surface of the golden core, 33 golden runes and 33 blood runes appeared. In the end, the wisp of Dao essence in Zhang Li's consciousness seemed to have sensed the miraculous transformation of the golden core. After it entered, the golden core completely took form. The golden core created was even larger than the cores of the four clones combined, let alone anything else. Just breaking through had taken so long. But now, Zhang Li could finally heave a sigh of relief. He opened his mouth and a long breath spewed out. The breath whistled in the air and stretched out for more than 1,000 feet. It automatically formed a dragon in the air and spun a few times before slowly dissipating. This was not done intentionally by Zhang Li, but because the core of his golden core was the dragon pearl, the breath he casually spat out contained true dragon qi. With his breath just now, he could easily kill a golden core cultivator on the spot. Zhang Li tried to clench his fists and felt terrifying strength surging in his body. This made him abnormally satisfied. Generally speaking, if he did not use those defensive artifacts, it would be simple to kill several of his former selves with a punch. Ming Duao Yi. Alliance leader Zhang called out. The Dragon Transformation Island's nascent soul, Ming Duao Yi, immediately appeared from the air and knelt on one knee in front of him. Attack me with all your might. Ming Duao Yi was a little puzzled, but he could not refuse Zhang Li's order. He stood up and took 2 steps back. A strange tooth-shaped scissors artifact appeared in his hand. This was an artifact refined from the teeth of the blue-ring dragon-headed octopus. Although the dragon-headed octopus was a soft creature, its teeth were abnormally hard. It was said to be able to crush the bones and carapace of any creature. The artifact made from it was also extremely powerful. The strength of a nascent soul cultivator completely erupted. The tooth-shaped scissors directly cut at Zhang Li's neck. The tooth-shaped shears were terrifying. Behind Ming Duao Yi, the phantom of a dragon's head appeared and roared. Zhongli did not dodge and allowed the pair of scissors to attack his vital points. The activation of the Overlord body art caused the full force attack of the Dragon Transformation Island's nascent soul to stop abruptly on his neck. No matter how much strength Ming Duoyi exerted, when he arrived at Zhongli's side, he was unable to even move the latter's body by half a step. The nascent soul cultivator, that Zhongli had to look up to not long ago, could not even injure him now. He did not know what it would be like to fight a soul formation cultivator with his current strength. In a sense, soul formation cultivators had already begun to evolve towards the realm of immortals and gods. From the Qi refinement realm to the nascent soul realm, if it was considered the preparation stage. After reaching the soul formation realm, he would begin to truly grasp the mysteries and enter the mid to late stages of the cultivation path, climbing towards the great Dao. There was an almost essential difference between soul formation and the nascent soul realm. Zhongli's golden core had already been formed, and its quality could shock the world. He actually did not know if it could make up for the gap between them. However, he still had the 4 cores of his clones, 2 were spiritual Qi golden cores, and 2 were chaotic blood cores. The parallel minds were a part of him to begin with. In theory, merging the inner cores was definitely feasible. After fusing these 4 inner cores, his golden core would obtain a large increase in strength again. The gap between ranks was very difficult to overcome, and the further one went, the harder it was. However, as long as enough accumulation was reached, there would always be a qualitative change. Zhongli was about to swallow the 4 inner cores and refine them with the human fire of the Star Tower. However, he suddenly discovered that the Alliance Leader token hanging on his waist was vibrating and burning. Someone had already contacted him many times, but because he was focused on breaking through, he had never noticed it. Did something happen outside? Chapter 324, Missing? The Alliance Leader token could retain some of the messages he had received previously. Zhongli began to check them one by one. The first few messages were from the Scripture Storage Valley, asking about his safety. As a true and important figure, Zhongli naturally left a life token in the sect. Just a while ago, a huge fluctuation appeared in the flames of his life token's soul lamp, and the flickers almost caused a fire to break out. The sect thought that something had happened to him, so they hurriedly contacted him. However, he had been breaking through and was not in the mood to pay attention to it. Zhongli naturally knew that it was because the process of his breakthrough was too intense that it caused this phenomenon. However, he still felt the sect's concern. He replied with a few messages and asked the sect not to worry. Then, there was news from the headquarters of the Great Mountain Alliance regarding the escape of the cultivators from the Rock Mountain Range to the Great Mountain region. From the initial situation to the later misunderstanding, it was all sent to him in real time. They also said that one of the cultivators took out a token from Zhongli. They sought verification and asked how they should settle it. Zhongli saw that their arrangements were very suitable. As expected, if he, the alliance leader, did not find trouble himself, it did not matter if he was around. The Great Mountain's Grand Council could deal with everything themselves. He also replied with a few messages, confirming the situation of Huan Longan and the others. As for the other arrangements, there was no need for him to worry. There were a few more messages, which were the follow-up development report that Zhongli had proposed. He had previously proposed to gather the water and wood attribute cultivators of the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region and choose a group of cultivators with suitable talent. After specialized training, they would form a professional medical troupe. Just like the Hidden Rock cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance, this was an important new department that had a lot of room for development. Everyone knew the status of the Hidden Rock cultivators in the Great Mountain Alliance. The new medical troops might be the second chance. Therefore, the various major forces of the Great Mountain region placed great importance on this. They sent out all the medical cultivators under them. In any case, the medical cultivators were at the back, so their safety was guaranteed. If they could occupy a certain status here, they would be able to obtain a great deal of authority. This was very beneficial to the sects behind them. Now, the framework of the medical cultivator army had been set up. A large number of medical practitioners selected from the rogue cultivators were also in place and were undergoing training. They were all waiting for Zhang Li's inspection. Zhang Li was still very satisfied with this matter's efficiency. When he fought with the armored trolls, he discovered that the physique and recovery ability of those monsters were really shocking. Ordinary human cultivators were at a disadvantage when fighting them. Therefore, he had the idea of strengthening the medical logistics. Even if medical cultivators were unable to directly assist on the battlefield in a short period of time, they could still accelerate the recovery of the injured and reduce the mortality rate. This was very helpful to the front-line cultivators who needed to fight for a long time. After replying to a few messages, Zhang Li saw the last message. It had only been sent 3 days ago. He frowned. It was not good news. A small team transporting supplies from the Mechanism City to the transit station in Phoenix Sun City suddenly disappeared. The supplies did not disappear, only the people were missing. Among them was Shen Shan Kaihua. After all, this little princess of the Shen Shan clan was only at the Foundation establishment realm and could not fight in the Mechanism City. Therefore, she joined the relatively safe transportation team. He did not expect something like this to happen. Moreover, from the looks of it, they were not targeting supplies, but people. Were they deliberately targeting the Great Mountain Alliance? Or was it just a simple encounter? It was Little Four who sent this. She, Shen Shan Kaihua, senior sister Chi Yu, Yan Hong, and the others all had Zhang Li's deputy token and could contact him directly. The others in the Great Mountain Alliance might feel that people would die at the front line every day, but the disappearance of a supplies team did not need to be reported to Zhang Li. However, after a few failed attempts by the people of the Great Mountain Alliance and Shu Mountain, Little Four finally sent him the news. Zhang Li and Shen Shan Kaihua had feelings for each other, so he naturally could not sit idle. It seemed that he had to rush back as soon as possible. As for the 4 inner cores, consumed the Liquor Fire Sword Song Golden Core. Added status, Liquor Fire Sword Song. Liquor Fire Sword Song, increased alcohol tolerance, increased fire resistance by 150, increased sword chi by 200, increased spiritual chi strength of the Liquor Fire Sword Song. Duration, 30 days. Plus. Consumed the Azura Fallen Blood Core. Added status, Azura Fallen Blood. Azura Fallen Blood, increases the strength of the power of chaos. Resistance to the chaotic will has increased. Obtain temporary skill Blood Sucking. Obtain temporary skill Fallen Blood Ignition. Duration, 30 days. Plus. Consumed the Buddha Demon All Life Core. Added status, Buddha Demon All Life. Buddha Demon All Life, increases the strength of the soul. Increases resistance to voices and thoughts of the people. The comprehension of Buddhist cultivation methods has greatly increased. Obtain temporary skill 1000 Faces. Obtain temporary skill Faith Incense. Duration, 30 days. Plus. Zhang Li swallowed all 4 inner cores in one go. He had the effect of the Heavenly Lightning Yin-Yang Indestructible Zombie Core previously. The other 3 inner cores also gave him 3 abilities that were based on the 3 clones. After he broke through, this degree of enhancement could no longer clearly increase his strength limit. Regardless, they brought him some good effects and skills. After that, Zhang Li picked up the 2 green lamps on the ground. The flames burning on the 2 green lamp wicks were clearly much brighter than before. Zhang Li had placed them on the Star Tower for a month and a half to absorb some of the human fire. After he left with these 2 green lamps last time, he originally thought that he could rely on them to display his might. However, he quickly discovered that it was impossible to use pure fire attribute spiritual chi to control this legendary fire of the human race. Later on, after testing it out, he discovered that the human fire was actually the merit fire of the human race. If he wanted to use it, he had to use the power of virtuous merit. Zhang Li used his bit of merit as fuel and could only barely use the fire to light up a dry smoke. He could not use it to fight at all. Therefore, when he returned to the Star Tower, he planned to use the Green Lantern Ghost's lamp to absorb more fire. Now, it was time to use it. His 2 fingers pinched the flames on the 2 green lamps. The 2 bright flames were pinched by him and fused into one in his palm before being sent to his mouth to be swallowed. With the bit of merit that he had, he could barely control it now. He guided the fire into his dantian and placed this small flame under the 5 golden cores. Then, he recalled the 4 parallel minds and controlled the 5 inner cores to approach and fuse together under the power of the human fire. Human fire is refining the golden cores. Added status, Golden Core Refinement, 5:1. Added status, Merit Infusion. Golden Core Refinement, 5:1 increases the fusion progress by 0.5% every day. Duration, 28 hours. Plus. Merit Infusion, infused with the merit of the human race. Gains 1 point of merit per hour. Duration, 28 hours. Plus. Using the legendary flames of the human fire to refine the golden core had a much higher success rate than the heavenly punishment lightning tribulation. There was no indication on Zhang Li's status that it could fail. The only problem was that after absorbing the human fire for 1.5 months, the power was too small and the duration was too short. It could only last for 28 hours. However, because Zhang Li's golden core was too strong and he was refining 5 golden cores at once, the difficulty of this was naturally much higher than ordinary golden cores. Even when using 2 green lamps together, in terms of time, it would actually take 200 days in total. If this portion of the flames was exhausted, Zhang Li would have to use his merit to replace it. At that time, his progress might even fall to less than 0.1% per day. Zhang Li could only change the duration of the status to prevent the fire from ever extinguishing. The only pleasant surprise was that with this fire burning incessantly in his body, it was actually able to slightly taint him with the merit of the human race. Although it was only 1 point per hour, with enough accumulation, perhaps it could also upgrade his merit blessing status. At that time, he could use the power of virtuous merit to strengthen this fire. In other words, as long as he had enough time, he could repeatedly upgrade the merit blessing status and human fire status. The speed at which he accumulated would become faster and faster. Such precious merit points could actually be used for free. This was something worth looking forward to. However, even he did not know how long he had to wait to obtain the merit blessing, medium, status. In addition, just as Zhang Li had thought, refining the golden core would not cause too much restriction on one's strength. Ordinarily speaking, battles would not affect the refinement process. Back then, Elder Duan Zhuang could successfully fuse his golden core under the circumstances of the lightning tribulation and fighting several elders. Zhang Li was currently using the better and safer human fire, and he had already extended the fusion status, so he had even less reason to worry about this. Therefore, he could completely complete the fusion of the golden core in his body while doing other things. Zhang Li did not waste any time. He directly touched the golden door of light and left the Star Tower space. He did not take the 2 green lantern ghost lamps with him. In any case, the fire on them was already gone. He might as well put them here and absorb more. If he came again next time, it might give him a surprise. However, if he wanted to come here again, he had to find another 3 lifetime stone. The current Ghost King desolate ground was too dangerous. The feeling of free falling appeared again. When the scene before his eyes became clear, Zhang Li had already returned to the Stone Mountain Range's myriad snake cave. This place was not much different from when he left. However, there seemed to be fewer snakes swimming around. After being robbed by Zhang Li, this place had already completely fallen into decline. There were only some snake eggs of low quality and a few thousand weak snake demons that Zhang Li looked down on. In a few years, they might rise again, or they might just disappear completely. He thought for a moment and finally released the golden web python to continue leading these snakes. On the one hand, Zhongli had benefited from this, so he did not want the Holy Spirit's lineage to end because of him. On the other hand, the golden web python had already joined him. If he could reorganize the snake demon faction of the Holy Land, he could also quickly establish an intelligence network in the Rock Mountain range. The great enemy of the Great Mountain region, the Myriad Slaughter sect, was still here. Zhongli needed to obtain as much information as possible. After giving 2 simple instructions, Zhongli left the Snake Cave Holy Land and flew towards the outer region. This time, Zhongli was in a hurry. He did not walk the same path as before and directly flew out from the high sky of the wasteland. Doing this would have attracted the attention of many flying demons in the wilderness and face attacks. The gains would not make up for the losses. However, this time, there were indeed many flying demons who discovered him. However, after these demons approached Zhongli for a distance, they all turned around and left without exception. The human fire was a legendary flame of the Swiren clan, one that protected the weak humans in the primordial world that was even older than ancient times. It could bring warmth, drive away the darkness, roast food, and scare away savage beasts. Although the fire in Zhongli's body was small, as long as it revealed its aura, it could drive away most demons. There was no need to worry about the attacks of the demon beasts in the sky. Zhongli flew with all his might, and he seemed to have transformed into a shooting star that quickly flashed through the sky. After breaking through, his speed was much faster than before. It only took a few days to return to the base of the Great Mountain Alliance near Phoenix Sun City. However, while flying in the air, Zhongli could only see the encampment from afar before he saw a familiar peach blossom flying ship. Zhongli's eyes twitched. This was the flying ship of the Mu family. He thought of many things immediately. Could it be that the Mu family had caused the disappearance of Shen Shan Kaihua and the others? The Mu family's Mu Junyang and the few elders were still imprisoned under the Shu Mountain Demon subduing pagoda. Could it be that they had discovered this matter and captured a few captives to cause trouble? The cultivation method and physique of this family were special. They seemed to be the nemesis of the 9 Nether Dao scripture and the 9 Nether wood. Zhongli's method of creating good friends was useless against them. He could not resolve this conflict easily. Facing the Myriad Slaughter sect alone was already a huge headache for them. If another Mu family came, they would really not be able to withstand it. He directly landed at the entrance of the encampment's discussion hall. Zhongli did not greet him and pushed open the door to enter. Alliance leader Zhang. Zhongli. You're back. There were not many people in the meeting room. A few higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance were pleasantly surprised when they saw Zhongli appear. Previously, when they heard that their alliance leader ran out alone again, they were very worried. Now, they finally saw this living person again. The few people sitting opposite them looked at him curiously at first, but as they looked, there was an inexplicable sense of disgust in their eyes. This was an instinctive reaction caused by the conflict of cultivation methods. Zhongli looked at them and had the same feeling, and he wanted to slap each of them. Thank you for your hard work. Auntie Mu, you're here too. Among the people from the Great Mountain Alliance, Zhongli saw Shen Shan Kaihua's mother, Elder Mu of Shu Mountain, rushing over from the Great Mountain region. These guests have come to the Great Mountain Alliance. I, Zhongli, have been lacking in hospitality. Elder Mu also noticed that the situation was not right. She stood up and introduced the two sides. Chun Kong, Elder Li, this is the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, Zhang Li. Alliance leader Zhang, these are the relatives of the Mu family. The Great Mountain Alliance has yet to stabilize its foundation in the eastern region and can't mobilize many people. I took the initiative to ask my relatives to help search for Kaihua. I apologize. Zhang Li immediately felt much more at ease when he heard Elder Mu's explanation. It turned out that she had invited them to help find her. It had nothing to do with Mu Junyang. This way, the worst situation had not happened. Auntie Mu, just call me Zhongli like before. I'm also very worried about Kaihua and the others' disappearance. It's my fault as the alliance leader for not having enough manpower to search and rescue them. Aunt Mu, you are eager to save your daughter, so how can I take your apology? He comforted Elder Mu and turned to look at the Mu family. Friends from afar, thank you for your help. 1. In Chinese mythology, Swiren is credited as a culture hero who introduced humans to the production of fire and its use for cooking. Chapter 325, Strange Town. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I've long heard that the Great Mountain Alliance leader is a rare young talent. From the looks of it, you're nothing much. I heard you defeated Chunyang. My brother is out traveling and has not contacted us for some time. Do you have any news? The other party's tone was not very good, and he started to question Zhongli on the spot. If not for the fact that there were many people around, he would definitely teach the other party what manners were. However, he had to answer the other party's question carefully. Many people had seen that Mu Junyang had once come to the Great Mountain region to attempt to encroach on the Medicine Garden mystic realm. It could not be hidden. Fortunately, only a few higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance knew about the capture of Mu Junyang and Elder Mu. The measures they took later should be considered clean. If they did not use brilliant deduction methods, it would not be easy to find them in a short period of time. Zhongli immediately acted very calm. This happened several months ago. After the meeting that day, we haven't seen the Mu family's flying ship again. However, after that, we did find traces of a huge battle in an area of the Great Mountain region. These things were left there and might be helpful to you. Zhongli pretended to think for a moment, and then he took out a piece of wood and placed it on the table. The expressions of the Mu family members changed drastically when they saw this piece of wood. Mu Junyang was just a half-brother, so he was directly forgotten as their attention was completely diverted. After Zhongli reached the core formation realm, the aura in his body mixed with the power of chaos from the blood of madness, so it was already extremely difficult to detect the details of the cultivation method. Therefore, this group of Mu family members only disliked him and did not attack him like they did back then. However, the aura on this piece of wood was too eye-catching. This was a fragment of the huge 9 nether wood. To everyone who cultivated the Mu family's cultivation method, this was the mortal enemy they yearned to destroy. They would definitely not mistake it. Zhongli roughly described the traces of the battle and the huge hole that he discovered in the Mother River. The eyes of the Mu family flickered. Clearly, they had already thought of something. His useless younger brother had obtained the news of the Tree of Sin from somewhere. He had secretly mobilized his mother's forces to kill the 9 netherwood and snatch the tree heart behind their backs. From the description of this group of country bumpkins in the Great Mountain region, they should have failed to capture the Tree of Sin that day. No wonder he could not be contacted during this period of time. It was because he was afraid that they would fight over it. This made sense. Damn it, they could not let him succeed. This made Mu Chunkong feel a little anxious. If Junyang, that stupid younger brother, snatched it away, then wouldn't his hard-earned status be stepped on by that fool? Where is that battlefield? Tell me quickly. Mu Chunkong was trying hard to maintain a calm expression, but Zhongli could still see the nervousness and excitement in his eyes. If he could bring back the core of the 9 netherwood to his family, it would not only represent strength, but also greater importance and authority. To them, the children of the family heads who might inherit the position in the future, this was really too important. However, Zhongli smiled and put away the fragment. Young Master Mu Chunkong, why don't we find the missing people first? This young master of the Mu family had clearly forgotten why they were here. Only after being reminded by Zhongli did he realize that he had lost his composure. However, he disliked Zhongli even more because of this. And, since you've already left the Mu family back then, it's not good for us to mobilize the family's power. However, there are a few vassals in the family who are on good terms with me. You can use my personal orders to mobilize them. In the area where cousin Kaiahua disappeared, there happens to be a vassal family of my family. Perhaps they can help. The Mu family used the longevity peach to rope in a considerable number of vassals. It could be said that they had friends everywhere. This was unlike Zhongli, who could only secretly develop good friends. A Great Mountain Alliance warship and a Mu family flying ship left the port side by side and slowly sailed along the route of the supply ship. They searched for any clues below. Zhongli looked at the map. The location of the Great Mountain Alliance's supplies ship was discovered with a red circle. This route started from the Great Mountain Alliance's encampment and followed the air route opened by the Divine Judgment Hall to the Mechanism City at the front line. More than half of the routes were under the control of human cultivators. There were no brazen demonic cultivators blocking the path, and there was no situation of powerful demons blocking the way. Zhongli had originally thought that they had entered the back half of the Red Tree Forest's wetland. It was not impossible for the area that was considered a strategic area to be attacked by sea demons or even armored trolls. However, this supply ship was stopped outside a mortal town. The ignorant citizens in the city even used a lot of incense papers and worshipped this empty ship for a few days before being discovered. However, there were no signs of fighting on the ship. The array formation in the main control room of the flying ship was also normal. It did not seem to have been forcefully hijacked. Zhongli and the others' flying ship landed, but they did not find anything suspicious on the way. The bad thing was that after searching for so many days, they did not even find a clue. The people on the same ship as Shenshan Kaiahua were all elders and disciples of the three major sects. Although the strongest was only a golden core cultivator, they should not have disappeared so suddenly. Alliance leader, the supply ship was discovered there. At this moment, a hidden rock cultivator stepped forward and pointed at an empty space below Zhongli. He was the captain of the hidden rock group who had led a team to search the area a few times in the past few days. Not far away, there was a small town. This place was too small and did not have the protection of any reliable forces. It looked like there was no abundant spiritual qi, yin qi, or even demonic qi gathered. It was only an ordinary town. The terrain in the center of the eastern region was wide and flat. It was different from the strange peaks and treacherous mountains. The human gathering places here were not separated by vile terrain, and the gathering places were close together. However, during the distance he flew just now, Zhongli had already seen several hundred similar-sized towns below. There was nothing special about this place. Let's go down and take a look. The flying ship slowly landed. The group jumped down from the deck and looked around calmly. For a moment, they had no clue. Where should they start? At this moment, not far away, a group of more than 10 cultivators rode their spirit colts and came over in the dust. Wang family's Wang Biao greets young Master Chun Kong. Greetings, envoys. It turned out that this was a local vassal that Mu Chun Kong had found. They ruled another larger town not far away, so even if they were only riding spirit colts, their speed was very fast. Yes, listen to their orders and cooperate with them. When Mu Chun Kong spoke, the Wang family cultivators did not have any objections and directly agreed. And, they are the local Wang family. No one knows all the movements in the nearby hundreds of miles better than them. I still have something important to do, so I won't stay long. If you need anything else, you can contact me at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Zhongli. Zhongli did not expect much from them to begin with. It was already very good that he could help and not drag them down. Although this group of Wang family members were generally weak, what they needed the most now was a local force who could provide information and help. He raised his hand and threw a jade slip with the location of the Mother River. Mu Chun Kong took the token and checked it before calling the elders and servants beside him. He hurriedly returned to his flying ship and rose into the sky. He knew his younger brother, Mu Junyang, well. If he had already obtained the tree heart, he would definitely return to the family and flaunt his strength. If he did not return now, it meant that he had not succeeded. This was a chance given to him by the heavens. Lords, if there's anything we can do for you, please let us know. After Mu Chunkong and the others left, these Wang family cultivators turned to them with respectful expressions. That was because one of them was called Ant by Mu Chunkong, and the others were all experts with cultivation levels that far surpassed theirs. Zhang Li first asked if there were any rogue cultivators who would ambush the flying ship nearby. However, the words of these few people were not much different from what the Great Mountain Alliance had discovered previously. From the ease of the mortals in this region, it could be seen that under the supervision of the Divine Judgment Hall, as long as they did not actively provoke certain people, it should be relatively safe. Strange, why did they suddenly disappear in such a safe situation? They did not even send a message back. Zhang Li did not have a clue for a moment, so he decisively held a small meeting with the 4 parallel minds. Gathering wisdom was better than thinking blindly. The 4 parallel minds were all guys without much social experience. In terms of cultivation and fighting, they could do it, but they could not do anything about the investigation. At this moment, Zhang Li recalled his new skill, 1,000 Faces. This skill simulated the situation of the divine statue clone. It could vividly imitate the mental state and habits of the former believers of the statue. This skill might be useful here. Activating it by feelings and instinct, countless thoughts appeared in his mind as spiritual lights collided at high speed. The skill, 1,000 Faces, allowed him to think from many different perspectives. Although it did not increase his intelligence, it could also make him think more comprehensively. Wait, Zhang Li suddenly thought of something. The focus was not on the surrounding demonic cultivators and rogue cultivators. The main point was, why did their supply transportation team suddenly stop here? For safety's sake, they should have been rushing to the front line to transport supplies. What caused them to break the rules and stop the ship? The reason might be in this city. He turned to look at the town not far away and led his people straight in. Living in the cultivation world of the eastern region, they naturally had more opportunities to see cultivators. They did not treat them as immortals, but they also displayed the highest level of reverence. Wherever they passed, the streets immediately became silent to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Everyone took the initiative to move aside. Wang Biao, are there cultivators living in seclusion in this city? Lord, there was a foundation establishment senior who lived here more than 10 years ago, but that senior has already passed away. As far as I know, there are no other cultivators here. Zhang Li listened to Wang Biao address a foundation establishment cultivator as senior. With his current level, he more or less felt weird hearing that. There were no cultivators in the city. His mental strength, mixed with the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, had already thoroughly explored this town. It was indeed as he had said. However, he also observed a strange situation. Has there been any auspicious occasions in this town recently? Why is everyone dressed up? Lord, you might not know this, but a few days ago, an immortal opportunity convoy came here and picked many cultivation seedlings. These mortals were all very happy to know that their children could cultivate in the future. Naturally, all their homes were decorated with lanterns and bright colors. So that was it. Zhang Li, who was still in the state of 1,000 Faces, suddenly sensed that something was wrong from the other party's words. Every home was decorated with lanterns and bright colors. Human emotions were not so simple. If a small number of families gained such an opportunity, the others should be jealous instead of celebrating together. Therefore, how can the birth rate of spiritual roots in this town be so high? There were more than 50% of families in this town with lanterns and red lights. Although the probability of spiritual root aptitude appearing was rising year by year as spiritual chi recovered, this number was too exaggerated. Zhang Li recalled the incident in the Southern Seal Kingdom all those years ago. Could it be that another 9 Netherwood was causing trouble? No, he did not sense the aura of his own kind. Yes, it's like this. Every few years, some small sex immortal opportunity convoys will come to our area. Their aptitude requirements for cultivation seedlings are lower than the Divine Judgment Hall. Every time they go to a place, many children will be taken away. According to their talent, they will also give their families a certain amount of financial compensation. Therefore, compared to the Divine Judgment Hall's immortal opportunity test, they prefer to encounter these carriages. Zhang Li frowned. This should not be the case. Even the worst inferior grade spiritual root could not account for so many. Zhang Li multitasked and used his hearing to investigate the city. A large portion of the families that did not have lanterns did not even have children of suitable age. In other words, the spiritual root detection rate here was higher than 50%. This was definitely not normal. Even if the cultivation world of the eastern region did have some medicine that could allow a mortal to have some spiritual qi in their body, it only allowed ordinary mortal martial artists to roughly have the strength of qi refinement realm cultivators. Moreover, that was not a spiritual root and could not be cultivated. After bringing back so many ordinary children, no sect would really accept them as disciples. The gains would not make up for the losses, it was meaningless. Something was amiss. Perhaps this was the problem. Wang Biao, do you know which town that immortal opportunity convoy will go to next? They didn't tell me, but they're probably only in the nearby towns. With so many children, they shouldn't be too fast. As they spoke, they saw a dirty woman wandering from the end of the street. She carried an equally dirty straw doll in her arms and kept muttering something. With Zhang Li's hearing, he could barely hear it. It's gone, haha, it's gone. It's all gone. I saw it, it's all gone. Ha ha ha, it's gone. That woman's eyes were lifeless as she cried and laughed at the same time. She walked past Zhang Li and the others crazily. Clearly, she was a lunatic. Crazy woman, how dare you dirty our eyes? Wang Biao, who was at the side, originally intended to make a move and make this woman leave, but he was stopped by Zhang Li. It's fine. Auntie Mu, continue to ask around using the portraits. I still have a few ghosts here who are good at reading people's minds. Stay in this town and check if that woman and the other residents have seen Kaihua and the others. I suspect that Kaihua and the others' disappearance might be related to that immortal opportunity convoy. I'm fast, so I'll go take a look nearby. He handed over a few ghosts. Elder Mu wanted to say that she was also a sword cultivator and that her speed was not slow, so she wanted to find them with Zhang Li. However, Zhang Li had already transformed into a sword rainbow and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. He was so fast that she could not even see the afterimage clearly. Seeing this speed and aura, had he broken through again? Chapter 326, Heads Gone. Zhang Li had just broken through to the Golden Core realm, but immediately after, he entered the state of fusing the 5 cores. Most of the Golden Core aura was locked in his Qi Si. The bit that leaked out was also obscure and unstable. Therefore, if he did not deliberately reveal it, ordinary cultivators would not be able to see through Zhang Li's cultivation at all. Mu Chengkong's vision was not bad, and he saw a bit of Zhang Li's aura. However, he had an unstable aura and had also eaten a precious earth-rank medicinal pill, the body-repairing golden WIRM pill, some time ago. Thus, the dense medicinal qi in his body had yet to dissipate. This situation looked very similar to those second-generation cultivators who relied on medicinal pills to raise their cultivation levels. This was also the reason why he said Zhang Li was nothing much. Mu Chengkong, who had received elite education since he was young, felt that he was extremely outstanding and usually looked down on such people. Elder Mu and the other cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance also knew that Zhang Li had just broken through to the Foundation establishment realm and did not think in that direction at all. However, the speed at which Zhang Li rode his sword just now was already something that she had to look up to. Kaihua has already awakened that. If it's him, perhaps he can really save her and let her live freely. Elder Mu returned to her senses. The most important thing now was to find Kaihua. If the Great Mountain Alliance could not find her, she could only reveal her daughter's special physique to the family. Although Kaihua would definitely return to the cage in the future if she did that, being alive was the most important. Where is the mayor? I'm here. Do you have any instructions? Gather all the people in your town here. Everyone. The others had already taken Zhang Li's ghost and started to read the minds of the local residents one by one, trying to find any clues from the group of mortals. Elder Mu also grabbed a ghost in her hand and chased after the crazy woman. The woman was still impossible to talk to. She kept repeating the words, "It's gone." Mayor, what's wrong with this woman? The mayor, who was busy directing the residents, hurriedly ran over. Immortal Masters, she's Widow Li who lives in a dilapidated temple outside the city. Everyone clearly was not asking for the name. They gestured for the other party to continue speaking and pick up the important things to say. This Widow Li is also a person with a tough life. She lost her parents at the age of 12 or 13. Her family doesn't have farmland, so she can only live in the dilapidated temple outside the town. After that, he married old Li, who was a farmer, and lived a few years of life of having sufficient food to eat. However, who would have thought that after giving birth for less than 2 years, old Li would fall to his death on the night road. She's been raising that child. In the east, she helps people wash their clothes, and in the west, she helps people knit clothes. Life has been going on. A few years ago, her child was chosen by someone from the Immortal Opportunity Envoy who came to the village. With the monetary compensation, she should be able to live a good life. But after she went back to the dilapidated temple on the mountain to pray, a few days later, she came back with hysteria. From then on, she became crazy. This is what it means to not be able to enjoy life. The few of them looked at each other. If this woman had not encountered a ghost, then perhaps she had seen something that she should not have seen. After asking a few times and failing to communicate, Elder Mu, who was eager to save her daughter, could only use Zhang Li's ghost. Please tell me what you saw. Closing her eyes, her mind entered the mortal soul along with the ghost. This woman's soul was incomplete. It was probably because she had lost a part of her soul that she was in such a delirious state. In the past few years, she might have been trapped in the scene she saw and could not escape. She was very pitiful, but it was much more convenient to read her mind and search like this. As soon as her mind connected, unforgettable images were transmitted to her. Not long after, Elder Mu shakily removed the palm that was pressing on the other party's head and opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with tears. The dilapidated temple on the mountain. The dilapidated temple on the mountain. Quick! A group of people grabbed the mayor and led the way, bringing streams of light to the dilapidated temple on the desolate mountain as quickly as possible. As soon as they landed, the group of cultivators quickly discovered that something was wrong. They smelled a very obvious smell of blood. Looking around, they discovered a new piece of soil. The soil there had been dug up recently. They seemed to have thought of something as a few hidden rock cultivators dug up the floating soil. Then, they were all stunned on the spot. The mayor screamed and fainted on the spot. If not for the fact that the hidden rock cultivator beside him had stuck a talisman on his body to protect his soul, when he woke up tomorrow, this mayor might have also fallen into madness. What appeared in front of everyone were corpses. The pit was filled with headless corpses. The children who had been brought out of the town a few days ago were not taken away at all. They were all buried here. What did that woman see back then? What was gone?